being promoted. So Apple's going to go down to about 4% there or around there in that ETF, and Nvidia is going to jump up to 20%, Brendo. So more tailwinds for the name.
Yeah, big rebalance coming this Friday for the market overall. We do have. I was watching, somebody posted yesterday, it was like a real-time market cap of the top three, and they were just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, depended on the price. So, I mean, they're very, very close still. There's the Qs right now. A bit of a reversal. We did get through that high, pre-market high in yesterday's high, but back down right now, 0.2%. Yeah, Neil with the day off today. It's a holiday tomorrow. I woke up this morning and thought, hey, tomorrow's off. Yeah, that's not bad.
Midday off.
So holiday tomorrow. Neil off today as well. So Obi in. Good morning, guys.
Oh, it's not a day off.
Good morning. No days off.
It's not a day off. The guy blew out his knee playing soccer with his daughter. Yeah. So you're in, Obi, but glad to be in here. No, I didn't blow his knee out. He hurt his leg. We'll see what happens here. He did take a day off. Unfortunately, he was rolling around there playing some soccer, and I guess must have twisted his leg. So he's going to put some ice on it, take it easy. And then tomorrow we have the day off, and then we'll be back hopefully in the saddle on Thursday. But we do appreciate Obi coming through here. I think this is the first time maybe I've been with you since graduation.
Yes.
Yes, well, good. Congratulations again for that. I wanted to ask you, has anything changed in the way you're trading, or not really?
Nothing really. No, not really. I guess I did get a
Why
bit
are
of
we
a
doing this look?
I got a bit of a risk bump, which is which is nice.
good.
So a little bit more breathing room for the shenanigans. But no, it's good. It's not too bad. The playbook's still the same.
Right.
The
good.
trades
That's
are
what I
the
was gonna
trades.
say. Right. Exactly.
Nothing's changed in that sense. I do have to kind of. I did take about a week to kind of adapt to the higher risk, but no, it's
so. Just so people, we trade on a prop floor. So what happens is that we trade firm capital. So we are responsible for every trade that we make, and the more, I guess, the longer you've been here, the numbers that you put up, your risk is associated with that. So with Obi graduating 2-3 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago so he hit a threshold, so now he gets another risk bump, as he said. So, and I think that we always get questions about that. That's why I sort of wanted to start with this, is because a lot of traders always wonder, how do they get out of the sim, or how do they, sort of level up and things like that. And I think trading on a prop floor gives you that ability to work through starting basically from nothing and then working their way up and then sort of trying to ladder it up. I just wanted to say that was the one thing that I think you need to keep doing, is just add, 25% more shares to your position or something like that, so that, as your strategies that have got you here can get you even further, because you'll have more risk. And I think that's the one thing that a lot of us try to do. I do see there in the chat, Father Time is undefeated when it goes to that kind of stuff. Like, I was saying, I'm surprised that I can still pitch all this stuff at the kids all the time. It's like last night, it was 40 degrees. It was 100 degrees Fahrenheit last night. And we're out there practicing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like sweating. Like the kids are running around everywhere. I'm like, oh my God, it's so hot. But at the end of the day, it was a lot of fun. And we have rain here today.
Yeah.
So hopefully.
I didn't know it was gonna switch up like that. Apparently, it's gonna be here for a couple of days.
The rain?
Yeah. Because when I checked the forecast
really
over the weekend, it was like, sunny, maybe
right, me too.
partial.
Yeah, because you guys are supposed to be going golfing tomorrow, or
maybe. Some of the guys are going golfing tomorrow. Yeah.
No, I was trying to go golfing too, and then I woke up today. Did you hear the thunder this morning?
I did not.
Oh my God.
I was probably sleeping around that time.
Yeah, normally I don't. It was like between 5:30, 6. All of a sudden, I'm lying in bed and bang! I'm like, oh my God! I never normally wake up, but it was pretty loud here in the GTA.
I'm pretty heavy sleeper though. But when I did step outside, I was like, oh, it must be raining because everything was wet.
Right.
I was like,
yeah. Or
must have rained this
sprinkler on
morning,
or something there.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back over and see what the guys are up to.
Here is that number we were talking about. Here's the year-over-year number. Just to recap, if anyone's joining a little late here, we got retail sales data from May there at 8:30. So 2.3% was the overall number versus 2.8%. So bit of a reversal coming back in here for the overall market. Now downside after we took out the highs there. So nice reversal candle on a 15-minute chart. 0.1% for the month over month versus 0.2. If you take out gas and autos, 0.1% versus a flat reading. So gas price is still a bit of a sticking point there. More data to come, 9:15, and then 10 o'clock. We'll get a ton of Fed speakers today. I was just sitting here thinking, though, I feel like we're at a point where, like, does it even matter anymore? Honestly, like, everyone knows what's coming eventually.
Yeah.
You and I were talking about the housing market in this city specifically, or the greater Toronto area. All-time high of inventories last month in the condo market specifically, and it's a direct sign that, you know, there's zero incentive right now for anyone to purchase a new home. Everyone knows interest rate cuts are coming, so they're just waiting.
Absolutely, and there's a huge push for supply, Brendo, right? We underbuilt for almost 10, 15 years in this country after the housing issues down south in 2006 to 2010, and that precipitated us to kind of follow suit here, and that was a big problem because this country is based on immigration, and there's really nowhere for an entire generation to live, and that's obviously going to stagnate prices as more supply comes online. Not much different down south, especially in the major metropolitan areas like the New Yorks, the Los Angeles, and the other areas. They're also having issues with housing too, Brent.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, it's going to take a little while, I think. I was watching a podcast last night, and the overall theme of it was, does it even matter about a quarter point at this point? The answer is no. Like, a quarter point's not going to change everything immediately, but it's the shift in sentiment and the shift in direction of, you know, interest rates and inflation overall. So yeah, market back to negative here, the S&P anyways, but NASDAQ holding on to positive territory. Fisker finally makes it official, filing for bankruptcy. I mean, it was a long time coming, but they had to at some point.
Yeah, and here I'm not going to belabor, obviously, all the different reasons why this company is in bankruptcy, but here are the four main ones. Cash depletion. Fisker struggled to maintain sufficient cash reserves. Fundraising challenges. They were supposed to secure investment. One time we heard that Nissan was going to actually throw money into this. That ended up falling through. Production issues. Their global supply chain disruptions really had an effect of hampering production, and regulatory scrutiny. They were under investigation by U.S. regulators for the safety of the ocean, Brendo. So not a good look.
Yeah, it's too bad. There was an opportunity there, I think, to fit into a part of the market. There's Fisker in the pre-market over on the OTC right now. 3 cents. Sean, what do we do?
We just buy more. You know, because
Buy the dip?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's what we have to do. You have to. We always talk about it, especially on, you know, certain podcasts, Freedom and Wealth podcasts, stuff like that. You want a dollar cost average into great companies. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can check the chart out. There's not much to really look at here. It's down 40%. But the thing is it's not. Like, that's just the last tick. Like, 2 ticks ago was 3.5 cents. So, like, I don't know where this thing's going to go. We can't trade it here. Obviously, it came down to the OTC markets, and we could talk to Jeff Mendel about this, what it exactly means when they declare a bankruptcy. But we hadn't done anything on this symbol, right? So here's what it looks like since it's Here's what it looks like since it's been down. And I guess you got a little bump there when there was some wording on Nissan maybe coming in and trying to pick up some of their technology, but yeah, it looks like it'll be out of here. I'm not, just because I guess once you declare bankruptcy, then no one can come in there and save you. So I guess they'll be selling off some of the pieces. I don't know, equipment, things like that. Go. But I would say the equity obviously is going to be worth nothing at some point. So I don't really have it. I think I put $300 in. We talked about that on the show. So it sucks to lose it, but maybe I can get $50 back if I don't have to pay any fees or something like that. But yesterday, we saw Tesla yesterday moving around. Rivian still seems to want to hold this $10 mark. And honestly, and it's not, I didn't invest in Fisker. That was just like a shot. I do have some money in Rivian down here, and I was just thinking that this $10 mark would be something that would have to hold. I wanted to look to see when all these guys report again, because Danielle kind of shocked me yesterday by saying that we were 3.5 weeks away from Tesla reporting. I was like, what? We're back into earnings again? Okay, this is more like an August 6th. So not much to worry about there with Rivian as far as earnings are concerned. But if a lot of these companies can't get, you know what, together, it is going to be a problem. And then yesterday, you had Tesla. I think there was rumors of the long range Model 3, was it, I guess, or something was starting to get a $7,500, possibly qualifying for a rebate. And Tesla yesterday was real hot fire. I mean, a lot of these stocks, the EV names, I mean, General Motors is performing really well on the hybrid note, and Mary Barra has done a great job with that company. And then they have a huge buyback under them as well, GM. But for right now, Tesla seems to be the one that really got everyone's attention yesterday. And you know what, Obi? You see this area yesterday? We wrote down, I have the sticky note right here, Tesla 180 to 181 on yesterday's sticky note for short. And as you can see, the level was perfectly right. The 180 to 181, but the direction, although we were able to get out of the short before eventually losing a couple matcha lattes to the upside there, but it really bounced around those levels. So right now, I'm kind of thinking the same thing here, is that if I do the same similar work and figure that there's going to be a level to buy a car company today, I think Tesla down here, 184, 185, looks like a pretty good long to me, especially if the market wants to keep going. Tesla down so far, market flat. I feel like there's a reason to buy this name up if it gets down into 184. What did you trade any EV or any names like this lately?
No, I don't. I think I might have dabbled in Tesla sometime last week, but yeah, no. Yesterday, I got to pay attention to my charts a little bit more there. Tesla, the crazy strength that we did have was literally off of prior day's low and a little bit of confluence with I think this is earnings VWAP from prior earnings. Like if I just scroll back right here, yeah, it's anchored to the prior earnings that happened on April 23rd there, but yeah, it just kind of steps up and gets that crazy strength. So yeah, Fisker's down in the dumps with a bankruptcy report, but there's definitely other EVs that are kind of taking that I guess market share and that strength and that interest from the people. Tesla being again one of the top names there. So yesterday was quite intense there. I was watching. I was like, how much further can it go?
Yeah,
Famous last words, right? But I was just like, okay, well, I'm looking for a potential reversion on this. Never really came in. No reason to really trade it. But 189, just underneath 189 are the highs right now. So let's see if we can get a bit of a continuation there on Tesla today.
It's the, we're going to talk about Lazy Boy. I just brought up Lazy Boy. It's not doing a heck of a lot, pre-market here this morning as far as volume is concerned. The move was after the close yesterday, but better than expected report for the furniture maker. Speaking of retail sales coming out this morning, 11.25% on the month so far, 9.4 here in the pre-market. This is a big move, $3 and change right now for Lazy Boy.
And this is good for a lot of these companies, Brendo, because a lot of people did their upgrading during the pandemic. So like PCs, there's got an upgrade cycle for furniture as well. So good look for them to actually increase their revenue. $475 million is what they made in revenue on the quarter. They're holding about $158 million in cash, which is not a bad look. So we'll have to see how they do on the day.
They have recently started to change this, but the one complaint I do have about Lazy Boy is that if you live in a condo, all of their stuff is huge. Yeah. It's super comfortable, but all of their stuff is huge and not really condo size. But anyway.
Yeah, Lazy Boy with a bit of a pop off of earnings, right? I don't know. I did kind of look this name up last night. I was like, all right, what's going to have day one earnings? And Lazy Boy definitely was on the list amongst very few others. As you know, we're kind of dwindling down in terms of earnings season. But something to note there is it did kind of gap up towards these prior month highs there. So a little bit of a shelf happening on the daily chart just underneath that 38 mark. So if we go down to today's chart right here, 38 right there. So it clips it in the pre-market, just where that resistance has been since for a long time, right? So like we go back to the daily chart there. So since about even before 2024, so around December is when we started experiencing some of that resistance there. So normally doesn't do very much volume. The 30-day average is 360K. It's done about a 1 mil as of yesterday. Yeah, let's see what it does today there, Sean. You got any words on that?
I was going to say there's a 6% short flow, which could be significant. You know, that could be why you're getting some of that spike right there. So 6% on the short float. And then I also want to note the change since January. So it's still down. I mean, I don't know if it's including it today or not. Well, we can just look at the chart right now. But, year to date right here on Lazy Boy, whoa, there's a nice little move up. I don't know why the chart is doing that, but we'll figure that out anyways. Uh-oh, now I can't move it. Oh, no. Stuck on the screen. All right. Yeah, I was just going to say, sometimes the market up double digits this year. A lot of these names are going to play catch up a little bit. And sometimes you have a couple bad quarters in a row. Now Lazy Boy trying to perform a little bit better here today. We'll see if it can get back up to the upside now with a nice move this morning. So Lazy Boy trying to push through $38. That's been the high. Looks like it can break it out on the daily. And I apologize, my screen is now frozen.
It's crazy. Affirm, trying to get back to the upside here. It just popped back above 30.85, which is that closing level from yesterday. We had that big move on the Apple headline mid-afternoon yesterday on heavy volume. Wasn't much follow-through. I mean, let's be honest, there was no follow-through into the close yesterday for Affirm, but it did pop up again here pre-market.
Yeah, and like the other side of that is that Apple is discontinuing its buy now, pay later in favor of third-party loan integration. And we know one of those integrators is going to definitely be Affirm. That was announced during WWDC. So Apple had this program where you could basically pay for something over 4 payments. It was interest-free. It wasn't really jiving with the current interest environment because obviously they were taking a hit on that from the loan perspective. So we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out. But you got to assume Apple leaves a sector, it opens it up for so many others, Brendo.
Yeah, Apple itself positive on the morning, as we were saying, this rally in the overall market just being run by these 0.5% right here, right now, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's Apple trade was, an absolute banger, Obi. We were long down here at 213.
Nice, yeah.
And yeah, we basically, I think we had 212.79 or something like that. Like we had basically the bottom. I don't know how we were able to get that, but, and it was because we had based out and we didn't get in until 950. So I guess we used that bottom right off the open as the bottom, and then just trusted our read on the stock that it was going to be another tailwind kind of day. So the thing about this today is I don't really care about that reweighting in the XLK. Obviously, it means nothing right now. The story is out. Look what Apple's up, right? Up 0.45. And then the reweighting in Nvidia is supposed to be happening as well, right? So that should be a tailwind. It's actually up less than Apple, but they're pretty much the same. So this little dump there at the end of the day, we had some of the short back on. Remember, we were trading the TQQs and then it broke the level. So this is the thing, and then we shorted Nvidia at the end of the day, which also fell back down. So you have to take in consideration, these stocks aren't actually up today. I mean, sure they are because of that move down, but that move down really here, I mean, if you kind of go where we are, it was in the last 10 minutes when those imbalances came out. We talked about it being the Russell and all that kind of stuff happening, big rebalances coming at the end of June. So you're gonna get random moves there at the end of the day. So with that being said, we were talking about you yesterday because your name was there. We were like, oh my God, Obi's shorting Apple. And it turned out that it was right into this area, which turned out to be triple, quadruple tops yesterday. So I don't think it's worth fighting this again. I don't have it on the sticky note today. If I did, I probably would have a short in around 218.50, 219. It's just, I'm looking for another catalyst. I think the catalyst is the market, right? Yes. I mean, if the market wants to float around again today, then I would think that you would let this float higher and short it. Or you could just look at it the other way around as well. Flip the chart upside down and say, maybe the long is back into here at 216 and change. So I'd rather play the long. I don't know which one's gonna come in. I think if it comes up to here, you're pretty safe shorting this against 219, even against the all-time high of 220.20. I mean, to go short at 219 and give this thing $1, I think that's reasonable. And I also think it's reasonable to go long here at 216 or so and give it to yesterday's bottom of 215 quarters. So these levels all make sense to me. I like a lot of them, and let's just see what the market gives us today for Apple. I feel like there's something for everybody, and we're gonna be starting right in the middle. So you were shorting Apple yesterday. Was there a reason why? Or, I mean revert every day. I'm caught here in the afternoon, Obi, especially because it was in the afternoon. I'm always saying, wow, this stock's up 3 or 4%. It seems like it's banging its head against the wall here, and I think it's going lower. And sometimes that's wrong. So you were right on that one, actually.
I like to trade the mean reversions, but sometimes the reversions can be a little mean, and that's what happened yesterday with me. I like the short, so I shorted here, I shorted in and around here, and then I shorted again here. I kept a relatively tight stop, and then I shorted some more here, and then I shorted again here. And I was like, well, this thing is clearly, I was trying to push my bias onto the ticker, and then I stopped shorting it, Sean, and then eventually, literally like 30 minutes after I stopped shorting it, you get the move right back down to 215s. I was just like, I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, I like these prices. This action looks like it's kind of nice, but then obviously I was very wrong in that. I have to accept that the market tailwind was absolutely strong, right? So that's something I got to do better with, kind of get with the trend when the trend is trending. That 218 flush, that was quite nice. Over a 2-hour consolidation right there, and then it breaks that. I definitely have to do better at getting involved with that, as the trend did bend, and it was no longer the friend of the longs there. But yeah, we're going to be watching some of these levels here. I already have my alert in and around some of these pre-market levels here. But yeah, strong little flush. Let's see what we do with that 215 half if we get there. Let's see what we do with that 218, 219 if we get there as well, with the 220.20 all-time high as of last week. Again, it seems like that it was a bit of a continuation there. We broke out of a long-term kind of a channel there, leg up, consolidation, leg up for 2 days, consolidation for 2 days, and it seems like yesterday we might have started the second leg. I have no idea, but we'll see what Apple has for us today. But yeah, that pay later. Buy now, pay later
Pay never
thing. That was interesting. I think Affirm, like we were just talking about this, Affirm also got a bit of a pop on that. So I don't know what we have in store for Affirm today. A bit of a double top with a pre-market action and yesterday's high at 31.74 as of right now.
I appreciate all the analysis, but I have one more important question to ask you.
Yes, sir.
What's the situation with your coffee? You need another one, or?
I am good with this one.
You're good with it?
Thank you.
Okay, whenever we are ready, is that Mr. Fabian on the ones and twos over there? Welcome back, my guy. Are we ready for Adara? Then let's go.
Speaking of Apple, it's actually on the top of the upgrades list here today, getting this price target increase from 225 to 245 by JP Morgan. JP Morgan citing excitement over its AI or Apple Intelligence announcements at WWDC as a reason for this price target increase. So great look. Micron also, this one's had a slew of price target increases yesterday. Today we have this price target increase from Wedbush to 170. Stifel increasing its price target to 165 this morning. And we also had B of A add Micron to its US 1 list of top buy rated stocks. So MU definitely continuing up here. Great look. Kroger getting this upgrade from BMO Capital Markets, and we have Juniper Networks getting an upgrade as well, trading slightly higher after this upgrade from Argus. On the downgrade side, First Solar getting pretty strong lately, but getting this downgrade here from Loop Capital with a $238 price target. Aerovate getting downgraded here by TD Cowen, gapping down a bit here. We also have Equitable Holdings getting downgrade from UBS, and Autoliv getting downgraded by Exane, BNP Paribas. Big tech still dominating the upgrade side here, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a couple of different names. I actually have Coinbase going to be on the sticky note. It's got to get this out in a couple seconds. So, yeah, First Solar, this was sort of the belle of the ball for a while. I mean, we talk about the ETF TAN, the solar ETF. We talk about Solar Edge. We talk as SEDG. This was a name that was removed from the S&P 500, and you're going to see. Disasters. Obi, look at this name, man. I mean, this was 300, 400, 500. Who knows where that, now you're down to $30. Solar Edge just back in January, February. Let's go to January. $98 down to $38, right? So they don't look the same. And then you're going to look at Enphase as well coming through. I mean, this has actually bounced. I believe the bottom was 80 or so on Enphase, maybe 95 only. Okay, my bad. Or maybe even before that. Dave had a nice story battling back there. It is 72. So again, disaster here again with Solar Edge and some of the removals. And then again, when you get that interest rate issue, these are expensive, right? And residential aren't being able to refinance or do anything right now and pull money out of their housing with the current rates where they are. So it's really affected some of these names and been able to put new technology onto your house, or even businesses don't have the capital anymore to borrow at zero and then put up some solar panels. A lot of these companies, from what I've read, are underwater on their financing deals because they were giving good deals to customers with 0 rates or lower rates, and now they themselves have to look into their internal financing because now they can't afford some of the payments that they have to cover with the interest depreciation and stuff like that. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with First Solar. I don't know enough about that downgrade, but look at the level we're coming up to. It's basically filling that gap all the way back into 250. The next little gapped area would be back in here into 220, which is the 50-period moving average. I feel like all good names, you want to buy them at the 50-period moving average. If you know anything about solar, which I clearly don't know as much as whoever would be investing in this, I would think this would be a good level. 50-period moving average, this is the #1 name in the space. So First Solar for me is a buy, but it has to get down to 220. Be interested to read more about that upgrade and downgrade.
Yeah, definitely. Those are some beautiful trends there on those tickers there. But again, another one from the list was Micron with the upgrade, and yeah, this one's been kind of trending, definitely on my watch list today as well, and I think it's on the rundown as well. But yeah, pushing to all-time highs if I remember correctly on this trend here. So we did hold. I have a bit of an anchored. You guys know I like to use that anchored VWAP as well. Off of that earnings kind of volume, we did kind of wash it a little bit and then reclaim and held for that push through 150. So going to be on watch on the day, and then with a bit of upgrade, let's see if we get some more oomph to the upside there as we broke past that 150 and continue to hold. And another name on the upgrade list was Kroger. So something interesting I want to know. Yesterday, looking kind of similar to Best Buy. Not related to the company, but in terms of kind of the chart there, we did gap up on an upgrade and then holding above some prior highs there. So let's see if we get a bit of continuation, maybe a pullback down into some of these resistance levels that were there, turning into support, and then we can kind of do a bit of a continuation. So what I want to refer to is Best Buy from yesterday did get that. So look at that. So kind of similar there. Gaps up, pulls back into some of these resistances from before, and then catches a bit and continues towards highs. So let's see if we can get a little bit more on that, more of the same on Kroger here. The chart is a little bit different. There are still more resistances above overhead and kind of different from that Best Buy, so there might be some nuance involved in there. But yeah, I'll be watching this 52, 51 half mark on Kroger to see if that if a similar kind of sentiment is achieved. But doing Arval in the pre-market nonetheless.
So it's just 9 o'clock now. I'll want to address this because I want to give a big shout out and thank you so much there for Donnie Zimbabwe. All right, so here we go. Hey, Sean Neal. Obi, I still have some of my Wednesday calls on the Qs. What are your thoughts on Mag 7 movement overall? I mean, I think the Mag 7 movement overall has been dropping some of this, and in your pocket too, Donnie Zimbabwe. So thank you for the $10. But what do I think? Here, hold on a second. I can actually, boom, and then I will say, thanks. All right. So let's move that over. Thank you, Donnie. Okay, so if I'm just going to look at the Qs, I mean, that's what you're asking about. What else can we really say about this? I actually did that Nvidia. I think you super chatted about Nvidia yesterday, potentially, and I said watch out for that 31 level. It bounced exactly pretty much off that 31 level and back up to the upside. The NASDAQ doesn't really, I think we're a little, I don't want to say overbought, but again, this is the 50-period moving average, okay? Right here. This is what this pink line is. You have that extension. I need to get that extension calculator, whatever it is. Actually, I thought maybe we had one here. But if you go up to here, does it show what it is? Yeah, so it doesn't do a very good job. 0.11 away. And then I think that if this will work again, and you just go back to, like the last sort of extension, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so what I was getting at though, you're well away from the 50-period moving average. There could be some divergence to come back a little bit where there is a little bit of profit taking. This is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be its 7th or so straight up day. And coming from that, one of the biggest candles, and then a little small pullback, and then extension back through. I'm not worried about any of these stocks. I don't think that you need to worry. It's being lifted when you're talking about the Qs. You're being lifted by Apple. That looks strong to me. Nvidia's not going down anytime soon. It doesn't seem like it. Anytime it does, it gets bought right back up. The other big name, of course, that you're going to be worried about would be Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft is at all-time highs. They had one of the best quarters that they could possibly ever put out. They're up again. Look at Microsoft's chart. Boom, 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 boom. Like, for me, I don't trade with options, and if that's what you're doing, Donnie, then you would know how much your calls have exploded, and you should be able to judge what the reasonable return is on your time frame for that. I think you're probably extended right now. So my advice to anybody that has a nice win, and we talked about this on the show yesterday, is you should always take something off to pay yourself. So buy yourself something nice. You know what I mean? Get some money off, and then if you really like this extension move, I would say still hold it. But I don't know the time frame. So for me right now, if you're in calls in the last couple weeks, you couldn't have asked for anything better than this. So when you get something better than you could have asked for, I think it's worth taking a little bit off the table. So that's my 2 cents there. I wouldn't go short, but I also would think that it's time to cash out a little bit. I'm trying to hold everything in my long-term account.
Oh, yeah.
But I am thinking about Apple up here because we did go long at 169. The fact that it's up at 217 now on, again, a very extended move that we don't normally see from Apple. Now trading, what's Apple trading at, 30 times? That's a lot. That's a lot for them historically. So we can see if there is a pullback coming. But at the end of the day, you've heard way too much from me and not enough from these guys. So let's go back to the desk.
Anyway, real quick, before we get into the rundown here this morning, Uncle Warren in there buying up Occidental yesterday, once again, to the tune of 3 million shares, 2.95 million shares. He buys this 55, 56 level every time it comes into play. So gapping up here a little bit this morning for Oxy, once again. He's now up to 29% of the company.
Huge. And apparently, according to me, has no intentions of holding the company fully. A third should suffice for him. All right, so as Brendo mentioned, acquiring a 3 million shares. The transactions were made over 3 days, starting on Thursday, costing him about $176 million. He also has an additional 83.5 million warrants to pick up, or he has warrants, to pick up an additional 83.5 million shares at a price set well below the current market value. So, he said he doesn't want to buy the company, but he certainly has a lot of interest in it.
Yeah. Oil itself not really doing anything this morning, kind of flat to start things off. All right, we'll get into everything else we need to know here this morning on a Tuesday, starting with the market.
55.46, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday. Recall, we are on the new contract. We are on the September contract now, and we closed out at 55.46, basically almost at all-time highs on this contract. 55.54 is that level that is resistance. So to the downside, let's say if we continue down, we may hold up at that 55 and a quarter, 55.25 to the high side. Let's see if we can break above the overnight high.
All right, as always, if you haven't done so yet, go to the website, tradertv.live. If you're new, we have a absolutely free resource for you. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market. Every single day, sent right to your inbox. You just need an email to get that, nothing more. Let's talk about Nvidia here to start things off. Yeah, the market cap race continuing. 3.2 trillion. I was saying earlier, if you're with us when we started, I was watching, somebody posted this cool animation of the top 3 market cap, Microsoft, Apple, and Nvidia. And they were just flipping back and forth as price was moving. I mean, they're really, really close right now. They're all around that 3.2 trillion mark. But there's nothing really new as far as Nvidia today, but this rally continuing.
Yeah, just this XLK shake up here, Brendo. So essentially what we're going to do is Nvidia is going to jump from around 6% of the weighting of this ETF, the XLK, and it's going to go to around 21% Apple. Conversely, it's going to jump or move down from 22 to around 4.1. That's regardless of how they perform from now on to the end of the month, which is basically the window that they're giving it. And so look for some volatility in both names.
Yeah, we'll see how the rest of the group plays out here. Already 7.5 million shares here, guys, this morning for Nvidia.
All right, so I'm just in the process of getting the sticky note out, but we do have Nvidia as being pretty much the #1 trade today again. We nailed this yesterday. We were able to buy this dip here that came in, then we were able to go short. It was a positive stock, but it was only nailed at the beginning back up, and then it hit VWAP, and then it came all the way back down, and then we started to short a little bit there before it broke back above, and then it didn't do anything in the afternoon until we got this major sell-off. And again, this is what I wanted to bring to everybody. Nvidia's up 0.17, but I'm not sure it actually, that was a huge move down. So it's just showing you it was really trading up here, 132, 132.50. Now I've written down 132.50 long up here, but this market, it's not doing itself any favors. I feel like we still got to get above, and we can sort of look to see where we were yesterday on this, because this is just a 1 minute chart, goes into the afternoon. But I almost feel like there could be a little bit of a wall here up at 132.50. When I was feeling a little bit better about the market this morning, and I came in, I just thought, okay, these names are up and we wanted to go long, but then I sort of dug into it a little bit more, and I realized that it was a lot of these names are up because they're just rebounding a little bit from this dramatic sell-off there. But Nvidia was... The coffee machine was only able to make one coffee, or what? Are you drinking my coffee, or is that your coffee? How's it going? You had yesterday off, or what? Man, everybody, did you hear? I said Neil blew out his knee, but it was his Achilles, he thinks. So he's unable to walk around. I don't think he blew it out, but, so yeah. Yeah, he was running around playing soccer yesterday with his daughter. I told this guy not to do stuff like that, And yeah, he got hurt. So we have Obi in the building. But I asked Obi if he wanted a coffee. He was pass. But are you still a pass?
Yeah, I still got a little bit
Fisker,
left.
by the way, declared bankruptcy today. So I think we sort of thought that was something that was there. Down 30, 40%. I guess they're not coming back. There was supposed to be a deal possibly with Nissan or something. No, but Ned, so that's the idea. It was nothing now on that. So, yeah. I would love a coffee, if possible. How was the morning meeting? Short and sweet. I like the short and sweet part. What were we doing? Okay, yeah, look, I'm gonna get this note out, but I wrote down on this note long. I don't know, I saw the note in our study, we care in our watch list, so thanks, go get it, watchlist.tradertv.live. Sharif came in, the very first thing he told me was, did I see the rating or the reweighting in the XLK? So I was like, okay, that would make sense here for a potential rally in the name because of the reweighting, but then I saw that it didn't really mean anything as of right now. So I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna do here with Nvidia today. But again, I like it, I like the stock. I think the breakout through 132.50 is something that we'd wanna wait for. But again, if the market doesn't get going, then it is going to be a short, and we'll look to see down here at 130 what winds up happening for potential long down there. I don't really want to go short Nvidia until for some reason the momentum is really there, and I feel like that's going to have to be a break in and around at least, I was going to say like was it 126? Yeah, see, so there's 120, our charts on here for NVDA. So, here's 120, yeah, so again, I don't know how we remember that level, but it's this 126, 127 area right here that I was sort of thinking would be the very bottom if it started to get down there. So I think a break of this makes me change my mind into the shorts. But until then, again, a bump to 134 would be nice, but then I feel like I'd already be long through 132.50. So yeah, let's test a 129 long, but ultimately, I'm not going short this name until I feel like we can break below this 127, 127.50. So I'll stick with the long here. The market could easily bounce and continue to go higher. We're at all-time highs. I'm going to stick with what I think is right, and that's going to be the long. And this was my daughter. I cannot, you don't understand how much time, we all understand it, but this was 2 years ago. And it's like, she's just it's hard to tell because it's your own kid, but she was such a wee one here. It was so crazy. And then now this was Ancaster. We went to Ancaster and handled our business. 2022, they didn't have a tournament last year. And then 2024, both years, with the trophy there. This was the T-ball Little League trophy, and this was the U9 All-Girls Little League trophy, both playing for High Park right there. So I just want to say very, very proud of her right there. and hopefully our Achilles holds out a little bit longer so we can do this for longer and longer. But yeah, that's why I was just going through my phone to send out the sticky note, and that was the last picture that my wife had sent to me. So I was like, I have to show it because it's all on my Instagram and all that. Very, very proud of everything that we're doing there. So, but anyways,
That's
thoughts
awesome.
on Nvidia, and I'll get thanks, and I'll get this note out.
Okay, so Nvidia, yeah. So I've been watching this for the past, I guess, since the split, prior earnings as well. Obviously, it's a market leader. It's been holding quite well post earnings. Earnings gap up, consolidation, continuation there, and pushing for all-time highs, 133.79. So let's see how far it can get today. Maybe we push for more highs, or maybe we take a bit of a breather. We did kind of start off the week quite strong on most names as of yesterday. I'm just going to throw in a bit of a line that I'm potentially seeing here. But yeah, a little bit of a trend happening as of right now. Let's see if we can catch a bid around that 128, 127. Prior highs as well. Maybe that resistance turns support, which it did. Let's see if it's support again. If Nvidia can take a little bit of a pullback, but if this market kind of continues to stay as strong as it is, we might not even get down there. We might just continue towards all-time highs there. 135 going to be interesting. 130 was great the past couple of days. A few days ago, I think it was Monday. Tuesday, Friday? I think Friday, yeah. Friday we did break out of that 130 mark, and then yesterday we kind of come right back into that 129.75. So let's go down to a smaller time frame so we can see that a little bit better there. So we did hold that 130 mark relatively well before bidding back up into the close, but we'll see what we do with prior day's low in and around this 129, 130 level on Nvidia. Very, very strong.
That's funny. Hi, Obi. I don't know who said that, but that was really funny. The Fahad comment with Neil. 217 trying to hold here for Apple. We're back to just 0.25%. But yeah, this market cap raise continuing, 3.3 trillion. Coming into play, but don't blink because it'll probably change in the next 5 minutes.
Absolutely. It was just at 218. Now it's down into the low 217s. So a couple of headlines today for Apple. In addition to obviously being demoted, so to speak, on the XLK, there is issues with the discontinuing of the Apple Pay Later service. They're going to favor third-party affiliates like Affirm and Citigroup. They're going to fill the void there. So Apple getting out of that business. They also have issues in Europe. The EU competition chief raises concerns over their compliance with the DMA, the Digital Markets Act. So be on the lookout for possible headwinds for Apple.
2 days in a row here to the upside, possibly a bit of a pullback starting right now, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, I was just, I'm like, as I'm writing the sticky note, I'm like, you know what? I'm not sure the market will actually get back to where we were yesterday today. I like that move down there at the end of the day.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, and we got a red mug too. I was just saying, Randy, I thought maybe we could have a short day, and then you showed up with the red mug. So, I mean, maybe there is going to be something here today. It's a gloomy one outside on the way in. I think it's getting a lot nicer now, isn't it? The sun? No? Okay. But, all right, so, you know, Apple, again, really nice move. And as I talked about this already, well broken out, well extended off. This is the 50-period moving average. Look, we kind of hang around it. Now it's not even close. So Apple with a huge move up. Their super cycle is here. Everybody will be getting, including Randy, most likely, an iPhone Pro, the 16. It's all going to be coming through. iPhone, yeah, I know, I got it. The everything, iPods, AirPods, everything. Everyone needs, like my kids want new AirPods. They want new iPads. They want new whatever. It doesn't stop. But anyways, the super cycle's here. The AI chips are going to be in everything. That new iPad, I don't know if you saw the new iPad. You can just draw like an equation on the iPad and just push equals, and it will give you the answer, like bracketed answers, everything like that. This was as per the demonstration. So, but I'm waiting for I'm waiting, and I think I'll get one of those phones. And I just think that it's here, it's real. And yeah, I think it's a dip buy name, but I'm just not sure about today. I feel like I want to sit on my hands, and we already talked about this. 215.50 I think looks good, 216, and I also think 219 looks good as a short. So right now it's $1.50 that way or $1.50 that way. I like the short up here and the long right there. Other than that, I think Apple just kind of hangs around today. It's an interesting name to look at, just a good name to trade at its edges here.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that look as well. We saw that when it did push all-time highs last Wednesday up into the 220 We got that strong selling going into the close right here. So 220 all the way down to 212, 213s. And then we've been pretty much trading within that range since then. So like I said, maybe we are poised, we're getting ready for a break up towards the highs, but who knows? Well, we're trading well within this range that was kind of marked. So selling coming in aggressive off the 220. Whenever it attempts to pop into the area there, it does seem like some selling comes in. We saw what happened yesterday going into the close there in the last half hour of the trading session, 219s. Can't really get up to 219s, and then kind of a strong flush all the way down to 215 halves. So let's see if we break through some of these levels going in today, or do we do more of the same that we've been doing over the past 3 days and kind of just chop in this consolidation range here on Apple. But definitely some interesting levels. Prior day highs, 218, 219. I'll definitely be watching that. I got a bit of an alert here right at the pre-market highs as well, kind of getting me or pointing me in the direction of, okay, maybe you want to take a look at this if it's going to attempt prior day highs, which is only about a point or so away from all-time highs at that 220. Another price I do like is that wick off of the lows there, that strong sell that came in off of, I guess you can say imbalances or whatever, the strong selling that came in at the end of the day, 215 halves, as Sean just pointed out as well, 215. So you can see that a bit of a consolidation area as well on the day that we did push all-time highs. So a lot of interesting levels here on Apple. Let's see what we do today. I got to do better at staying nimble and kind of staying with the trend, but we'll take them as they come, the moves.
2 days in a row here, Micron back on watch, back to the upside this morning to the tune of 2.5%. We were talking yesterday about positive analyst moves on this stock. Here we are 2 days with more, this time from Wedbush, coming through, maintaining their outperform. 170 on the price target here, $20 to the upside.
Yeah, Wedbush chiming in on Micron today. So does Stifel with a buy rating and a price target of 165. Previous rating was 140. We got Bank of America Securities, BOA Securities, adding this to its favorite list, or the U.S. #1 list, I should call it. So lots of positive upside for the DRAM maker.
Market back upside here, guys. We got that industrial production data there at 9:15. Looks to be a little bit better than expected.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't look at that number that just came through. We did have Micron. We just got the sticky note out, by the way, as well. This name has been so hot fire. I mean, and then now you're getting the upgrade. It's like, again, all we can look at is the same chart, it seems like, every single stock. And I could just keep saying the same thing about how extended we are. It's a monster move to the upside. I love the upgrade here. I think it's something that you want to trade. I feel like 150 is a great little magnet, and it'll probably fade back into that. The best part about taking a 150 long is you can get out if it comes back in and tries to break through 148, because it should stop around 149, 148.50 and not break this 148 level. So again, I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, if we really like the long or not today. Like yesterday, and we had Micron, I think, was on our note yesterday as well, but look what happened early, right? It opens at 146, down to 143, back up to 146, down to 142, and then just rocket boosters the rest of the day to finish near the tops of 148.50. So, I mean, I feel like the same thing could happen again, down into 150 and then a retracement back up. So I want to be buying the strength in the NASDAQ, buying the resilience of this market. And I wrote down Nvidia on the sticky note, but I also noted if you're going to trade Nvidia, you should watch AMD, you should watch SMH, and you should watch Micron today. So we traded SMH. We really like to trade this name as well, but look at the extension on SMH. I mean, a lot of these names seem to be overextended to me, but at the same time, it's not worth fighting the trend. And the trend has been real up. And right now we're up again today on all these names. So I would say you still keep going with the Micron, with the Taiwan semi that hit all-time highs yesterday as well. So, I mean, what exactly are we doing here trying to fight these names? Better off waiting for dip buy opportunities. And Micron is really a prime candidate down here at 150. We love that kind of a level. It now broke above it. Look what this looks like on it. I mean, I don't have to extend this out. We've already sort of looked at this. We're well off, well up. Micron kind of just very, very quietly telling Nvidia not to hold its beer, but it's up almost 50% or 100%, sorry, from the beginning of the year. So that's a huge move up for this name. And again, without knowing too much about why they're so important, it seems like the market likes it. And if Bank of America is upgrading it, then I'd say stay with the trend and go long down there at 150. Cheers to everybody who's having their second coffee today.
Yeah, Micron with a very strong trend. Kind of covered it a little bit earlier today as well. I was like, okay, we've kind of held above this prior earnings anchored. We dipped back below, reclaim, held it quite well on what does this day here? On May 31st with that strong wick on the daily, and then since then we've been in a steady uptrend, volume kind of steady as well, pushing into all-time highs right now. Pre-market is trading at that 151.5s with a high at 152.72. So definitely on my watch for today. With that again, Bank of America upgrade. Very strong push off of yesterday's bottoms, yesterday's lows. We do pretty much a V-shaped recovery and then trade sideways for over an hour, 2.5 hours going into the close sideways there. So I'll definitely be watching some of these prices right underneath that 150 if we can kind of come back down. But yeah, closing at or near all-time or near high a day, and then bidding up in the pre-market, and then even higher there. It is showing some decent strength there. You can see the volume has been quite steady during this uptrend as well. So let's see if that volume stays steady and we get more of the same today. I'll definitely be watching this ticker through that 152.72 all-time highs. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of a leg up after this strength has been shown.
Let's talk Qualcomm here real quick. Back to the upside again this morning after a huge day yesterday. 2.5% right now in the pre-market on the pullback. Back to 228. We had that well-known tech analyst coming out yesterday suggesting Samsung Galaxy S25, not X25, going to be powered by Qualcomm exclusively. I mean, there's a number of analyst moves this morning as well for Qualcomm, another one that just keeps going here.
Yeah, and it's not a good look for Samsung because Samsung was supposed to make the chips themselves. They're called the Exynos, or however it's spelled, the Exynos 2500 chip. They're not going to be able to produce those in the same number that they'd like to. They're having issues with their 3-nanometer process, so they're going to go to Qualcomm. Well, Qualcomm doesn't make their own chips. Guess who makes it for them? TSMC. So they stand to benefit from this little deal here, Brendo. Keep your eye on both those names today.
Yeah, more strength to come here, guys, in tech land.
Yeah, we talked a lot about some of these tech names. I feel like they're all very, very similar. The one thing that I'm most worried about right now, we don't have it on the board, so I want to get to it right now. You can talk about Qualcomm if you want. I don't really trade it too much on the show. But right here, Bitcoin. Bitcoin to me, I have Coinbase now. I thought maybe Coinbase would be on the rundown today, but it's not. We'll get to it. But right there, Coinbase 242 short. BTC looking lower. It's its lowest level here in a month. Trying to break back down below 65,000, and it just did it. So that's why I want to bring it to everybody's attention. We are now starting to go lower here in BTC, and there it was, 64.5, right? So you're getting below now. We were just sort of dancing around 65 here. It hasn't been a good little run for Bitcoin over the last little week or so after touching back to all-time highs. I mean, just a while ago we were at 72. Now you're dripping down. We talked about this with Michael yesterday. We don't really want to lose this 65. But if you're a long-term bull, then I mean, realistically, it's probably better off to go to a weekly chart, and then you'll see that we're still very, very comfortable with where we are. But I look at losing 60 as being a problem. Last time we did that, we actually almost lost it all, got down to 57. And then if that doesn't hold, then unfortunately 40s. And I said to OB, and I know that I'll probably get in trouble from a lot of traders, but if the NASDAQ falls 10+%, 10-15%, I think crypto falls 50%. Okay, so I just think that people will take money out of crypto because a lot less people believe in that, and they believe more in the NASDAQ. So when you see Nvidia fall 30 or 40%, if that's what's going to happen, which people are saying the NASDAQ could fall 10-15%, I don't think that that's unbelievable. We've had that happen before.
Range, yeah.
We've had that happen before. Remember, crypto went from 66 to 12,000 or so, right? Will that happen again? I do not think so. But can we go from 73 to 40? Yeah. I mean, we could get down there. That was the last support. The last time we were there, I just showed you. It's not impossible to do that. I mean, even a stock like Coinbase, to say like, oh, I don't think Coinbase can fall 50%. Well, you know where it was in February? It was $120. You know, it's had a huge move up. And I just think that I'm a long-term, I'm not selling any crypto, so it's not like I believe that's going to happen. It's just if the NASDAQ falls, I could see people distrusting crypto again because you're going to get the Ethereum ETF's going to get launched. Then people are going to say, what's next? That's all. I mean, you're always looking for catalysts. But anyways, my trade today on Coinbase would be 242 short. So it's kind of where we were yesterday. I just thought a little bit of a move up. It's where the 200 period is here on the 1 minute chart. It's down 2%. If we're going to look for a short, I think it could be Coinbase today in and around 242. So that's what I'm looking for in the crypto space. Anything on Qualcomm or Samsung? Or?
Yeah, so Qualcomm with the Samsung, potential Samsung news there, they're saying that it might be the exclusive supplier for their Galaxy S25, so the new line of phones there, and it is bidding up into all-time highs. It is on my watch list today as an in-play ticker. Again, pushing all-time highs on a catalyst. Strong day yesterday along with the other chips and along with the market as well, and doing a little bit more of a leg in the pre-market, pushing up into this 230.87 high as well. So we are taking a bit of a pullback. It is doing some significant RVOL in the pre-market. I got here on a 5 period. It's doing just over 9 there. So let's see if we can pull back into some of yesterday's levels and then kind of continue the move there. But yeah, a very, very strong close, continuation into the pre-market. Let's see what we have in store with Qualcomm. Again, with a catalyst and pushing all-time highs. There's a bit of a confluence of factors. I want to see that strength come in. If it doesn't, we'll see what we have in store otherwise.
Not sure anyone was expecting much positivity to come from that call for GME yesterday, but here comes more. Well, it did actually just bounce off lows there. I was just going to say, here comes more session lows here in the pre-market once again. GME down better part of 4%, 3.5% right now on the bounce.
Yeah, so it happened yesterday on the Midday show. We covered that for you live. There were no shareholder questions that were allowed. Ryan Cohen focused the emphasis of the meeting on cost cutting, profit growth. Didn't explain how that profit growth was going to come, and potentially more store closures. However, you can't argue with facts. 7 out of 8 weeks now, this stock has been up. It doubled in May, and it's up 44% year to date. Let's see where it goes.
Holding 24 right now, trying to get going here, guys, with about a minute to go.
Ready to go here. I have GME at 23. So, I mean, this was that major support level. Honestly, I mean, it was a top until it broke, and since it broke, it's never broken back through. So, I mean, maybe 22.87, something like that as a bottom. I mean, I wrote down on this, like, let's go long 23. I'm already bidding there. We're bidding 23.25, and then we'll hold it to whatever these levels are, and I'll just look at it more closer when it gets there. But 22, it looks like 22.80, something like that. So I feel like I can hold this 50, 60 cents against myself. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see what happens with GameStop. I'm all aboard, man. Let's let it dip down. We do have those imbalances that are going to hit the market right off the open. Oh crap, we only have 30 seconds to go right now. So thoughts on GME quickly, Obi?
I think the game has stopped as of right now, but we shall see. Let's see if that volatility kind of comes back in.
All right, there we go. That's a good one right here. So we will get ready to go with only 15 seconds to go. We're looking for Nvidia. We're looking for a bunch of different names here. We'll hit that countdown, and Adara will be on the bell once again. All right, I'll be looking at Nvidia as we go. 4, 3, 2, and let's get ready to rock and roll. All right, so I'll, early on a look here is just to see what the market does. I mean, I really want to see if there is going to be a settling down here and just be able to try to find a trend. And maybe Nvidia takes that 132.50. If it does, then we're going to be in that, right? There's the level from yesterday. So I want to see if it takes it. Right now, it's opening to nothing, absolutely nothing right now for Nvidia, not moving around. Apple as well. Let's zoom in just a little bit to see this chart, to see what we've got dealing with here. So a little bit of a bounce higher off VWAP 218 and change. Again, we think we're stuck in the middle here. We're looking for lower lows into 215 for Apple. GameStop is starting to go back up to the upside right now. Nice little move, trying to touch 25 there off open. So again, market imbalance is hitting that name. And Coinbase on the NASDAQ, we wrote down short. It is getting shorter, but not much volume in the spread. Wow, 80 cents here on Coinbase. The other trade that I was looking to make here would be Tesla on any kind of a dip buy opportunity. But for right now, not really seeing much. We're waiting for that 184. So I think patience will reign today, but let's just keep it in the pocket for now and wait to see if there is any opportunities that sort of show its face.
Yeah, I'm watching Qualcomm and Micron here as well, just to see what we do with this some of this opening action. There's about I think about 200 lots there at that 227. That's it's not really printing as of right now. 228's testing on Qualcomm. So yeah, it seems like some of the prices from the pre-market and after-hour session are holding as of right now, but I do want to give it some more time. But Micron, oh boy, that 153.30 is coming right in on Micron. So we kind of already broke through that pre-market high. It is blasting off over a point past that pre-market high as of right now on Micron. So very strong, very strong action there right off of the open. Again, I missed that pre-market high break, but I'll stay a little bit more patient to see if it kind of comes back in and we get some more chances to get involved on that one there. But yeah, no, market's kind of just chopping. We know we're at that 20 thou mark on the NQ. We finally got above it as of yesterday with a 2250 high as well. So yeah, markets are very strong and chips are definitely the leaders there. Testing 228 halves as of right now. So just chopping around in the opening range there. I guess Micron was the ticker to be involved with as it is raging to the upside there, Sean.
Raging. Yeah, we talked about that. We really, really liked that long there on Micron. Through that, I guess it didn't dip down, right? Didn't get into anywhere near 150. We do have our first position of the day. It's Nvidia. I mean, we knew we would want this. We thought we could maybe try to wait to see a base. Looked like it was going to take the 50-period moving average, so we did go long right here at 131.25, using the bottom of 130. So it already went up in the money for me about 20 cents. We didn't take it. Now I'm sitting here in the 50s to take the 20 cents because that's right where VWAP is. That's a 200 period. If we can get something on the 50s, great, and then we'll see if we can scream higher. But I'm going to use this as the bottom. Here it comes back in. I'm going to use this as the bottom 130.50. So the low is really 130.60. We'll average some in again at 130.80. See if we do get a little bit of a drift back through. But I like the stock. I like the name. It's going to be Nvidia here, especially if the market wants to keep its trend, which has been higher. But please note that we are bouncing off VWAP again on the market. So we're going to be patient with it and then scalp out 10% up here, and then hopefully the rest higher than that. The other idea that I had on, because it is a name that we are looking at from the note, and that was Tesla 184. So I didn't expect Tesla to make this move here like this today. But if you notice yesterday's open, it was a very sort of wild one as well, where you had a move down and then it just kind of ripped up, continuing the move the rest of the morning. So bouncing around a little bit, finding a base yesterday morning in and around 177, 178, and then taking off. So if we're looking at Tesla right now, let's see if we could do something right now. This is why we wrote down 184. Because we thought that this was a level that had a chance to come in, and it's coming in right now. And man, you're your Apple, but Apple starting to go back up to some of those levels that we had talked about into 219 as a possible short. But let's go. Here we go, man. The chef is in the building. I don't know if you're here, Chef Joe, but let's see if we can get cooking here with Nvidia and get through the 50s. Yeah, buddy. There it is right now. Let's hit those sirens. We'll go one for one, but we're just out of 10%. So who knows where this one's going to go. But we do know that we have a Dara ready, and Coinbase going down.
Nice small cap move here for Comtech, CMTL. This one reporting earnings pre-market, beating earnings per share estimates, and also announcing a $222 million credit facility. For context, the market cap of this company is just under $62 million. They also have an 11% short float, so keep an eye on CMTL, guys.
We're really starting to rock now with NVDA OB. I mean, the money is coming in now, baby. It's a nice little move there for NVDA. And there it is. We bought it and we held it. And oh my God, we are now OB. What's that club we like?
Dollar.
Let's do it. Right there. We'll go 1 for 1 with our first trade. It's $1 on Nvidia. We're long at 131. Let's see if we can get it some more out up here. We just got some out at 132. We need to get some more out on the upside here because remember, that high tick that we just talked about on the sticky note was 132.50. So we're long Nvidia here at 131, and let's make sure we can get something out here in the teens. We're actually at 18 right now to put that 90 cents in our pocket, and then we'll see if we can float a little bit on that one up to 132.50. I probably won't smack that long because we're already in, but we definitely will hold and see if we can get a break through right now 132.50. Yeah, so far so good here, Obi. Anything you're in yet, or
yeah? So
there's
I did take a little bit of Qualcomm here. Again, market pretty
Coinbase.
strong there. It did kind of reclaim, or it's trying to reclaim some of this VWAP right here, right at the 228 level here. So yeah, might get stopped out, but again, I'm keeping it relatively tight. Let's see if that strength kind of comes in. But oh boy, Apple right back up into that 218. 218 coming in real hot there. So I'm gonna let that one kind of churn. Chop and churn and give us some potential opportunities. 220 all-time highs, right?
Oops.
So going to be patiently waiting for some of that. Anything distinctly different on the tape, I do want to get involved. But this 227 on Qualcomm is holding as of right now. But yeah, what are you guys trading off of the open there? There goes the ES. Blasting up through some of these pre-market consolidation highs there. So let's see if we can break this reserve. There's a reserve on the ask at 228. That's what it looks like as of right now, because it's only showing 2 lots on the book. But oh boy, are there shares going off there? So if that reserve kind of breaks, we might be off to the races here. That reserve also confluencing with VWAP to the T pretty much. I have VWAP here at 227.99, 228.01-ish. But yeah, it's showing 1 lot on the ask, as you guys can see here. But take a look at all the size that's going through at that 228. So definitely there's a bit of a hold on the ask there. Let's see if we can kind of push back through that. Markets are quite strong. There goes the NQ pushing off of 2200. So let's see, a bit of a downtrend off of the pre-market session. I don't know if we're going to hold that or not. I'm just patiently waiting for this to go, or it doesn't. And then we're going to move on to the next trade there, Sean.
Let's go back to Adara.
SMCI here up about 3%. Supermicro last night announcing that they're adding 3 new manufacturing facilities in Silicon Valley and across the globe for some AI growth support. So nice AI headline here for SMCI, already up almost 3%, guys.
All right, so just quickly. We accidentally, I thought I looked down at Tesla, and thank God I didn't even put any shares in, but I thought I looked down at Tesla and it said 184.30, but it was 185.30. So I got out immediately at 185.12 because I was like, oh my God, that's not the right price. And then now we just bought it again. So this is basically the first Tesla trade. We were waiting down there at 184. We just got missed. It went to 184.30, but we do have this bid right here. We are long Tesla right now, 40 cents in the money. I'll take a piece out if it gets back up to 185.50 because again, that's been sort of the recent top, and we're not like super convinced about the position of the market today. So, and I feel like that's been, I mean, remember when the market opened up today and I was like, you know what, Apple's kind of in the middle. I'm not too certain on what we want to do with this market. Well, I think that's been pretty evident right now as it's just doing the same thing it's been doing all pre-market. And that's just kind of just jamming around. So we'll have to wait to see if there is a direct look here at a direction. And until then, I feel pretty confident in what I'm doing and just kind of sitting here and hanging out a bit in some of these names that we like. Good trade there for Obi over in Qualcomm. Let's see if that can pan out. The other name that we wanted to look at was Micron today, and we talked about how clean that was on that 150 break and no dip buy opportunity. So I'm not going to, sort of, wow, okay, Tesla, let's see if we can get going. 50 cents in the money. We are waiting for 185.40. Just got missed. I thought we actually got filled there. We did not. It went to did I not get filled? It went to 185.40. I'm at 185.40. Thought I got filled, but again, stops and drops. So hopefully it comes back up. Come on, should I change it? I don't know. 185.40 will wait. Let's see what GameStop is doing as well. 24 and change. Obi, what's
so
that?
That reserve broke.
I like that.
Reserve broke. Instantly pops. The ask pops up 50 pennies off of the 228 reserve.
So what's up with Apple?
Broke. And then Apple getting slammed down. So I did see the NQ getting a little slap to the downside there. I was like, what's going on? Apple selling off of the similar levels as yesterday here as of right now. So that selling came in and around that 218.60s. And then look at that coming in today. 218.60s come in. And then we slam right back down. So, oh boy, did I miss out on that one there. It came in quite hot. 15 halves is a level I'm interested in as well. So let's see if the bid kind of picks back up there. We did get some aggressive selling into that level, and we did hold that going into the close. So maybe some potential something in the book in and around that 215 half. So I'll be watching that. But yeah, this Qualcomm is going as of right now. Pre-market highs at 230s. Let's see if we can make that. That was quite an aggressive hold on the ask there at that 228s, and we finally did break that. So I like that. Go ahead and bring that back if you can at the 228. So yeah, let's see if that 2200 holds on the NQ. We did kind of slam right back in. Apple quite red right now. Softy as well. Alphabet as well, and Amazon, but Nvidia is the only one that's really kind of holding as of right now. And the spider, oh boy, is the spider kind of pushing up as well. So it might not be some of these tech names that are giving the strength to the ES here on the day. I do have to take a quick look at the map.
Yeah, sure. We can have a look. I know you like to do that. We have $1 in the money right now on Tesla as that starts to really shoot up right there. But yeah, the market's pulling back, and I feel like it's Apple, obviously. I'm not going to be in this for too long. We're long here at 85. I mean, this move down in Apple, we did this yesterday down here into the 20-period moving average. Let's see if Apple can hold here. I'm not sure. We're long at 85, Adara.
If you're looking for some of these small cap or related names here, we do have MBIO on a day two run. Mustang Bio, yesterday this was a penny stock. Now we're getting close to $1.30 here, up almost 70% yesterday. Now seeing some positive data for its blood cancer treatment. Worth noting as well, Mustang Bio is a short float of about 18%. So MBIO on watch, guys.
Why am I not able to punch in this? So we just got, by the way, Apple broke 215.50, so we are out of Apple, and that one just continues to go down. And we talked about it, and Sharif, we were just mentioning it, that there is that selling, that reweighting that's supposed to happen there for the XLK. So if that is a thing, then I mean, I kind of, let me try to buy some more here at 46. I wonder when that's going to be over. And I just don't want to miss the bottom because we are at a decent level here, and I don't want to try to pick it to the exact penny or anything like that. And I feel like that's maybe what I'm trying to do by just getting out, for 40-cent hit there. Might have been a little premature. But all right, so 215. Let's just use 215 then as a solid level. And then, I mean, if it breaks through there, then I feel like I won't be alone. And there'll be a lot of traders that may be fleeing for the exit there. We may even be able to reverse into a short. But there it is, a little bit of a move back upside. Okay, a little bit of a move. All right, we'll take this. Oh yeah. We will take this move back up. We'll fire off a little bit of a hot dog cannon there. As you just saw me sort of go through what I was thinking there with Apple. So nice move back. We did get stopped out there at the bottom, but again, just trying to think through it. Wow. Oh man, damn, that stop out hurt, Daniel, because we had a decent amount there, and we didn't put back as much as we had. So yeah, okay. Good risk management by getting out, I feel like, but we may have picked the bottom. We got back in, but not going to be up on Apple with this. It needs to go a little bit further because we only put back in about a third or so of the risk into this trade that we did wind up losing it. So although we wind up losing that 40 cents, we have to make about $1.20 to make it back, right? And so hopefully that will come through there for Apple and for us. But for right now, Nvidia trying to go as well. We did not average back into that. We should have. We're waiting for 130.80 for that one. Nvidia trying to go. And then, we talked about Coinbase and how I thought that was going to be a little bit of a move down, and it sure was. Down $5 off open, trying to find a base now, Coinbase. Let's go, Nvidia. Maybe we'll take a piece out.
This is crazy. So there's a reserve at that 228. Now there's a reserve on the ask at 229s. It's holding as of right now, and then some size as well that keeps popping in and out at that 230 mark. Again, 230.87 being the pre-market highs, also all-time highs there on Qualcomm. Again, this ticker has a catalyst today, and also pushing all-time high. So a little bit of a confluence stack there. But that was a solid long there, Sean, off of the 215 half. So he kind of grabs that 215 half and then just blasts off over a point there on Apple. So a good trade on that one.
Here goes Nvidia.
And, there goes Nvidia. What is Nvidia doing? Okay, so yeah, pushing for that 132.
Let's go.
Right now. So it seems like we are catching a little bit of a bid. The NQ got slammed down, but then it's also holding. But ES relatively strong as well. There goes Apple into 217 apparently.
Let's go see what Adara has to say. Damn.
Another smaller name making some big moves today. We have Chegg, market cap of around $250 million. Short float of about 17.5%. So notable short float here for CHGG. Sorry, this one trading higher after announcing a restructuring plan, which includes cutting about 23% of its global workforce and closing some of its locations. So CHGG, nice look to the upside. Only green candle since open, guys.
Thanks, Adara. I kind of forgot about Tesla there. We're just bidding it right now, 183.50. Tesla just came in like a hot stick of dynamite right in here. All right, so let's see what happens. We are long at 184.10, man. I don't want to give this one too much more love than where we're at right now. That's 183. I mean, wow. All right. This came in a little quicker than we thought, a little hotter than we thought right here for Tesla. So, all right, I'm just going to have to use 183 then as the out. I mean, we are lucky enough to get, I don't want to do this again, but, we have to get out at some point of some of these trades, right? We're not going to be able to hold these forever. Yesterday, we were lucky enough to get out of Tesla in and around this level on the short before it started to rip up. It was 181.50 or 182 or something like that before the rip up. So here on Tesla, we've already sort of thought 184 would hold. That's where we went in. Now we're not holding at all as we continue to come back. And it's funny that I said, Randy's coming with the red cup today. And I was like, you know what? I'm kind of thinking this could be a little bit of a red day. And it seems like we may exactly be in for that. So let's try to get a little bit more down here on Tesla. But again, a break too much lower than 183, and we will be out of this trade. And if I nail it to the bottom and I get stopped out, and unfortunately that is the bottom, I don't think we're going to get back into Tesla. The momentum on this thing can really shift real quick. So let's just try to hold out that maybe 183 comes into play and we do get a little bit of a bounce back. I didn't hear really any negative stories. Yesterday I was short Tesla because I thought the pay package thing might have been a little bit overdone right there. But here's a nice move back up for Tesla. Come on. All right, we're long at 184. It's at 75 now. So, not okay. Let's go a little bit of a hot dog cannon here as, damn, man, this has been... Shit, no wonder I'm losing hair and have so much gray hair as well right now. I mean, I stress out about these things every damn day. But someone hopefully who's not too stressed out is over at the desk with Adara.
Just keep an eye on AMD here, seeing this story circulate around Twitter that apparently this hacker called Intel Broker is claiming to have breached AMD earlier this month, saying that apparently they're trying to distribute this information online. So potential hack, or at least claims of a hack and an information breach here for advanced micro devices, guys.
Yeah, that's not great right there. But you know what that might be great for, as we are now 70, 80 cents in the money on Nvidia, because, if you're hacking one thing, you might not be hacking the other. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Nvidia. I don't think that story will necessarily reflect them, but we do or affect them. We do have a nice bid down here at 131.20, and we've just been getting out here at the highs. So for me on Nvidia today, it is going to be the number one trade idea on the sticky note, and it's going to be my P&L number one. So that's always nice when that happens. But at the end of the day, we're still waiting for Tesla to go back up. We have the most amount of notional dollars right now in Tesla. This is my biggest trade right here, right now. We've been piecing out of Nvidia. And right here, we're just trying to see if Tesla wants to go. We had it here. That was a good trade. We took the dollar. Remember, we rang that dollar club. So now let's see if it can come back up to the upside. We're long here at 78. We just got some out at 99s right there. Let's see if it goes higher here for Tesla and bring this day back a little bit for us. The big hit was on Apple, as we talked about that, as it came back in. Now it's right back to where it was. So good thing can you believe we have a 216.60 fill there on Apple? So so far so good on that one. Let's just see what winds up happening here as this is trying to come back. Here we go, man. Now we're 50 cents in the money. See, this is the thing about the show. I hope you guys appreciate this. I'm going to tell you the positions I have the most amount of shares on, and I think that's something that I'm getting better at for everybody, because I know that's something that you guys have wanted, because we don't show our P&L. So I'll just tell you that the trades that I'm digging into and the trades that I have the most amount of shares in, and it's generally going to be sticky note names and or brand new ideas that I feel are worth taking. So again, I really appreciate everybody for being here. Let's go Tesla, basically. Obi, your Qualcomm trade seems to be cooking as well.
Yeah, it's kind of it came back into that 228, so that's kind of what I wanted to see. If the bid is really there at that 228, do we kind of support that
Tesla,
hold?
holy
That
shit,
229 had a bit of a reserve. It pops above the reserve by 6 pennies and then slams back down. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, sure, maybe that's a bit of a reason to sell. But again, that 228 was aggressive enough for me to kind of hold on to this and be like, all right, well, we are technically still making higher highs and higher lows on the ticker, and I do want to stay a little bit patient and take the trade for what it is. Let's see if it kind of comes in. We are bidding right back up into that 229 as I speak, so let's see if we can break through that 229.6. Definitely potentially trapping some shorts that got in on that action of the failure to follow through of 229. There's about 300 lots that I'm seeing at that 230 as well, so maybe you want to go grab that lick as well. But that 215.5 on Apple there, Sean, it is holding as of right now, so that's definitely a good look. A bit of a consolidation happening on top of that area, and the NQs kind of ripping right back up as of right now. So let's see what we do with that 2200. 20,200 level on the NQ. But like I mentioned before, a bit of a downtrend coming in off of the morning session on the NQs. We were quite aggressively strong yesterday, so a little bit of a breather may be in store, but we shall see. Some of the other names I'm watching, yeah, AMD selling off as well. ARM I've been watching as well. ARM has been pushing for its highs as well, back up to 160s. That 120 area was definitely interesting on that one. And something of note, Intel, Sean, has been pretty strong as well. It was very strong yesterday, and then today as well, kind of pushing up past that 31 mark on Intel. So some decent movers in the tech sector. TSM as well, some strength. So yeah, a little distinctly different from some of these other names here. Softy to the downside, Amazon, Alphabet, and Apple to the downside as well. Nvidia holding its gains. Spider still holding as well. I'm looking for that 550 on the Spider if it can come in. Those all-time highs on the Spider are definitely interesting as well. It wasn't too long ago that we were in and around that 400, and now we're testing that 550 there, Sean. So markets do only go up, apparently.
Yes, except for when they go down, and they often go down like an elevator. Yep. And today, I don't see too much elevator action. We were so, you know what? Whatever, man. Look, I'm tired of, like, we sit here and we say, like, oh my God, there goes Tesla. But I mean, this is what trading's all about. You know, you have to put your money into spots where you think you can get it out at a reasonable return. So for Tesla to be now $1.55 in the money right now, we talked about, we like this name. We liked it down here at 184. It's a sticky note name, and there it goes, man. $1. Look what we're doing right now. We're $1 in the money on Nvidia, right? There it goes, ripped up to the upside again. Take some more out at this high. We will try 132.50 on that. Apple, bang. I mean, we already got that. We're not reloading this one. Something seems wrong with it. So we'll just hold on to Tesla. I mean, is Tesla going to break 185 or what? I mean, I really like this one. Shout out to Adam DeLuz in the chat as well, as he is not delosing at all if you are long right now on Tesla. And then Nvidia. So look at this, man. Back-to-back jacks right now. We've got Tesla. We've got Nvidia. Both are Dollar Club members. Apple, we've already touched $1, but we are red on Apple. So that was a little bit of a surprise. Crypto, obviously going to be talked about as well. But right now, over to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye on Chewy here, CHWY. Not seeing any news on this, but this one's pushing day's highs, up about 8% on pretty decent volume, 4.2% short float. So keep an eye on CHWY. I'll let you guys know if I say anything news related on this name, guys.
All right. Yeah, Chewy. That's an interesting name. You have a pet cat.
I have 2 pet cats.
And what's up with them? Are they how are they doing?
They're good. They're not too bad. A little. One I'm pretty sure is like in spirit. She's a dog because she fetches. Aww. She I'm pretty sure she's like imprinted on me. She follows me everywhere. but definitely has, I guess, canine-like characteristics. She grew up with a dog. When we got her, when she was a kid, and she was one of her buddies was like this really tall greyhound. So I think she might get some behavior from that. But no, they're doing well. But speaking of chewy, this market's really getting chewed up here to the downside. That 2020 or 20,200 gets pushed right back down. What's going on?
Nvidia just broke 132. Keep going, but we're long more 132s on Nvidia. This is the hot dog cannon call again from the day, man. We're long already Nvidia 131. We just added to it at 132.50. Obi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so Nvidia pushing past prior days consolidation highs, like end of day consolidation highs there. So yeah, it seems like Nvidia is the only one that is a little distinctly different from the other Mag 7 that I am watching. Everything else is selling to the downside. 215 coming in on Apple. So yeah, I guess I was shorting all the right prices, but just not at the right time. Yeah, yesterday, as pretty much anything and everything above 215, I was like, this is doing this on low volume. And it was quite interesting as well. But strong flush off of the same places that we've been selling off of since that test of 220 on Apple, that 215 coming right back in. But yeah, Nvidia to the upside, Nvidia quite strong, that 133 coming in. But I just want to point out here, going up to a higher time frame on the 15-minute, every time we have kind of attempted a push towards these all-time highs. We have gotten some aggressive selling back down, and today is proving to be more of the same there. That 218.95 comes in, and oh boy, do we sell off to that 215. So 215, 212.67, 212.70s is prior day's lows on Apple. Let's see how far we can get on this fade back down. Maybe a reversion in store on this one, but again, I don't want to be fighting the trend too much on this. I'll wait for the bid to potentially step back up. Let's see if it kind of catches up with Nvidia. But that 215 gets slammed right through, and okay, a little bit of a rebid. We are still trading around that 215 here on Apple, as you guys can see on the tape right here.
By the way, Tesla was $1. With inflation, it's now $2.
Wow. Okay,
This
really
is an inflation trade. So there it goes, man. Tesla just rips through that level, and wow, what a trade that appears to be for Tesla shareholders as well. And look what Nvidia is doing. Oh no, Obi, why did we write down 132.50 long? Why did we write that down? There it goes, man. It's a nice move to the upside here for Nvidia, and I just want to talk about the sticky note. We were going to be wrong on Apple. It's not even on the sticky note, first of all. There's Tesla 184. That's now $2 in the money. Nvidia 132.50, now almost $1 in the money on that play as well. It's another big one there. Go follow me at Trader TV, Sean, the sticky note. It's just so funny that we've lost everything, not lost everything, we're up today, pretty good. It's just our biggest hit was Apple trying to find these bottoms, and we did get that there. We just tried at 215 and then it lost it, and we punched out almost immediately, but still an L there for that one. But Tesla, we just took a piece out. So right now, we have about 30% left, maybe a little bit less, but let's call it 25% left of Tesla. Let's see if it wants to continue to go up. I mean, the NASDAQ, we sit here every day and talk about its resilience. Let's see if that is true or not for that. And by the way,
yes, sir.
Nvidia. I mean, there's the first long at 131. There's the second long at 132. There's the outs up here at 133.20. So, so far so good here for Nvidia. Nvidia will be, well, Nvidia now, oh, damn, man, now we're really going. Nvidia now will be my P&L number one. Big trade alert on Nvidia. Google is going to VWAP, people saying. You're still on Qualcomm?
I'm still on Qualcomm.
You know what I want to tell you there?
Aggressive selling. So the 229 broke finally. So it did. There was a reserve on the ask at 229. It broke, goes about 30, 40 pennies, and then gets slammed right back down for about a point. And I'm like, oh boy, is that bid gonna hold? It holds. It rebids back through that 229. So definitely chopping up players. Here comes a 230 on Qualcomm, and 230 blasts right through like butter, so wasn't really much size there. And here comes the pre-market highs on Qualcomm, 230.87, so about 40 pennies away from that. The spread on this one is a little wide there, but the spread comes in, closes in, and kind of pulls back out. So a little bit of accordion action on that spread on Qualcomm. But the bigger picture move, I think, is still kind of there. If you're getting chopped up by that spread, Oh boy, I don't know about that one. But that 215 finally cracks on Apple there. That 230 is testing on Qualcomm. Let's see what else is going on. What are some of the?
We got to go to
tickers?
Adara for numbers. So let's go to Adara. We'll get back and talk about that.
Just waiting for business inventories and retail inventories ex-auto month over month. These are both going to be for the month of April, and the retail number has actually revised. So business inventory is coming exactly in line with expectations here. 0.3% versus 0.3 expected, slightly higher than the previous of -0.1. Industrial, that was 9:15. We got industrial production. We're just waiting here for these retail inventories ex-autos revised for April. But yeah, business inventory is coming exactly in line with expectations here. S&P 500 not reacting too much to this number, at least right now. Still pretty much flat on the day. A lot of the day is going to continue to be stories we've seen. Nvidia staying strong here, Apple staying on watch since the WWDC event, and chips staying strong. One of these chip names, particularly of note right now, is going to be Micron here at day's highs, up 5.5%, getting another slew of price target increases, including from Wedbush, Stifel, and BofA Global Research, adding it to its Global One list of top-rated buy stocks. So great look for MU heading into its earnings next Wednesday. We also have your Boeing continuing to the downside, currently down about 2%. This report here coming from Bloomberg from this Senate hearing saying that whistleblower said that Boeing lost track of up to 400 quote-unquote bad parts for its 737. So some more quality concern issues with the 737 for BA, down about 2%. A lot of the same stories we're seeing again today, guys.
All right, yeah, thank you, Ms. Adara, for sure on that one. Okay, so just a few things. So Tesla's come back in. I mean, we talked about having 20% left. We just got more. So we just got more down here at 184. I mean, I still like the name. Our stop orders are still in here, but it's not until it breaks 183. So, I mean, maybe we need to stop thinking so aggressively long because the market does not want to go up. I mean, it just tried, tried to break view up, then that number came out, and then we got squashed. So we did have a nice move off of 20,150 there, back up about 50 handles, and then hit at 2020. So we'll wait to see 2,200. We'll wait to see what happens here now with this one. I'm still pretty comfortable with it. We're not loaded up into Tesla yet. We are going to change our philosophy on how we trade, and we've talked about that again, and that is that let's not just layer into things. Let's be patient, and then if we get it, we get it. If we don't, then we walk away with the net that we have, which right now is perfectly fine. And so we're happy with the way we're trading today. Nvidia is still 70 cents in the money, and again, it's all the way up. And this one is really from there, 131.20. We just added to it. A lot of the times I get questions, Sean, why are you not adding to your winners? And I say, valid question. So let's figure that out. So that's something that we've studied a little bit, and that is that we add to our losers until we get stopped out, which creates epic, disastrous trades. That's not the way to do it, Obi.
No.
If I could advise you. Oh, you know what I wanted to sort of give you a little bit of shit for?
What's up?
That's a great trade.
Thanks.
But you should have just loaded into that trade. And I know your share size is going to be your thing, and you do have a lot of shares. It's all good. But I just think that when you're that confident, because you've been talking about how much you love that position, and I just want to say this is something that I did with Adara as well, is that it's time to shine.
Yes.
Because right now the light is on you, my friend, and you're hitting some great winners. I've been watching you over the last couple of days, and then now you're sitting right here, and I can see it firsthand. So congratulations, Obi. The runway is quite extended out for you, my guy. Just make sure you're not riding in that Boeing.
Yeah, with the fake titanium and
something like that.
Yeah, interesting things going on there. But yeah, thanks, Sean. I do have to get a little bit better with the confidence there. But yeah, there were a couple places to definitely add to this trade for that 230 push, and there goes the 230 as of right now. So we are kind of pushing up, holding view up as well. Again, catalyst, all-time highs, strong trend. We've been seeing what's happening with some of these tech names here. But yeah, a little lucky as well. Again, I don't know what the ticker is going to do. I'm just trying to listen to the chart. Stop saying lucky. Just trying to listen to the chart and price action and have them tell me what to do there. Apple though, holding that 215. But no, I do think there's a little bit of luck involved there, Sean. So,
yeah. But I'm saying it's about the Freedom and Wealth podcast one more time here. If you're gonna look, but I'm being serious, obviously, because we're doing another one of those today. We had our best podcast last one. So go check it out if you haven't yet. No, it's not that you're talking negatively or anything like that, but it's like you gotta think more positively.
Yes.
You said, oh, lucky, but I'm just saying, lucky, you found the trade. You dug for the trade. You have one trade on, and I just hashtagged real trading. Okay, you have one trade on that.
One good trade. Shout out.
Forget about those shout-outs. But no, that was the only book that I've actually listened to trading-wise in probably 20 years. So the one thing here is that you put the trade on and it's there. You found that trade. If you put on 10 trades and you won on 6 and lost on 4, then you're kind of like, okay, that was pretty lucky. You got out of it. You know, you're in there by the skin of your teeth. Maybe you're having a good day, maybe you're not. But the fact that you went 1 for 1, you know, that on an opportunity that you're still holding, I think that that's much more than luck. I think that you've analyzed it. We had Qualcomm on the watch list. You played a name with a catalyst. You analyzed it for everybody pre-market, and that's why Obi, you know, is where he is. And we talked about that over and over again, man. I said to you, not only were you staying late analyzing things, but that's why you stay late to do these things, is so that you could say, hey, this is a pattern that I like. Next time I see it, it's all aboard. You know, and that's why I'm telling you, you nailed it. And you know what? You know what's going to happen is that exactly what we just said. You got to get those negative thoughts out of there. Yeah. You know, because you can't think the next trade is going to do something different. You got to think about it as in, it's a setup that I like. Let's ride. So great trade there, Obi. Very, very happy for you and for everybody to be able to witness this kind of stuff as well live here on the show. All right, so Tesla there, 184.50. We're long at 183.85. So even though we just averaged into it, I will take something out here because our last average in on Tesla was at 15s. So if we can get something out kind of where we're stopping here around the 40s, we should probably do a little bit of that. And then Nvidia here is still at highs, and we've been taking it out. So we'll have a good day over here today. Our P&L is kind of, I liked it to be a little bit higher, but we did. It's still a good day. We're up today, but we did get hit on Apple. So, you know, we can talk about our winners, but I do think it's obvious to also discuss your losers because without that, then you won't be able to properly analyze, you know, your ratios. So
yeah, no, I think again, thank you for that, Sean. I think assessing your losers is probably the number one priority. Yeah, you got to look at your winners too and what you were doing, but the losers is what you learn the most from, right? So it's like, okay, what do you? I think one of the biggest things that I've learned in my trading journey is nobody really knows what the market is going to do with any sort of real confidence, but over time we can kind of figure out what not to do,
right?
And that can start to point the compass in a relatively in the relative right direction there. And so yeah, I'm still trying to get better with what not to do in my trading. Like for example, yesterday getting a little too anchored to the short bias there. At prices bidding up on relatively low volume. I think it was doing less than 0.8 RVol, and I was like, all right, well, I'm trying to short this, but maybe it was a bigger picture idea as all those prices sell off at the end of the day and coming into today as well. But I have no idea. That 214.44 holding as of right now on Apple. I am looking for a potential bid, and it seems like it might be here off of that 214. But I do want to stay a little cognizant of the overall trend on the day, which is to the downside. We did break up. So 2 15-minute candles red. But before that, we're going to pass it over to Dara.
Some mixed comments here coming through from Fed's Barkin, who began speaking at 10 a.m., saying that we are apparently on the backside of inflation, clearly on the backside of inflation. However, quote, it's hard to know how much signals to take from the inflation last year or this quarter or the last couple of weeks. So basically, Fed's Barkin saying that lots of mixed inflation signals coming in the last fairly extended period of time, but it seems like we are on the backside of inflation currently. So mixed sentiment from Fed's Barkin, guys.
Okay, yeah, like honestly, these Fed people, this Fed speak needs to really start to speak a little bit more clear. Like mixed signals, Yeah, actually, I am fed up. Yeah, you're right, Fabian. I am fed up with the Fed. No, but I mean, just honestly, it's just like mixed signals, inflation data, this and that. Jerome Powell already said he had the CPI data before they made that policy discussion there, and that they were looking at basically 1 to 0 rate hikes, rate cuts, this year, and then the market pricing in 2 or 3. So the market doesn't believe the Fed as it is, so I don't know really, where we're going with all of that. But at the end of the day, man, we just trade what's in front of us. So we'll wait. The market trying to figure itself out right now. I mean, regardless of what was happening there, we are still flat on the day, both in the ES and on the NASDAQ, relatively flat. I mean, this is what the ES looks like. Here's the open. So I guess we're up on the ES more significantly than the NASDAQ, with the open being right here. Pretty much a dead flat day so far, but that doesn't mean that for stocks. And you brought to my attention, which is a little sore subject here, because Apple, no, I'm just joking around about it, but Apple right now, right back up to the point where we could have lost absolutely nothing on this name. And as Apple continues to go up, Tesla falling back in a little bit here. So we will try to get some more shares of Tesla. I think even right here, we can start to just nibble in. But the bigger trade, if we're going to be wrong, is a breakthrough 183. So we want to get a few more shares closer to that 183 level. So we'll figure that all out, and we'll get over to that, when we get a chance. And right now, Obi and I just dealing with the shares that we do have coming back in. FSRN, just quickly, and I'll throw it back to you, Obi. Just Fisker here, 72 million shares. We are unable to trade this. Anything under $1 here at Real Trading is blocked for us, and anything that does less than 50,000 shares on average per day is also blocked. This is 80 million, so it's the $1 thing that's affected, because we just can't get stuck long, and the next thing you know, this thing is zero, and nothing you can do about it. So anyways, Obi, that's what we're doing. We did average back into Tesla right here, and we still are in Nvidia, but we've been getting out as that continues to highs. Nvidia's up 2%, Obi.
Nvidia's
it's very similar to that Qualcomm.
Yeah, I'm watching that Nvidia. It is very, very strong, and some other tech names, some semiconductors that are very, very strong on the day. TSM pushing for its high of days right here. So let me just pull up the charts as I'm talking about them. Take a look at TSM. Oh boy, is this one worthy of a long.
Again, eh?
179 to 184 on the day there on TSM. SMCI as well, blasting to the upside. 927.74 is the high. Prior day highs right here as well. So let's see if we kind of continue. The NQs bidding right back up. So we got an acceleration through that 2020, that 2200 there on the NQs, and then the ES as well, kind of bidding right back up, holding some of this consolidation from the morning session on the ES as well. So let's see what we got in store. A lot of these names very strong. And again, something else I'm watching is SMH. SMH also pushing for. I'm pretty sure these are all-time highs on SMH, and it is continuing to push. So maybe a little bit of a better vehicle there if I'm looking to push long into something there, as it is again a little bit more I guess stable, a little bit more liquid, a little less volatile as well. But yeah, no, SMH very, very strong. I don't necessarily. I should probably know the constituents of SMH. But,
Nvidia.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure there's some Nvidia in there for sure.
No, it is. It's Nvidia, TSM. I think are the top two, and then you can look it up. Yeah, why don't you take a quick look, and we'll tell the viewers what exactly that is. And meanwhile, we are now in basically our second iteration of the dollar club for Nvidia, because there it goes, breaking through our sticky note posted level of 132.50. So as Obi was mentioning, one good trade. I feel like this is one good trade right here as it continues its move higher for NVDA. So there it goes, man. I mean, we had one good trade down here at 131, and then we added to the trade, breaking through 132.50. And again, you can find all these ideas, and the sticky note has been really hot, and it's been really helping me. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, despite getting smoked on Apple there. Oh, thanks, Henry Chung. He retweeted this. Thank you, Henry, for doing that. But here we go, man. Nvidia long, Tesla long. We're both in those plays. They're both been great. Let's go have a quick look at GME, because that's also on here at $23. We haven't actually looked at GME today too much. We looked at it right off the jump. Okay. Damn, you're supposed to say. You don't know that?
No,
Yeah, that's all good. All right, 2350, 2360 right here coming into play. So we were at, I'm just looking at my bid right now, it's 23 and a quarter. So I was sitting down there for that. We'll see if it can come back in for GME right now. Kind of just barcoding, which is fine. I mean, you know, again, without kind of a catalyst here, we all know what's happening with GameStop. Let's wait to see wow. Nvidia is really skyrocketing the net over here. You know what happens with Nvidia? You sell shares, and then I said this the other day, and then immediately you're like, what have I just done? How do I get back in? And I feel like that's maybe what's happening right here with some people that have been selling off said shares because Nvidia continues to rock higher. And again, like, where is this even coming from? Every single day, Nvidia gets that bump. And I want to say shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe, who tweeted at us, super chatted $10. It was asking about the Qs and the constituents. Well, how does that look today? I mean, yesterday we talked about 131 for Nvidia holding. Now today it's 134. Looks like it wants to go higher. The only one that's a little bit of a bothersome today would be Apple, but the NASDAQ still holding well against Apple weakness. So we'll look to fade Apple, but honestly, man, here comes Tesla. Look, we just rebought that one. You can see where we're long again. We're 40 cents in the money. Let's take a piece out again as we can't seem to get past this level. So we've just been getting a bunch out here at 184.40. Did we just get filled again? No, we're still at 40s. We'll see if we can get that. And then after that, we'll look for VWAP, and then we'll look higher on Tesla. And we are still trying to bottom pick a little bit. But does this market feel weak to you?
Not really. It's kind of like consolidating sideways.
This.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
What do I know? But I did find out some of the constituents of SMH, so we can quickly go through those there. So here we go. Nvidia,
of course.
Yeah, Nvidia coming in at 23.3%. TSM coming in at number 2, 12%. So a significant difference between those. AVGO, Qualcomm, hello. TXN, interesting. ASML, Micron is up there as well today on the board. And then AMAD, LRCX, and ADI. Some of the top, 6, 9, 10, so the top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I should just read that instead of counting. Top 10 holdings right there, holding about almost 74%, just above 74% of total assets in the SMH semiconductor ETF there. And yeah, 100% tech, of course. But yeah, Nvidia, TSM, and AVGO. I know AVGO has been pushing quite aggressively over the past few days. Someone in the chat was mentioning Dell 150. So 150 on Dell did come in, popped about 40 pennies, and then pulled right back into that 150. So Dell is quite strong as well on the day as of right now. But AVGO, I know that one's been pushing all-time highs there over the past few days, and nice little pullback as of right now. But you can take a look at SMH. That pullback on AVGO has not really affected this name. This is what I'm talking about here. The fact that Nvidia is super strong, again, coming in at about 24% of the weighted constituents there. I'm pretty sure that's one of the main things that's holding this up. Obviously, Qualcomm as well, and then Micron as well. So a few of the top constituents in the SMH holding it up into all-time highs as of right now. Micron still hasn't really pulled back that significantly, and is holding those highs. That pre-market high at that 153, pushing almost above 3 points there, trading up to 156.70 day high on Micron. So definitely an interesting look there. Very strong tickers off of the open. Let's see what we do. But yeah, I have no idea what the market is going to do, but we are kind of chopping and churning in and around some of these levels. That 2,200 on 20,200 on the NQ seems like an interesting price as we keep on kind of holding, chopping and churning in and around those prices. Softy potentially going sideways as of right now. Apple holding that 214.44 as of right now. That 215 definitely a little interesting on the day. Amazon, oh boy, did that come right back up? I was not watching that one. Amazon all the way back, all the way up. Retracing all of that move, V-shaped recovery, pushing for day highs there on Amazon. 184 is coming in, so 185 was prior day highs there on Amazon, and it is attempting to push right back up towards some of those levels as Qualcomm is coming right back in here into some of these opening range prices here. So maybe that's all she wrote on that one, but we shall see. NQs and the ES kind of pulling right back in. So like I said, that 20,200, very, very interesting as we keep on chopping and churning in and around that level. We accelerated through it. Now we kind of broke back down and we kind of accelerate back down through it. So let's see if we do a little bit of an orbit. What's going on?
Oh, man. I don't know if GameStop just got the upgrade or what, but there goes GameStop. Ooh. Congratulations, anybody that was buying those dips. I mean, we had talked about wanting to get into those dips, and we had just missed it by 30 cents. We sort of went over that. A little silly of me to do that. I mean, normally we're waiting in and around 50s. If I like that level a little bit better, we could have been into this one, but here goes GameStop a little bit up to 25, so 25.50 top, 25.30 top wick right there. So watch out for GameStop. Volume obviously starting to pick up now in GME. All right, wow, thank you, Randy, for that rate on target with that coffee. I've sort of gone red today now in the market, not net-wise, but just thinking that the market's gonna start to head to the downside. We've been buying Tesla. We had great trades on Tesla. It's actually gonna be my number 2 stock, but right here, it's falling back in as Tesla right now trying to break back through 183. But it's been a good move there. We had a good move yesterday, Randy. I had heard that, I don't know if it was their long-range Model 3 or whatever, but there's a new EV credit of $7,500 or something in the United States. Yeah, I saw, I'm gonna have to look that up, or at least a rumor of it or something like that, and that their car, the price would come in at that level to qualify. So anyways, it's still down 2%, but right now Tesla's still going to the downside, but I like the long here off of 183. So we'll wait to see if it can hold, but so far so good. How's your day going? Weather outside?
Sunny now.
Sunny now, all right.
All right.
Did you ever watch that show, Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Yeah, that's the one, yeah, you keep talking about that, Fabian, and that's the one that, you seen it, you guys? No? Okay, so we'll pass on that, because I haven't seen it either, so, but that, is it on Crave or HBO? Is it an HBO show? It's a Disney show.
Okay.
Oh, well, good. Thankfully, we have Disney Plus. Like, that scene came in, renew for $139. I'm like, no, and my wife's like, yes. All right, we'll talk about all this. Barking still yappy, so we'll figure this out when we get back from Madeira at the green screen.
IWM just barely crossed here into positive territory, basically flat on the day, hanging out just above this $200 level right now. Nice recovery yesterday, pushing back into 200. So right now, just chopping and turning around that level still. We have quite a few small cap movers today, including Reliance Global. This is a penny stock here, up over 300%. Announcing that they've acquired Spetner Associates, with this acquisition expected to close in the second half of 2024. So great look for RELI here. We also have Comtech, mentioned this one earlier as well, CMTL. This one trying to make a bit of a bounce here, up about 80%. And now it's like a new $220 million credit facility, given that the company's market cap is around $61 million. Nice look here for CMTL. We also have, last but not least, CHGG Chegg. This one drifting a little lower here, but still on watch, up about 14%, announcing a restructuring plan, which includes laying off about 23% of its workforce. So, okay, look here still for CHGG on the NY. Quite a few names running around here, guys.
So I just want to say to Chef Joe before we move on, thank you. First of all, thank you, Donnie Zimbabwe. I mean, I really appreciate that. He took the advice there, sold the Q's call, and now is just laughing. So, I mean, again, we'll give some advice here. It's not financial advice. Anybody stretching the imagination, I'm not certified to do that. But if you're going to ask me for trade advice, I can give that to you for sure. And I thought that was maybe a little bit overdone on the Qs, and we did talk about it. So any decision you guys make, congratulations either way. Me and Obi will often, go long, go short, switch up our minds all the time. So we are day traders, and a great call there by Donnie Zimbabwe. And then Chef Joe does. I don't know if I can't believe I might have got one up on Randy here. How did he not know about this? The Model 3 long range now qualifies for the $7,500 rebate. Like, that's a huge rebate.
Yeah.
So if you're already, and I think it's coming in now at $39.9 hot, something like that. So, I mean, that's a real good price. Obviously here in Canada, our dollar is 35% depreciated against the US dollar. So probably 50 and change here for the long range Model 3. I mean, that sounds good to me. But anyways, Tesla, regardless of what the stock is doing, we have to trade it. And right now, it's coming back in just a little bit. This is where we're long. We did not buy the 50s. I should have. So let me put a little bit of a bid down there now that we've held a couple times. I'm still waiting to put more on in the 30s. Hopefully that will come in. And then we'll use 183 as the bottom. And if we have to stop out, we have to stop out. We will not even go close to going red on this. We're playing with, so far capital from the market. So good to go on there. Well, we won't give back what we've made on Tesla, but we are still looking for that. Apple's still dancing around. And if there's any other names that anybody wants us to go over, Obi is still in Qualcomm. So Coinbase does come up to that 240 and change. Bitcoin not doing anything right now, 65. Ethereum 34, that's not the greatest, obviously, for those of you that hold Ethereum, such as myself and as all of us, because we've seen 38, 39 recently. So a nice little pullback there. And then obviously Bitcoin, we are hovering around 70, 71 for a minute. Wow, you sounded like you just aged like 40 years there, Fabian. That was a little, what's up with Adara?
Just be aware of Dollar Tree here, guys. Not a lot of volume, but this one pushing a little bit lower. The FDA apparently saying that they issued a warning letter to Dollar Tree for its stores apparently continuing to carry an apple cinnamon puree pouch that has been, quote, adulterated. So I guess some concerns here with this apple cinnamon fruit puree pouch carried by Dollar Tree. DLTR dripping a little bit lower here. FDA warning, guys.
Wow, that's crazy because my wife just messaged me and she said, please go to Dollar Tree and get apple cinnamon puree or whatever that was. And now I guess I don't have to get that now. So thanks, Adara. I mean, that was a good one there.
Back to that Tesla.
Yeah.
I think they have been having some good deals because I know my sister just recently got one. She lives in Chicago, so they got a Model Y.
It's cheap, right?
Just a couple. Yeah, it's like what when they first came out, they were like 80, 90 grand.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think she got a pretty decent deal on one from Tesla. They're about coming in at like
was it used
50,
or
60.
was it brand new?
No, it was new.
Right off the lot. Okay.
Yeah. It's coming
Good
in
for
like
her,
after like some rebates and some deals. It came up to like 50 something. Which is absolutely.
And that one is a 5-seater, or is that the one you could have the optional 7 in the back?
It's I think they got a 2-door 5-seater.
Okay, yeah. I like that car. Yeah. Chef Joe's a big fan of.
I like the Model Y.
Tesla
it's not bad.
in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really thought software as a service for Tesla was going to be important once they made the full self-drive a monthly subscription.
Okay.
So I think that's a really good sort of tailwind for them because the market values subscription-based, quite nice service revenues. So Tesla again. I think Tesla's fine. We just got another piece out, so we'll go bang for that. But we'll now wait to see. I wish we still have a piece. There's no doubt about that. We still have a decent piece, but I don't know, man. I'm losing a little bit of patience with this. So, all right, we'll just continue to watch it right now, Tesla and the stock. So hopefully we get higher. We are going to reload this at 50 because we just got out there, so we can actually reload it now and not worry too much about sort of that. So we'll wait for that. Tesla's still trying to go higher. Is it a dark pool wick? 195. 195. Date June 10th. Yeah, I mean, that did. If for Mr. Westermeyer, I mean, I didn't see 195 Nvidia. I mean,
we were talking about that 200. You definitely won on that one. That
me? Well, no, I actually kind of switched over with you. I thought Tesla had a chance there that one time when it was going, and then I thought that if WWDC was a non-event, which clearly was not.
Definitely was an event.
then we could have got. So basically, Apple had the tale of two choices there, right? I mean, it either delivered. And it did with Apple AI. I mean, it gave people what they wanted. It gave people the idea that it was only going to be attached to the refresh cycle. So you need to get the 15 Pro or the 16. I thought that was pretty wild of them to do that.
Very Apple.
And then again, just with no negativity coming from it, I feel like if they jack up the price, like we haven't heard the pricing of the 16, or maybe we have. I feel like if that is way up there, then maybe that could turn some people off. I don't believe any numbers ever that come out of China. So if we hear that iPhone is not selling well in China, I'm buying that day. And then after that, though, I just don't see anything yet. The only thing that I was nervous about was their PE for Apple. So I thought it was around 30, 31 right now. I'll double check that, but that's where I thought we were lying. So that was a little bit worrisome to me because historically that has not been the case for Apple. So let me just check out their PE here. If I can ever find it, it'll be in here somewhere. There it is right there. Yeah, so there it is right there. See? 29 right now. Historically, I don't know what their historical PE is, but it's not 29. So that would be a little bit overvalued right now for Apple. But hey, you pay for growth and you pay to be in the name. And Apple should have a premium on it. They have a 110 billion share buyback program.
Yeah.
You know, so dollars, not shares, buyback program. So you'll see that hitting the name over and over again. And on any rebalancing, I feel like Apple will just buy back their own shares and say thank you for rebalancing us. But anyways, Nvidia almost dips back into the 50 period. I think that's a buy down there at 132.50.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting there that all that strength comes in off the WWDC event, and yeah, Apple Intelligence definitely being an interesting part of that whole spiel. It should be interesting to going forward. People are talking about, like, there's a lot of hype about, like, is this going to be the new super cycle since they're kind of restricting this new technology to only their new products. But yeah, it should be interesting going forward. Apple has definitely caught a very strong bid coming off of that. It was interesting. Monday was the event. Monday does nothing in terms of price action. A little bit of a sell the news event. And then Tuesday, it really comes in, breaking past some of those reference prices off the event and really blasting off and then consolidating for 2 days. And then we got another leg up yesterday, or which might be just the beginning of another leg up. But yeah, if you kind of compress that chart, maybe potentially looking like a little bit of a 3-bar where you have a leg for 2 days, consolidate for 2 days, and then maybe a little bit more continuation there. But as of right now, we are pulling back off of some of those levels. So I'm going to stay patient. We are sideways on top of this 215 as of right now. So I'm going to stay a little bit more patient there. And Q, again, we talk about this level being a little interesting, and we keep on chopping and churning in and around here. Qualcomm still going still going sideways on Qualcomm as of right now. This VWAP very interesting. That 228 was a nice little level right off of the open, and we've held that as of right now. But yeah, I'm just kind of patiently waiting to see whether or not this trade will come into fruition. The ATR on Qualcomm is just above. I think I was just looking at the ATR on Apple is about 4 points as of right now, and we did that already. And Qualcomm right here, checking on the Viz, is 6.15 on the Qualcomm. So we haven't necessarily done anywhere near one ATR off of the open. Of course, we've done it off of prior day's close for sure. But yeah, no, just looking for that off of that potential opening price. But that 215, I'm going to be watching that one. But for now, we're going to pass it back to Dara.
Yeah, time to look at some crypto stories today, including this story. It actually came out a little bit at midday yesterday, but the SEC's crypto enforcer, David Hirsch, apparently leaving his position. He's worked at the SEC for 9 years, this according to his LinkedIn page. Why this is interesting is because David Hirsch was actually responsible for leading the charge against these DeFi, decentralized finance, and cryptocurrency exchanges. So we'll have to see how the SEC's crypto front continues with David Hirsch now stepping down. This could be an interesting look here for the SEC and its ongoing snafus with regards to the world of crypto. We have Bitcoin as well pushing below, at one point touching below these more than 1 month lows for BTC, continuing on its downward trend here, making a pretty big move down, touching 64,000. Right now, they're recovering by about 1,000 points here, up around that 65,000 level. Ethereum also touching apparently near 1 month lows, just above that 3,400 level, down almost 3%. And the general theme for crypto today is going to be weakness across the board. Shiba Inu and Dogecoin down about 10% each. Ripple down about 5%. Cardano down about 7%. Solana down about 4%. BNB and faring slightly better here, down just about 3%. But generally, weakness across the board, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Adara, for that one. Yeah, crypto's a funny one today. We talked about it breaking through that level there. We wanted to look at Coinbase, and Coinbase has actually held out pretty good today as crypto actually is coming to bounce back. So I'm not going to short the 242. We did have 242 written down there, but I feel like right now we're trying to hold that 65, so it might even be a breakout long, and it was just one of the levels here that I just kind of saw this dark pool at 8 o'clock and wasn't really certain about what was going on. So I thought $2 higher into the closing yesterday of $2 could give us about a 1-to-1. But I don't, with what crypto's doing right now, I'm going to try to maybe pass a little bit on that one. We did get that Tesla fill at 56 or what was it, 60s actually. So now we'll wait to see if Tesla wants to go back up to the upside here. I'm waiting at O's again, so 184. So if we could just take it, and I just want everybody to note, like, okay, you know what, just went to 90, I'll take it out here. you could trade the way you're gonna trade, but like I just bought it and we just took right there again, Obi, another 40 cents.
Another one.
Yeah, sorry, another 35 cents. Yeah, you want the DJ call it? Okay. Let's do that one if I can find it. Here it is right here, another one. So that's another one on Tesla. So just scalping it out here. If it blows up, we still have big position on. We just got out of 10% there. We'll see if it can go, not a big position, but we'll see if it can go back there to the upside. So we did see a super chat there, Obi. What do you want to talk about?
Sure. So shout out to D. Westermeyer for the super chat saying, can you look at the Nvidia daily? My TOS is off, LOL. Okay, no worries. All right, so daily on the Nvidia right here. So you can see how strong we have been, especially post earnings. So volume on the daily, relatively stable. You have incremental spikes, but post earnings we have been kind of fading off in terms of volume. We also had the 10-to-1 split on was it last Monday, June 10th. But you can see a little bit of a gap off of the earnings report, and then you kind of you pull back in. The pullback a little distinct there as it pulls right back into that anchored VWAP that's anchored to the earnings volume, and then that bid kind of catches right back on for a continued push. And I drew this in earlier this morning, a little bit of a trend kind of holding off of that anchored as well in some of these prior lows, and we continue to make higher highs and higher lows on the Nvidia. So yeah, you take a look at the daily here. These are all-time highs, kind of a triple top-ish, 133.73s. But I think this candle was quite bullish there. And then coming in the next day, we did break through that 130 after churning a significant amount of volume at that 129. And then we've kind of held those levels, and we're building up into some of these highs here on Nvidia on the daily here. But again, something to note is that post earnings volume has been kind of dwindling down. It is something definitely to behold here with the strength in the AI sector, and Nvidia definitely leading the way. We were talking about this for a few times here. During a gold rush, they're the ones selling the shovels. So definitely want to be in that business while everybody kind of scurries to the whole AI hype and tries to do really good at it. Funny thing was it. I think it was Tim Cook saying that on Apple Intelligence. He was like, "Yeah, we don't necessarily want to be the first to the latest technology, but we do want to be the best at it." So let's see what Apple does with Apple Intelligence. But I think what was funny that counter from Elon being like, "Okay, if you're going to integrate AI into your OS, that's no more phones in our facilities," because you can imagine what can potentially be done if with that information in hand, right? And especially with AI doing most of the grunt work. When it comes to I guess a lot of different things these days. I know a lot of friends
worried about
using
security, wasn't
it?
Yeah,
security reasons, right? It's like it's definitely a very valid point there. But again, I feel like these changes may need to happen as AI becomes more and more integrated into our environment, right? Into the tech.
No, I agree. I mean, I thought that was a little bit of a dramatic stance there, but I mean, I could. I'm sure there's a way to justify that and not just like hating on Apple and stuff like that, because I know he was developing Grok and he's just put all that money into XAI. So I just wonder if there was a little bit of pushback there because of his sort of affiliation with OpenAI and that they chose them and Sam Altman and all that kind of stuff. So we'll wait for that story to continue to develop, obviously, as we have no choice but to wait. So we'll see what happens there with Tesla and Apple. I can just imagine, like, because of Silicon Valley and Tesla being down there and Apple and all that stuff, like it's like I'm sure most of the employees probably are loaded up with Apple products. So we'll see how that goes for him. But look what just happened right here. Spin it one more time. We said we were buying Tesla at the bottom of 183.30. So there we go. We put it on, we got it back in there, and we just took some more out. So we're long at 183.40. We just took some out in the 60s there. Good average in for Tesla. I would not going to get any more out now until we get back up to O's, which is another 50 cents. And then our stop is literally breaking back down below 40 cents. So if we break 40 cents lower than where we're at on our position, 183.40, then we'll get out. A break of 183, and I feel like that's enough. We were only thought that, I mean, we like Tesla, and you just sort of talked a little bit about AI and Nvidia and all that, but I thought Tesla was going to be a good buy down here at 184. Down 2% in a market that's flat, feel like this is a good buying opportunity. But at the same time, it shouldn't be down here. Like down 2%, I don't really see a negative catalyst. So why is it down here? Okay, momentum in the name appears to be sell side. So let's just be careful. If we do break that last dollar there, I'm not holding it back into this level. So you could forget about it, and we'll get out of that one if we're able to. So that's sort of the call there on Tesla. Hopefully it bounces back up. All right, this is good enough for me. I didn't even realize we were going back up here. I'm going to cancel my 90s, take an 84 right there, ring the register. Now 50 cents in the money. The P&L started to go there a little bit. We got a little excited. Let's take an out here on Tesla and see if we can't continue to hold a little bit more back up to the upside. That's my last out now. We'll see if we can get VWAP here at 184.50. Only 40 minutes left, which reminds me that we just got something in the email, and it's this.
Okay.
All right, Randy, you're showing up at the right time today, Randy, because we're going to discuss what is for lunch. Are you a fan of salmon?
Yes.
Are you a fan of baby back ribs?
Yes.
Are you a fan of chicken wings?
Yes.
Are you a fan of linguine Alfredo?
Meh.
All right, well, fish tacos?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love fish tacos, but today we got...
Chicon.
It's a little chicken dinner winner. We've had a couple of chicken dinner winners on the desk here today. And today, if you prefer grilled herbed breast of chicken.
Ooh.
Just reading what it
Breast
says.
of chicken. So not even chicken breast.
Grilled. Can you say grilled herbed? Yes, probably. Chef Joe's in the chat. I'll verify this. Grilled herbed breast of chicken. This is strange. With a side of rigatoni primavera. Oh, pasta salad. Okay. So you get the pasta salad in there. I'd be a fan of that. That sounds like a decent...
Or brisket.
A decent... Yeah. And you said Mr. Achilles is not here today.
It's his problem.
I know it's his problem, but Captain Achilles, when he comes back in, he's
Brisket waits for nobody.
I agree. Oh man, now I'm gonna have to deal with Neil when he comes back. But
he'd be over two. Brisket 2, Neil nothing.
Then he'll start really getting offended. I don't need this guy to have some sort of a complex or anything about. I know.
It is
But anyways, how's the day going?
Good. So the update on the Tesla 3 long range. Yes. So again, on the website, it's still $42,995 USD. It does not yet qualify for the federal U.S. credit of $7,500. Now, this is the Highland refresh only.
Okay.
Not the older models. So we'll see whether they adjust the price on the website in the coming days. It's a good sales tactic. We'll see.
So it's probably just a report that's in there that is the potential for happening.
It's eligible to qualify if they reprice it under 40,000 US.
Okay.
Huh. So that's the advantage that Tesla has, right? Because their margins are still present, right? Every other EV company does not have said margins, really so they can cut a couple grand off and hopefully still keep shareholders happy and sell more of said vehicle. So thank you, Randy, for that quick little update. And maybe I have to say brisket when Neil's not here. It's crazy.
I had a great brisket.
Oh, I can't anyways. We're filming the podcast. I should have told him that. All right, you had a great brisket?
Yeah.
Where?
My buddy's barbecue. So
that's the best one.
Yeah. So he was like, he cured it for we cooked it for like over 10 hours or something.
Yeah,
it's like solid.
You have to.
It was like, very, very beautiful. I think
every
year he does the brisket barbecue around that time. So. Yeah.
Rob and Mark, I think, went to that brisket place, the sandwich shop just up north. Yeah, that's where Randy heard about it. Then we went. So I think we'll have to do like a big crew run one day because I know there's a lot of fans of brisket in and around here. So thanks, Rob, for the recommendation for that. That was really, really tasty. Okay, well, without any further ado, it's Adara. And quite frankly, I forget the segment, but it's at the green screen.
Sector watch.
We're going to be talking about some sectors today, and of course, as always, we have to talk about electronic technology here, but some of the players moving this thing to the upside have switched today. AMD, Apple, and Broadcom all week. Apple and Broadcom notably actually pushing this sector up in the last couple days, so this is worth noting here. Nvidia, Qualcomm and Micron all pushing higher to the upside, so more semiconductor strength. Qualcomm and Micron both have catalysts of their own as well, so nice look here. Bit more mixed here for technology, services, finance, health, technology, producer manufacturing here going to be a little bit stronger along with energy and minerals. But we do have to talk about some weakness in utilities. NextEra Energy leading this group to the downside, selling about $2 billion worth of equity sales. So interesting look there for NEE and some of this utility names here. A lot of these sectors are going to be a little bit weaker, but we do also have some strength in industrials and communications. Kind of a mixed bag here, but of course, technology sector always on watch, guys.
Man, damn you, Fed barking. Like, honestly. You want to talk about being frustrated? I mean, it's like, so I got out of half of my left Nvidia there because all of a sudden the market was like, whoop. And I was like, okay, we definitely rejected view up like every time so far. And then we went right back down to the lows. This is a great signal to hit the short for sure. But then it just bounced exactly again. Like, honestly, man, these guys are hilarious. So I would just wind up punching out of half of what I had left here because we broke through the 50 and I said, oh my God, if Nvidia, you know, one of the heated names here today, if the market loses it, I always fear that, and maybe this is the wrong way to think, but it's different when you're day trading. I feel like they want to sell the winners. So it's like, if you're up 2% today and the market falls in, I think people will be very happy with Nvidia and sell that off. So right there, we did just get a fail in on, oh, we didn't get out of it all. Let's offer out of it all right there. So we are now out. We will fail. Positive name for us on Tesla. It's a good name. We're up 4 times more on Nvidia than we are on Tesla, but Tesla just gave it up. We gave back a little bit. We gave back about 40%. I'm not sure, but about 40%, maybe a little bit less of what we were net up. So if we were up $100 on Tesla, we just gave up 40 of it on that move back down there by buying that last. But again, I feel good about the strategy because the last level we bought was 30s. So when it broke O's, we were able to get out immediately, and we actually got a good price, 97 on the breakdown. So happy with the price out. We did not get O's. We got a different area code. We got 97s right there. But for right now, Tesla looks like it wanted to break. And look, Obi, I feel good about this trade, again, because it broke, and we did not say, where's the next level? We got out. We were disciplined with the out. We did that on Tesla yesterday. So actually what we were negative on Tesla yesterday is pretty much what we're up on Tesla today. So I feel like we did a little bit of the same thing, trying to buy support. Yesterday, we were trying to sell resistance. When they both broke, we got out. But fortunately enough for us, Tesla was good enough for the first hour and a half to put, wow, money in our pocket as there's the fall down. And I guess we did pretty good on Nvidia. We have now, like, if we had 10% left, we now have 5. We told you we got out of half. So let's wait to see if Nvidia comes back in. But for me, I'm thinking lower here. Obi, we started to break. We just got the 3rd rejection of VWAP, and we start to head lower. I'm a fan of the low prints coming. Something interesting to note here, Sean, is as the market flushes for some fresh lows, Apple is holding that area at that 215.5. So I am kind of watching this Apple right here. So a little bit of a disconnect, maybe, perhaps. I don't know, from the limited information I am able to perceive here, with that 215 holding as of right now, with higher lows, lower highs as well. So a little bit of a price compression happening into this 15s. So definitely interesting. Here we go, bouncing off of that 20,160 as of right now, coming right back in. Let's see what we do. Just a lot of chop. So I wouldn't be surprised if we rip right back up to 20,200 and do some more chop today. Again, we had a very strong day yesterday. Maybe we're poised for a bit of consolidation on the day today, but things that are selling off quite aggressively are Softy and I guess Alphabet as well too, but not really. It's kind of going sideways. Qualcomm going sideways. Nvidia is the strongest of the pack there, and in terms of tech names, SMCI holding near its highs. TSM also holding well within its upper quartile, and again SMH kind of singing to the same tune there, holding well within its highs. 276.96 is the high on SMH, and it's trading at 276.5 as of right now. So let's see what the futures have in store for us. Let us know what else you guys are trading. People are talking about Google in the chat. So Google, not a name I haven't really looked at, or not a name I have looked at too closely on the day. But yeah, like I said, it is holding. It's, I guess you want to call it your opening range, but yeah, kind of just chopping around the 76. Looking left here, we are making higher lows on the daily this week. So there was Friday, and then Monday yesterday, and then today
Tuesday, we are making incrementally higher lows. And then looking back a little bit further, going up to an hourly chart here, you can see how strong this ticker has been. Post earnings, we did pull back a little bit, but we've made incremental lower highs building up into this 180 on the goggle. Again, a little bit, maybe a little bit behind when compared to some of its other friends that are pushing their all-time highs, which seems like almost every day. Nvidia, I'm talking about. Apple, I'm talking about. But again, Google I feel like tends to be a little bit slower than the rest of the bunch there. People were also talking about DJT in the chat to take a little bit of a tangent there. DJT to the downside here on the day. So again, a little bit of a sell-off continuation that we've been having. We kind of did a dance with this 50 mark, a little bit of a shake and bake. That's what I'm looking for. Shake and bake off the 50, and we've been selling off.
You like shake and bake? Have you had that before?
I think I've had it like once or twice. It's not too bad. But yeah, that 50 selling off down into the 30s as of right now on DJT. And another one, again, GME still holding its pop to the upside. We broke back through 25. So prior day consolidation highs right at that 26 level on GME. But like I said this morning, I think the game has stopped a little bit. The volatility that we've been experiencing over the past a couple of weeks, not really there as much as of right now. And you know that Roaring Kitty did kind of cover some of it, or all of his calls that he had, switched some over to his to shares, holding about 9 million shares worth. So a nice little chunk of the overall float is held by Roaring Kitty. Again, I think he's one of the top 5 holders, right?
I think he's in the top 10.
Top 10, okay.
For shareholders. I'm not 100% sure because again, it's all those options, right? All piled in there. Right. As individual shares, I'm not sure. Did I hear a call for Adara? Then let's do it for Money Talks with Adara with 10 minutes left.
Pretty much flat here for the DXY. Bit of a doji. We had some move went upwards into that 105.50 area, down just above 105, but right now, pretty much flat on the day here. We did have some economic data, retail sales and core retail sales on a month-over-month basis, both coming in lower than the estimates. Month-over-month for the month of May, 0.1% versus 0.3% estimated. Core sales month-over-month for May actually dropping here to the downside. So negative 0.1% versus the estimate of positive 0.2%. So definitely a little bit of action downside here for both these retail sales numbers. We've got a lot of Fed speak coming throughout the day, but our first Fed speaker right now is going to be Fed's Barkin coming through at 10 a.m. Comments including the idea that we are apparently at a restrictive level, according to Fed's Barkin, but that it is a question as to whether this is sufficiently restrictive. Also saying that he did not feel any more confidence throughout Q1 as to where inflation is going to go as of right now, but we'll have to see how it goes. We do have some more Fed speakers coming throughout the day. 11:40 we'll get Fed's Collins. 1 p.m. we'll get Fed's Logan and Fed's Kugler. At 1:20 we'll get Fed's Musalem. And then at 2 we'll get Fed's Goolsby. Throughout the midday hour, we have not 1 but 5 Fed speakers on watch as we head into tomorrow's market holiday, guys.
And then nice little recovery.
Yeah, we're just talking about Dell recovering today up huge. Micron,
strong.
Am I muted? No, Micron continues to go. So the reason, it's funny that Sharif just mentioned Micron, and actually was going to go right over to that actually, because we are still at $1. We're $1 back in the money on Nvidia. It's funny because we got out at 133.06 there. It's at 133.30 now. So 30 cents on Barkin there. You owe me a beer, Barkin. You owe me probably a lot more than that, to be honest with you. But the Fed, I owe the Fed a lot of money because, I mean, the account keeps going up here as we continue not to believe the Fed and that there are going to be more rate cuts coming this year, or at least some rate cuts. All right, I've made notes for the last 3-4 years on stuff that I'm sitting here, I'm talking, and trying to figure this market out. And one note that I made was the 50-period moving average is something that I want to look at. And it's a trend idea, right? And I just, you know, when a name is trending up 6%, I said, we got to look at this. So then we went over to it, and just magically, like, there's the 50, there's the 50 again. So I feel like if you're still holding out hope that the long is here, this is probably a good level because Micron up 6%. It is trying to bounce off the highs, but it was doing that here again. Came back in, retraced for about 10 minutes, hit the 50. There's a retracement again, about 7 or 8 bars, 7 or 8 minutes. And now you're going to get roughly the same thing here coming back in. Now, it might be a little more aggressive, might just be 1 or 2, but as the stock goes up, the 50 period closes that gap a little bit. So now you're getting into an area where if you like this 156, This is at 156.30, so that's a level, and then you can punch out at 156, sort of that shelf rate there, giving yourself 30, 40 cents worth of risk into this market. But for me, again, this is if you're looking for strength. I am not looking for strength right now. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to look for a name, and I found one in Meta, and it's so crazy that you were talking, we had to throw to Adair, and I had Meta up, and then Randy came. I was going to short right here. Easy to say when it's already down $2 from that level, but it was just here 10 minutes ago, and I was going to do this, and I was going to use that exact example. A name that was weak, pulling back into the 50 period, and then down. So this is the trade that I'm now looking for, a 503 or so short, and I have it in right now. It's at 503.50, but now that might not come in. Here, listen. Fed's barking. Says the yield, okay, listen to this. So you want to hear something about this guy.
What is he saying?
Fed's yield curve could be an issue.
Huh.
Could be. Fed's barking says the yield curve could be an issue moving forward. Good job. Well, it could also be raining outside right now.
Insightful.
We could go look and see.
Yeah.
You know, this breasted herb grilled chicken could be good today. I feel like.
Breast of chicken.
Yeah, breast of chicken.
Whatever
Thank you for.
means.
I think it probably means the same thing, but yeah, I mean breast of chicken. So
Grilled herbs as well. Yeah.
Anyways, the Fed is, in all honesty, though, the Fed's job is not to talk obviously about the stock market. So they're supposed to analyze the data and talk about apparently what ifs and situations. So we'll wait for that one, and let's just continue to trust whatever the market tells us right now. NASDAQ starting to head lower. We turned, for any of you that are scalping, I mean, we did turn this bear around, I don't know, 50, 60 handles ago. So far, so good to the short. We haven't taken any advantage of that at all, other than getting out of some of our Nvidia and not going into the short. So my job over the next 5 or 6 minutes will be to try to find an opportunity for that. Then we're throwing over to the midday, which I believe is still tape reading stuff. Yeah, so still tape reading level 2, stuff like that. So time and sales as well this week at some point. Yeah, so lots of stuff involved with tape reading and looking more into the actual construction of data and how we can properly see trends and stuff like that by looking a little closer at the actual prints. So we'll do that on the midday, and then Brendo and I will get into the booth, turn my microphone up or down probably. Turn those headphones up. We're really proud of that new podcast room. It's really cool. If you haven't had an opportunity to check it out, man, check it out. We'll be hopefully, recording our 4th episode today, and it should be a little bit of a fun one there as we go. Lots of fun topics to go. We've got our little note sheet ready, and good stories and examples and everything like that. Do I see you in another trade right now?
Perhaps. I'm a little late to this trade, but I did kind of size down and get a little involved there, break a trend on Dell, but yeah, nothing. Again, the trend kind of breaks a couple points above, and I wasn't necessarily there for it, but I did have it up, so I was watching it, and I'm like, all right, cool. Market is kind of pulling in as well, so I do want to get a little involved with the Dell trade here. So let's see if it kind of comes in as of right now. But again, trying to be more patient for things to set up here. I am kind of chasing technically on this trade. You can see the breakdown was through that 152. You can see a little bit of consolidation, and then selling gets aggressive through that 152. So yeah, I'm about more than 80 pennies away from where I really should be taking this trade here. But if it gives me a chance to add, I'll do just that. And if it doesn't, I have what I have, and the trade is the trade. So I'll stay a little bit patient with that one there. Qualcomm still holding that VWAP as of right now. I have no idea. It might take forever for it to kind of break through some of those highs there. Let's wait for a market bounce, or it could not do that as well, right? It could just not do that and then break all the way back down. So we'll be a little bit patient to see how that comes in as of right now. But yeah, let us know how your morning was. We only got about a couple minutes left. What have you guys been trading? What were you guys involved in? I know that a lot of people got involved with some of the runners on the day.
Tesla's back
Nvidia, Tesla. I know ARM has been running as well. Qualcomm has been a bit choppy, but definitely a nice little hold above certain levels that kind of showed themselves on the tape. Softy to the downside. Amazon.
Wow.
Oh boy, look at this one. This one's definitely swinging its price action here on Amazon, both to the upside and back to the downside here. We're talking about a V shape back up, and then it kind of comes right back in. This is about roughly a 2-point range here that Amazon has been doing. Chop with about a core of, what is this, 183 halves as of right now. So a nice little price action happening on the Amazon, as well as markets attempt to push for some fresh lows here. So let's see what we do with that 20,100 as the NQ comes in. But something interesting to note, once again, is that Apple is still holding that 215.5 area. So Apple is relatively strong compared to the market as the NQs pull back to the downside here. So something to note as well, that was yesterday's kind of hold when the market flushed down aggressively into the close. So we are getting some chop in and around that area. Where do we go from there? I have no idea, but I will stay patient to see if a trade shows up in and around that 215.5 level there, Sean.
I just want to show this in case people were wondering what exactly this podcast was. This Freedom Wealth podcast. Here it is right here. You can see it's a completely different look, than what you're getting here. A completely different discussion. And yeah, just looking for just great ideas, discussion points, comments. Keep your comments in the chat or in the comment section. It's been really fun. We have a lot of little fun clips here as well. And here we go. We're starting to get going 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, 3 days ago. We're going to keep doing this every single week. So keep your comments going. It's been real fun to do it so far, and we'll see if we can get another one for you today. So that is the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Go check it out there. Scan that QR code. It'll take you right there. Me and Brendo will be on that today as well. So that should be fun. But it is 11 o'clock right now. I'm just going to hold the rest of this Nvidia, see what happens for the rest of the day. It's just a small piece, but I still like to hold on to that one. Tesla, as I just said, did make its move back up to 183, maybe a bottom there at 182.50 to look out for. And then it should be short Meta about 504, but we're not. As Meta just really taking it right now, I feel like. Watch out for 500, no more a key level than 500. Even $100 levels have been huge points of interest. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you, Obi, for another good one there. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Obi and myself will be here. But for right now, it's Sharif and Adara with Learn to Trade in your midday show. See you, everybody.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And I didn't load up the chat, so I'll do that now. There we go. All right, we got John. John's in the house, and he's been talking up a storm. Shout out to John. We got Mahash, we got Easy Trader, Big Bob Dub, Mateus Lane, we got Benson, Nimit, what's up, my man? Shout out to Singapore, Nimit, always doing the most in a good way. We got Ronaldo, Day Trader Cut, and we got the Rivian Millionaire. He's millioned up, and he's got Rivians. And damn, we got BGZ and 1320 Wolf. Shout out to my man from across the pond, Adam DeLuce. He does not lose. Killer Cam 1020, shout out to him as well. We got Rios, John 90, Solo Crystal, and Blue Arrow, Noah, Wasser, and the Skips 8. And then I can't forget Bernard. Hello to you as well, my man. Shout out to James Dell as well. Good morning.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Good morning to you, Sharif. How are you doing this fine? I don't know what day it is, Tuesday.
I know, it feels a little bit off because we have a day off tomorrow, right? So it's like, it's Friday, but it's not. It's midweek. That's the whole thing. Guys, we are off tomorrow. The market is closed for Juneteenth, in case you didn't know. So we will not be on. There is no Learn to Trade or midday show or morning show or anything tomorrow. So let's get right down to it. I just want to show you guys what you probably already know. There is the market, and then there is Nvidia. And the reason I say it and I put it so dramatically is because everything without exception in Mag 7 world is down and to the right, save and except for that bad boy on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen right there, NVDA, about 20 some odd pennies off day's highs, 133.72 is day's highs. But it's not just Nvidia. that's lifting up these markets. It is the microchips. Here, look at this. There's only four negative names. Pi doesn't count because it's kind of a microchip name. But you'll see most of everything in microchip semiconductor watch list is green. Chief among them, Micron. I was just looking over to the Katina man. He told you about what Micron has been doing. A good quadruple upgrade, triple upgrade today for Micron from Bank of America. We had Wedbush. I think Stifle threw in a comment there as well. ARM also up 5% with a decent amount of volume. So we'll keep our eye. Today, I think it behooves us to keep our eye on the microchips because they are doing things. I want to show you quickly here before we go on and see what Adair has been looking at. I want to show you some of the small gap gappers that I've had my eye on. Obviously, we're going to keep GameStop and AMC on so long as these memes are continuing to be in focus, but there's other names as well. LRHC, big boy mover on the day, 120% in the clear, about 15 pennies off day's high right now. 250 seems to be the resistance area that we're looking at. We're printing 230s right now. VWAP a little bit above 2. We also have RELI. Let me get you the deets on this one. RELI, this one is $6.5 million market cap with a 7.8 million share float. It is sub $1, high a day 109. It looks like it was a failed break of $1 because it didn't spend all that much time there at all. Quick wham bam, thank you dollar, and then right back into 70 some odd pennies here. Let's see if this can hold VWAP. VWAP is at 79 pennies. RELI, good luck. There's a couple of other ones. MBIO, we'll get to that in a second. That's also trying to hold VWAP, but it did break and hold above $1. So that's good. Last but certainly not least, CMTL, a cool 70% in the clear today. This one, though, fading out just a bit. It just broke below the volume-weighted average price, so it's going to have to get back above there if I'm going to take it as a breakout traded error. So those are the small cap gappers we'll keep our eye on today.
Yeah, the theme of my very brief trading journey so far today has been I cannot get anything at levels I like. And that's all good. You got to keep going. Basically, Nvidia, shout out to 1320 Wolf mentioning this range. Oh, I wanted this range. Sharif saw me sat down and I was like, Nvidia, you're mine. I was already creepily talking to it, getting that started early today. But basically, I wanted that 133. I wanted to see decisive bounce again. By the time I get that bounce, I'm trying to get for like 133.10s. Nvidia's like, Adara, ooh, no thank you. And I was like, okay, Nvidia, I can respect you. If we keep bouncing off 30s, I'm okay-ish with getting long here, but okay-ish is not the same as confident. And so I don't want to take a trade just because I'm okay-ish with it. I want to keep looking at this a little bit longer. And it's to be clear, it's not because I'm scared of the trade. It's because if I don't have confidence, what am I doing with it? There were a couple trades yesterday on Tesla that were like, I had a good day on Tesla yesterday and I gave up a lot of it because I was just taking trades to take trades, which is not the vibe. Speaking of which, I already did try a short on Tesla. I stand by this attempt, and honestly, had I not gotten wicked out here at 183.50s, I probably would have been fine because I wanted that 183 level, but it's all good. You got to keep going. I liked that we had a bit of rejection. It didn't end up lasting. You got to keep going and find the next trade. Where's the next trade, as Obi says? All
right, guys, the Katina man is short. Meta, it broke 500. We know that 500 has been an important level for Meta since earnings. Yes, and it's heading down. Shout out to the Katina man. Meta is on a full state of huadunk at the moment, looking the most bearish. Goggles and Amazon, Katina man, are very bearish at the moment. They're very much near lows. Amazon just printed lows. Meta just printed lows. Softy ain't far, man. It printed lows a little bit earlier, about maybe 20 minutes ago or something. Likewise with Goggles, but they're both very much near the lows right now. Apple also just did a fake and break. So it broke up above the 20 and it got into that 215.75 and then wham, bam, thank you, Apple, all the way right back down into 215. It actually broke 215 at the moment. So we'll look at these and a bunch of other stocks after we are done the lesson du jour. So let's get started on that now. As the Katina man prefaced on the morning show, we are doing level 2 all week on how to trade here. Today, specifically, we're going to talk about spotting support and resistance zones using level 2, not the charts. A bit of a different take here. So if you're into that kind of thing, hang out with us for the next 10-15 minutes. So let's go on it. Traders, welcome back. Yesterday, we explored the intricacies of the order book. Now, let's leverage that knowledge to identify dynamic support and resistance zones. We'll refer to them sometimes as SNR zones. All right, so moving beyond the static levels, right? So we know traditionally how support and resistance is drawn on a chart. You can have diagonal lines, you can have horizontal lines, but they're typically lines, some way, somehow, okay? They're typically horizontal lines, sometimes they can be diagonal lines on charts based on historical price action. However, the order book offers real-time insights into where these zones might be forming or where they're shifting to. And that's what we want to talk about today, right? Because that's kind of the whole thing. We see what was historically accurate on a chart where we know price rejected or price bounced off a certain level, but is that true immediately, right now, at this point? So that is where the level 2 comes into play and helps you identify that. So typical support and resistance, like I said, drawn like this on a chart, very much horizontal lines at peaks and at troughs. You can see that visually. Here, though, on the level 2 data, what you're going to do is you're going to look for numbers at certain prices to show you whether there is a big buyer at that level, whether there's a big seller at that level, and we'll talk about all the intricacies of how you can do that as we go on. So that's kind of how we look at it here. One is visually represented on a graph, the other on a table filled with numbers and gateways, okay? So the order book depth as a lifeline. So you're looking for areas with significant order volume on either side of the book. So the first one, the high bid depth. This is support, right? So it will be a cluster of bids at a specific price level, which is indicating buying pressure that can potentially hold the price from falling any further. This area becomes a potential support zone, and I'll show you what that looks like visually in a second. The high ask depth, though, is what we refer to as resistance, right? It's a concentration of asks at a price level, which is indicating selling pressure that can stall or reverse the price action. This area becomes a potential resistance zone. So here it is. Here's the first one. This is, you can see, just compare this. So you have $5.31 on the bid, and then look at the amount of size on all the different gateways, juxtapose that to $5.32, which is the ask, and look at the size there. You could see there's clearly a buy imbalance versus the sell imbalance on there. So that is a very, clear indication of what that looks like. And then as you go down the price, so you go down from 531, 529, you encounter even more size, but you don't see that on the other side of the table. When you go higher up the price, you're not necessarily encountering that type of resistance. This would be a very bullish looking level 2, okay? That's one extreme. Here's the other extreme. This is where there's umpteen amount of resistance. Make the comparison here between the 2.03 cents on this side and the 2.06 cents on this side. There is just so much more size on the ask and at multiple levels than there is on the bid. And so that's kind of a visual representation of high bid depth and high ask depth. Okay? So the art of the order book whispers. I like how this is termed. So the order book shifts, right? A sudden increase in bids or asks, depending on whether you're going long or short, at a particular level can help sometimes foreshadow a support or resistance zones in the making or forming, so to speak. And I'll explain what that means in a second. And there's also order book vacuums. We kind of alluded to this a little bit yesterday, but get more nuanced with it today. A noticeable absence of orders at a specific price level can indicate potential breakout zones. And here's what I mean by that. Let's just go back to this chart over here. So look at all the buyers stacked on the bid, even though they're below the current price. And there's no equivalent sellers on the other side of that table. So if you have a break through $5.32, whatever this name was, the assumption here is that these bids are going to move up the table. So if this one for 6,300 shares was sitting at 529, well, guess what? If the price moves up to 539, that 6,300 share buyer may move up as well. He may move up to 535, 536. So what you're looking for here is on the other side of the table, an absence of sell orders that could really propel the price forward. And the same thing goes for the short side as well. The absence of buy orders on the left side of the table with the plethora of sell orders on the right side can really push this aggressively down. So that's what I mean by when I say order book vacuums. A noticeable absence of orders at a price level can indicate a potential breakout zone. If it's below a current support level, there might be buyers waiting to step in. Conversely, a vacuum above resistance suggests less resistance for a potential price surge. And as we always say with almost everything in technical analysis, confirmation is key. And I really can't stress that enough. While order book provides valuable clues, it is not by any means a crystal ball. Here's how to add weight to your analysis. First and foremost, look for price action confirmation. Kind of just goes without saying. Look for the price to actually touch the levels that you've identified on the level 2. Kind of a no-brainer there. But you can also employ the use of technical indicators. You can use indicators like moving averages or relative strength index to gauge the overall price momentum and potential trend reversals around these zones. And you should be incorporating some dynamic adaptations to your level 2 analysis. You should be specifically looking at order book fluctuations. What do I mean by that? So remember, the order book is absolutely fluid, and if you traded intraday, you know how volatile and fleeting it can be. Levels can change rapidly. Be prepared, absolutely, to adjust your bias for what you believe is support and resistance based on the real-time order book movements. So you got to be fluid with it. And news catalyst impact. News can dramatically alter support and resistance. For example, if a catalyst gets released midday and you've ID'd, like, say, I don't know, I'm just giving you a random number, $210 on Apple, well, that 210 means bupkis if that news headline is talking about like a $30 billion revenue increase a year. You see what I'm saying? So what? That support resistance level is there. It's going to get blown through. It's fundamentally changed the fundamental picture. Fundamentally changed the fundamental picture. I could have done a little bit better there. And last but not least here, this is a bit of an advanced tip, and I got to tell you, I'm just kind of wetting my beak in terms of using this indicator. But time-weighted average price. You always hear us talk about volume-weighted average price, but there's something called time-weighted average price, TWAP, right? These are basically sophisticated type orders that aim to buy or sell a certain amount of stock at an average price, a certain amount of stock at an average price over a specified time frame. Typically, they're used by large institutional orders. And so what you're doing there is it's a lot easier said than done. You're trying to identify these TWAP orders on the level 2 to see, is there a big institutional buyer buying? We know for a fact that Apple has a $150 billion buyback program. We know for a fact that there's likely to be a lot of institutional buying into Apple going in to this super cycle sort of thing. So if that is going to be the case and big money is going to position into these stocks, it behooves us to kind of figure out when they're doing that. Again, a lot easier said than done to ride their coattails, Adair.
Yeah, you definitely, I think that's a really good point. I also like TWAP. I like that. That's different. But as someone who's been trying to read the book a bit more, you can even just see like in the movement and the levels, how things are working, how the sentiment's going. And so with that in mind, I want to talk about some of these Nvidia trades. So I was talking to 1320 Wolf, shout out to you again here in the chat, and I was like, I was in this long here, 133.30s. It looked nice at the time being, and I was like, I'm not really sure here what I'm seeing in the book. So I was trying to get out, did not get out soon enough, unfortunately. Did lose about 20 pennies on this. It's fine. I was trying to get out 133.20s, wasn't able to. It's all good. Then though, and I'm actually going to add to this because this was the plan. I wanted to see some resistance. But so basically, this Nvidia long, I got off VWAP, and then now this attempt to go short. I got long off VWAP. This is purely a book scalp. Why did I get long off VWAP? Because not just because it was VWAP, it's because we had this little tail here earlier. I said, let's see what we do at 132.70 or 132.70s. What we did at 132.70s, I watched it a couple times. We bounced. Only took like a scintilla of shares. I should have taken more shares, but it was really just, it was less about the P&L and more about just the practice, the progress, and the learning. I wanted to see what happened. As long as we stay decisively below 133.30s here, that was a huge area of support. That flips to resistance. I will continue taking this down, 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 down. Hey.
Wow.
But yeah, obviously I arguably got involved a little bit too early. But I noticed we slowed a little bit at 133, which is why I started adding there. 133.15 was also a bit of a slowing movement, which is why I added. We're going to have to wait and see how this goes. We are rejecting 133.30s. I have no interest in adding for the time being. Probably not at all. But yeah, as long as we stay decisively below 133.30s, I will stay in this trade. You cannot, make money unless you risk money. That's the huge thing to tell yourself. Right now I'm down in the day, but I am always ready to find some new opportunities. Let's go NVDA.
Yeah, the breakdown is coming in, obviously not Nvidia because Nvidia's got an uptick right now. But the breakdown is coming in. It's coming fast. It's coming furious. On the Mag 7, there are a couple of names that are spared. So Tesla definitely was not spared earlier in the day, though. Now the winds of change look like they may be coming for Tesla. But we are still south of the volume-weighted average price, and we are awfully close to it. On my chart, it's hanging out at that 184 quarter dollar. We just took 184 right now. We're dancing about 20 pennies south of VWAP. So I'm very interested to see whether Tesla can kind of, signal the winds of change and reverse and go to the high side. To get green on the day, it's going to have to make its way up to that $0.50 level at 187. 187.50 is the make or break, or not the make or break, the break even point on the day on Tesla. So I'm keeping my eye here on VWAP. If we get a red candle, reject this, and possibly another 5-minute candle to make a newer low, I'm going short. TSLA. Apple is tanking, and I gotta tell you, I am not surprised one bit. In fact, I'm kind of happy. I'd like for this to come back to 200 so I can buy more. The idea here is there's going to be big offloading of this name as one of the biggest, ETFs, tech ETFs, looks to reposition or not reposition, but reweight. That's the word I'm looking for. It's exchange traded fund there, and it's going to have to offload a lot of Apple shares, and it looks like that is what's happening on the day. Apple, $5 off the high, 218.63, 213.44 right now, LOD on AAPL. This is one of the only times you're going to hear me cheer this sell-off on Apple, but hey, there's a time and place for everything. Goggles is at an interesting support level here, and here's what I say that for. The IB low is a skosh above where we printed. The IB low takes us to 175.57, and the low of day is 52. Mind you, we just printed that low of day, so I'm not going to be super quick to be like, oh, I'm buying the IB low. No, I need proof, as my friend Neil, who is nursing some injuries today apparently, likes to say, getting it on the back end, let it prove to you that it's going to print a couple of green candles there before you punch long. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Big Kyle, I just got that picture of you with the thumbs up on my gram, so we're going to show that in a second, but Big Kyle says, SPY at an interesting spot. The wick bottom of yesterday's end of day sell-off. Can we continue down? Big Kyle, let's load up that one for him and have a look at what he's looking at. He's looking at the SPY, so let's do that. We're not going to load up the ES. We're going to load up the SPY.
Big SPY, Burdett.
Big SPY. Oh my God. All right, so what do you say there? We're at the wick bottom of yesterday's end of day sell-off. So yesterday's that's what I see there, right there. So that's a 4 p.m. print. And the low of that area, Big Kyle, is 546.59. So let's go ahead and put a horizontal there at 546.59. Thereabouts, yep. We're not quite there. We're there on a closing basis. So I see what you're saying. So the wick, we're still not there. But on a closing basis, we are. And guess what, Big Kyle? On this 15, that is the 50. That red line that it held up there, that is the 50. And up goes the SPY off that 54673 LOD. And 547 gets reclaimed. Still lower highs, lower lows. Not, going to start saying, oh, we're recovering this, that, and the other. But keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on Tesla at VWAP, and keeping an eye on Google at low of day.
Yeah, that Apple there, Apple, Sharif, how crazy would you have to be to at some point call Apple the dead one? Like who's doing that?
Who does that?
Who would ever be doing? No, we did that for a spell for about half a year. But to be fair, Apple at that point was not making those intraday moves. Like we all, Sharif, I have no issue with Apple. I have a very old iPhone. Sharif, I know, is a huge fan of Apple. It has been involved in that name. So it's like we were just talking about his intraday moves. But Apple, giving up the ghost on being the dead one, let's put it that way. Also, I want to talk about my Nvidia short because I feel like, we should address the fact that I'm short Nvidia. Talked about this the last time I was here. I just want to address as well. I had a bit of a fat finger moment, lost a little bit, but then I added back in actually at a better price. The only reason I added back in is because that was the amount of shares I wanted to have in the first place, right? So I just wanted to undo my fat finger, added the exact same amount that I accidentally sold and actually got it at a better price. What's the plan for this Nvidia? You may ask. Maybe you didn't. I will tell you. So my plan for Nvidia, what I saw was we're talking about level 2. I've been really trying to work on level 2 in my book scalping. As of late, that's been really what I've been trying to train because I feel like that's where I feel I have a skosh of an edge, not a massive edge, like a little tiny like sliver of an edge, So that's what I wanted to do. It worked out for this long here off VWAP. That was definitely worked out. It was really just a practice, being confident in what you see in the tape and the book. The reason I got into the short, which I initially started at 133, though that piece has been almost entirely shaved off by now through the fat finger, was because I was seeing a little bit of a slowdown. I said, as long as we continue rejecting 133.30, I'll stay in. Look what we continue rejecting, 133.30. I'm going to stay in this. I don't love seeing a little bit of a bounce around this 133.15, which is basically where I got in the position. So not a great, or at least on an average, so not a great look here. Going to keep an eye on that. But NVDA might be my NVD Bay if this continues to work in a way that I like. Speaking of bays, let's take a look at Boeing, BA here, because I was looking at Boeing, 175. Highly doubt that level is still kind of in. Okay, Boeing, not a bad look. I like that 175 because we had a bit of a bear flag here, swoop to the downside. I was not able to catch it. It did move without me. I couldn't catch that flight, missed my flight, unfortunately. This one took off like titanium, or fake titanium without me. But we'll have to see what we do here. We're trying to bounce off the 90 MA. I just wanted to look at Boeing because Boeing certainly is, as Neil said, it'd be nice to just not hear about Boeing. Like one day, just hear nothing about Boeing. Yeah. That has not been the case for many moons. Also, I want to shout out Big Kyle or Big Spy Burdette. The SPY I've also been watching here around 547. Once I extricate myself for NVIDIA, and it looks like I should be doing that now, I think the SPY, I will have my eye on said SPY. How are you doing?
I want to shout out Dan the Man Emmons, futures trader extraordinaire. He's an individual that has been with the show for many years, active participant in the chat, and trades futures a hell of a lot. If you've heard IB high and low on the show, it is because of Dan Emmons. So shout out Dan. Thanks for coming back. We love having you around. And don't be a stranger, my man. We always want to see you around here. You add a lot to the show, and your information is invaluable. No question about that. Shout out Dan the Man Emmons. I'm short the Cybertruck at here moment. I'm already printing. I just took a little beak weather there at 80s. I'm seeing some doji candles here coming in at VWAP. So we'll take the old college try on this short over here. The line in the sand is going to be 184.14 as an out. I already de-risked a little bit here, so we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil. Hope he feels a lot better very quickly. So we'll keep watching that. Go down, Tesla. Here it comes. I could cover here, but I don't want to. Let's see if we can eke out a little bit more. Go down. I'm going to sit at the 50s. I'm going to sit in high 50s, and we'll see if we can eke out a little bit there. What's going on with this thing? How come it's not adjusting my order automatically?
How dare it?
I know, right? A little bit bizarre, but that's okay. We'll figure it out.
Quel bizarre.
So we shall kill bizarre. All right, I'm going to put my cover at 59s and see if we get, here come 67s, 63s, 62s. Come on, 59s. Let's go, bro. And there it is, Adara. We get that print.
Are you an MTV in the mid-1990s, Sharif? What was that voice?
I don't know, man. I'm just getting excited over here.
No, I like it. I'm happy for you. I'm really pleased this punch. Good, yeah, awesome.
Yeah, it's all good. I know. I got a little excited there, but I should calm down. The whole point is why I got in here. We were south of VWAP. It was down into the right all day. We get into the volume-weighted average price. We start doing these topping tail candles, Katina, man. And then the second after the candle after that, it makes a new low. It's red. So that was the whole thing there. I mean, it wasn't really, there's nothing super special about this trade. We'll take it, we'll get out. So we're done. The other thing here is I'm watching NVDA because this thing is an absolute monster. And 133.50, I will not be convinced otherwise, is a line in the sand. It doesn't matter that these two broke it. It broke for very, very brief amount of time. There is a bit of tug of war happening here between buyers and sellers at 133.50 and essentially 133. Sure, you've got wicks that go below that. Sure, you've got wicks that go above that. But the majority of the prints are ensconced within that 50 penny range. So we're going to have to figure out how to weasel a trade on this one because obviously it is doing fangs on the day there.
It is. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was doing things in like any kind of good way today. I want to shout out Sharif. That was an awesome trade there on Tesla. I am looking for, a trade that will have me be so excited I yell Sharif. So that's what my goal is for today. Looking for a trade that will give me that. Yeah, I think really the issue is, and I say this a lot, I need to trust myself more. I think I have a decent read on the book, but I don't trust the read on the book as much as I arguably should. Nvidia, in the long, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. Then why didn't I get out the second I felt that? When I was in the short, I was like, oh, we're holding 133.15, an interesting level. So get out there, Adara. Get out Adara. I don't know. I'm just basically talking out loud because I think sometimes one of the benefits of this show is you're able to really process your thoughts out loud, right? And be like, hey, that's why that didn't work.
100%.
And try to hold yourself more accountable. So that's the vibe in NVIDIA. Ironically, the best trade I had today, and this was a book scalp, was the one I took so few shares with and stayed in for 2 seconds. So just trust yourself more, Dara. And I say that to everybody. We all have to trust ourselves because if you don't try to build your intuition, then you just kind of, your intuition isn't going to build. You have to flex those muscles. Oh, what a funny little image there. Let's look at that.
When you're done.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't know. So the reason I shorted NVIDIA, and I still, we had a bit of some attempts to get below this 133. I liked what I saw in the book. It didn't end up working out. I do stand by the attempt. I just don't stand by my refusal to exit for reasons I cannot articulate. That's never a good time. You know what I do think would be a good time, though, is this AMD short. My timing has just not been very good in it. Same with IWM. I wanted to go 201, and then I was like, well, and then I didn't, and I missed it. So I just need to be way more on the ball about the names I want to trade. Let's hopefully keep it coming, and hopefully I won't be giving the market a thumbs down.
So he sent me a message like, Big Kyle's like, that wasn't a thumbs up. Big Kyle. I mean, I don't know. I thought he would have liked my Tesla trade because it's short, and the perma bear himself would have liked that. So shout out to Big Kyle. He's on the road. He's doing things. Man's always hard at work. And I got to love that blue, right? We already talked about that. Azure. But look how aggressive Tesla is coming down now. So it looks like we covered way too early here. Adara on the way into 183 goes. TSLA does have a bit of a, not even, I don't want to call it a double bottom. This is a 1 minute chart, so it doesn't mean a whole lot. But we did get some initial support after breaking it. Breaking 183 initially. We did hold up right over here, right at the start of the show, 1104, 1105. We held up at that 183 area after popping into 183.60 and came back down. But it looks as if, this was a short VWAP area right now on TSLA. What, Ram?
Vote.
Oh, yeah. And if you guys, if you want to see what the Katina man did this morning, if you want to see what Obe did this morning, if you want to talk about Adara's trades or mine, get into the chat right now and have your say every day on the afternoon rundown. You got to vote in order to do that. So the way to do it is to get into the chat, you hit that exclamation point, you type in the word join, and then you hit the space bar. And then there's a $sign. You hit Shift4 for that. And then type in the ticker of your choice, whether it's Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, whatever it is, have your say. Even if it's one of these small cap gappers, and let me tell you, there's plenty. Let's show them, Ram. I mean, there's LRHC, there's RELI, CMTL, and MBIO, all names I had never heard of until today, and I probably won't hear for another year until tomorrow, but they are active today. And if you want to know how the big kahunas look at these kind of names, vote for them in the chat. Just make sure to use the right code there.
Yeah, I love also that, guys, Sharif's just not giving you trades here. He's not just giving you green screen action. He's not just giving you a mustache. He's telling you how to use the keys on the keyboard, okay? So shout out to Sharif. I really enjoy that quirk that you have when you say that by saying like shift, whatever, shift something. But yeah, right now I'm shifting to trying to go long. I have said this before. I would not call myself a perma bear. I don't think I've been trading long enough to kind of get that moniker. But I feel a lot more comfortable shorting, and I also feel like I have a better read on shorts than I do on longs. Then you might be asking, Adara, what is this long here? Like, make it make sense. So I'll try my best. I liked the long because initially I wanted to go short here off that 547.10 rejection. I liked that look. And the reason I didn't was because I wasn't able to get involved. Then I said, hey, we did make a lower low. We just got to 546.90s on a wicking basis. Now we have not one, but two bottoming tail candles. I said, you know what, Adara? Try to take this long. So I did. I'm going to get out of it here. I already took out 2/3 of the position. It's just not the vibe anymore. Just got out of it. Flat for part of the position, positive for part of the position. Displeased as punch to say this is my only positive name of the day, but you know what? That means we're starting somewhere. That means all we can do is keep going higher. Sofa Master saying, remember when Adara only went long? I think Sofa Master's putting it kind of kindly. I think the better way of putting it is, remember when Adara was scared to go short and almost had a panic attack on Halloween when Adara almost, accidentally got short on Tesla.
I remember that.
So yeah, good times. And then both Sean and Obi were like, well, Adara, it's the same thing, just go short. So now I love going short. Shout out to that. Kyle Burdett, 199 super chat. Join Spile, Adara, LOL. Shout out to you, big Kyle Burdett, and thank you very much for your 199 super chat. Also, nice little super chat. Thank you very much to Donnie Zimbabwe, 999 super chat.
Oh, Dan the man. I need a Donnie and Dan futures trading PI print off and let's powwow and collab. Highest PL. Okay. Highest PL in the trade. Shaves the mustache. I can't agree to that.
Yeah, I don't like those terms, guys.
No, can't do it. Can't do it. The stash has got to stay on for the summer. It's going to be, it's going to be on for the summer. Shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe. Obviously, one of the most active guys there in chat. Shout out to Big Donnie. Always doing the absolute most. Guys, in a good way. I want to point out something here. I was talking about this 175.50 double bottom-ish on goggles. And let me tell you, I think I'm done looking long here. Because every time I end up looking for retracement to the north side on a down day, I end up having one of my worst days. So I'm looking to short the pops here. And this Google trade kind of confirmed that mentality. Why do I say that? Because, well, it held up at that level that we talked about, generally, that zone. But look, no continuity. It breaks through the 10 period. And so I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, all right, well, took out a key technical resistance level, and it's going to maybe make its way into VWAP, right? It broke the 10 period on a nice move. No, it doesn't. And then it ends up bamboozling you, and it makes, another low. So I'm looking short the pops on some of these Mag 7 names. Obviously, I'm not including Nvidia in that calculation. I think if you're going to trade Nvidia, you should be trading it as a range until it shows you that it's going to break out, right? 133.50 to the high side, 133 to the downside. But now, back to goggles, I'm going to be looking to short here. I just want a better entry. Perhaps maybe something in and around that 176 area did just make it up there. And then it had this doji candle form, and then we're getting a bit of a red candle form now on this 5-minute candle. Apple, same business. The only thing is, it didn't break the 10 period. It broke it over here, and it gave you that same business. You broke it, and it broke the 20 period too. So if you were going long, you absolutely got bamboozled there on AAPL, and on this occasion, more recently, right at 11:30, makes another pop into the 10, and then another candle right back down again. So I'm looking to short the pops on some of these names, and what looks to be coiling up right now after breaking 500 is META. Just where do I get short here on Meta? Well, the 20 period's hanging out at 501.50. VWAP looks awfully good, and the reason it looks awfully good is it conflates with the consolidation area low. This is the IB low over here. Or is this one? Yeah, this is the IB low because it's within 1 hour of the open. The low there takes us into 502.50. And where's VWAP? 502.46. So if Meta makes it into that level, I will be shorting. I'm going to put a notification at 502.10. to let me know that it's approaching VWAP, it's approaching that 502.50 consolidation area low. Meta back into 501 territory after breaking 500 aggressively down to 498.11. Nice recovery there, but I just don't believe in the long on the NQ today. And so I'll be looking to go short if it comes into VWAP. That's META. And you're seeing all sorts of rejections off technical levels right now on Softy. You're seeing it on Apple. You saw it on Tesla on that short that I took, and you're seeing it on goggles on the 10. Whoa, Nvidia just broke up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pleased as punch. I'm out of it, and I want to clarify, and I talk about this a lot because I think it's one thing I've really had to get honest with myself about with trading, because I know there'll be, sometimes and I'll say this to myself, it's like, why didn't you hold it? Because I know I make bad decisions when I hold trades for too long. I know I do. I will paper hand into oblivion. I remember I had once had a Microsoft trade. It was like 50 cents in the money. I lost money on that trade. That should not be happening. That's what happens. That's in all honesty what happens when I hold. So not trying to yell, just getting very enthusiastic. No, I'm going to say it, Sharif, because I had this trade I needed. So P&L wise, this is kind of a blip. I'm still down in Nvidia, but you need sometimes those trades again for your confidence, for your confidence. To feel good, for your Obi-Wan-fidence, I don't know, to feel good about stuff that you want to take. I took this because I saw something I liked in the book. I saw we were holding that 133.40 beautifully. I rest 15 pennies. I said, if we break below 133.30, bye. We're not going to be in sync anymore. But you know what, Nvidia and I were in sync. We got to 133.35. We bounced right back up. Right now it's curling into 134s. I said I got part of it out just ahead of that 133.60 break. Then I said, we'll see how we feel in the book. Right now, it's pushing above 134. I have to congratulate anybody who held this name. I'm not having any FOMO here because, I didn't miss out. I took some profit, and now I got to find the next trade. Daniel Emmons, thank you so much for this $5 super chat. Daniel Edmonds, all-time high should mean profit taking. How much higher till the bag holding starts? The government is turning this into a casino, not us. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know, right? I don't want to sit here and call tops. We're not financial advice. We just look at these charts. And it's really hard to say. I mean, I think as long as there's some exuberance here for some of these names, who knows when it'll stop, right? So I think it's really difficult to say where the top is in and when the bag holding begins. I would just say, always make sure whatever position you're in that you risk manage accordingly, be that day trade, be that in the longer term. That's my take on that. But thank you very much for your super chat. Also, congratulations to anyone still long in Nvidia. That's a win, Nvidia. Sean, long Nvidia still? Oh, he just punched more.
The Katina man just added more. What a surprise.
Oh, yeah, he said that in the chat. Punch more NVIDIA. So I guess he's pleased as punched more. How are you doing?
Good. I want to talk about Chewy, guys. Chewy is a rocket ship today. Okay, I'm looking for an alert here. What do I see? I see nothing. No, there's nothing here. Did you see anything on Chewy?
I didn't see anything.
Okay, I don't have anything, guys, but Chewy is up 13.1%, and it is printing days high right now as we speak. This is the 1 minute chart on CHWY, which trades on the New York. Here's the 5 minute look. As you can see, extended off the 5 here extended off the 10 exponential on the 5. I would be looking possibly for a dip trade at 25.50 to come back and to hold previously resistance, now support. It's what it did over here. Look what it did. So when it broke, it came right back down. Lo and behold, 24.75, the previous area of resistance on that initial push holds. So if we clear here, maybe touch 26, I'm going to be waiting at 25.50. Maybe second time isn't a charm. We'll see. But I'm not punching in at highs. You know how I roll. That's not what I do. So let's go into CHWY and switch to New York. And I'm going to sit at 25.55 for that ad. Let's go right there. We already put the order. We're going to front run it a little bit. But this is one hell of a chart, especially with no catalyst. What's the volume on this? 10.5 million shares. It's not a joke. This ain't a joke. It's at highs right now. It keeps moving up. There's good amount of volume supporting this move. It's just whether or not it lets me in on a test of the previous resistance level. Yep. Manuel Palma, did you have anything to say?
I just said, yeah, I like that. Sorry. Okay.
ORCL, Manuel Palma wants to look at another one that seems to be at day's high. ORCL, Oracle, killing it on the day. Let's pull up the deets on this one, see what percentage up and volume. 1.95, essentially 2% in the clear. Volume 3.7 million, not a bad look. Any headlines? Here it is. Oracle shares are trading higher after Argus Research maintained a buy rating and raised the price target a cool $14 from $145 to $159. There you go. That's the reason why ORCL moving up. A hell of a hold here at VWAP. Say again? And the Katina man is yelling about Nvidia, and it just printed new day's highs, 134, 29 at day's highs as we speak, squeezing, likely because of the what's it called? The reweighting of the XLK. Again, Nvidia now going to be 20 some odd % of that ETF. Apple, which is now currently 20 some odd %, is going to go down to about 4 and change. That's going to force, I believe it's Spider, to sell a lot of their shares for Apple and buy back Nvidia. We'll have to see if there's other people willing to buy those shares at exactly the same price so we don't have such a big huaduk. Anyway, back to Chewy. Chewy just broke 26. Big move here. I think this is a heavily shorted name because this looks like a squeeze.
I only saw 4%.
No, 13.79. Yeah, did you look at it at that's probably why. Well, who knows which one is right and which one is wrong. Good call. I see on Trade Idea, shout out to the Nos boss and his crew, 13.79% of CHWY is shorted. That could cause a squeeze. And if you flip to the 5-minute chart here on Chewy, and I want to show you guys real quick, it looks like one hell of a squeeze so far. This is the 5-minute look right now. Just this one major pullback over here, squeezing through 26 Adara.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much happening in this market. So I want to shout out Day Trader Cut for putting some comments from Fed's call in here in the chat. Woo. It is, someone is happy right in that bull there to the upside.
Man, he's a long Nvidia.
Yeah, nice look there for NVDA. Ay. But yeah, Day Trader Cut saying, sharing some comments from Fed's Collins. It's too soon to say if inflation is retreating again and that inflation is still stubbornly above the 2% target. I mean, Tesla, if you want to get a bit more of a move to the downside on that, I love that. I am short Tesla again. You might be like, Darren, you just talked about how you like to de-risk. Why are you still in this position? The plan for this was a little bit different because I liked that level at Nvidia. I liked what I saw in the book, but I didn't have as many technicals on the chart for it. This Tesla level, I tried to short this earlier today. Like, this is a level I'm obsessed with. I have obsessla. You know what I mean with this Tesla. So I decided, Darren, you need to participate again. We're below the 90 MA once, twice, thrice. Continuing to duck lower. We did have these bottom wicking candles, so I was cognizant of that, but I saw stuff on the book that did give me enough confidence and confluence in addition to the fact that we're below the 90 MA and at this previous level to try to go short here. I'm not adding any more to this position. I have a really small amount of shares left. I want us to get a little bit lower below this 183 area. Don't know if we will. 183 seems to be the base. If that's the case, fine, I'll get out here. But yeah, please just punch. Thank you, Tesla, for letting me ride in the Cybertruck. You're welcome, Madura. I don't know what to say. But that was lots of fun there. But I must bid it adieu for now. Maybe we'll go E-long later on if I see some support for him at this 183. But for now, that was a planned scalp. And I have to say, I am pleased as punch. Positive now on Tesla. Still slightly negative on the day, but you know what? There's more day where that came from. Sean's saying he's out of half of Nvidia. Short Meta, $500.65. But out half as it won't break lower. Nvidia is a monster.
I just like how he called it the monster. That's my favorite thing about that whole thing, right? And the Katina, give it to me. Well, let me read it to everybody. Trade idea number 1, NVDA 132.50L, market rocking here. And now XLK needs to be reweighted long. Well said, Katina Man. Shout out to the Katina Man, absolutely killing it on that. As you can see, is this all-time highs on Nvidia? This is all-time highs right now as we speak, guys, on the monster Nvidia. Recall that we were just at $120 a week and change ago when we split. Remember, we were at 1,200, then we did that 10-to-1. Well, we're about $14 and change higher than that now. So great look for the king, for the monster, NVDA. All right, I'm long goggles here, and I already wet my beak here on a nice little winner. This was a hammer candle hold at pivots, and I already scalped like a 15-penny winner off it. I'm just going to hold to see if I can extract any more money out of this one, but it's going to be scalping longs today because unless you're Nvidia, I just don't think that it's a good long at all. And I feel like I'm going to be proven right about that right now as goggles comes right back down again. So I think I'm just going to get out here. I already took what I wanted from this, and I don't really see this going up all that much more. Maybe I can move up my stop. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to move it up to the mid-40s, 175. We're going to sit at 45s because 44 is the unlucky number. 175, and we're going to sit at 42. There we go. So we'll see if that one stops us out, and then we'll get out of that. What else is going on here? Man, unreal, man, NVIDIA right now. All sorts of FOMO looking at this thing move up and up and up, but I can't get in here in good conscience and be able to manage risk. What else is moving? Apple right back in the 10 period here, and I'm thinking about shorting because Apple's been rejecting off the 10 period on the 5 umpteen amount of times, and if that's the case, I don't want to get in on some of the action. Look at this. I mean, there's only been one candle over here that broke the 10, and it was a topping tail candle, rejected quite quickly. So Apple right back into that 214.25, and that is where the 10 period is on the 5. So I'm going to go short here, Dare.
Yeah, I tried to go short in Tesla again. I do stand by it. I saw that we had that we were struggling again with 83.30s. I said, Derek, take a really small position. I did. We got above 35s. I got out. I am not short Tesla, guys. Just so you know, I'm not short Tesla. That was I was in that trade. That was my level. I did get out. I was like, am I still in here? No, I've extracted myself. We broke above 30s. I got out of there. So I get if you see stuff you like, you owe it to yourself to try it. Flat on Tesla right now. But you know what's never flat is my optimism and my positivity. I'm down on the day. I'm ready to make some more trades. Jay Lee saying there's short NVDL at 84.25. The top, small size, but let's take some problems, people. Yeah. The top of Nvidia short, 84. I mean, hey, you know what, Jay Lee? You are 25 pennies in the money right now. So shout out to you. We do have a bit of a topping tail candle here in NVDL. Let's see how its big sister Nvidia is comparing. A little bit here in NVDA as well. This is not Nvidia, much like I want to echo what Sharif said, unless there's some stuff that I feel like can play here, I'm not going to get involved. Obviously, the way I trade this will probably be more different. I'm going to look for some rangier action, but someone's saying yes to Apple, so I'm guessing that gave you a nice little bite of profits there.
Just took it, Adara, just like that. Touch the 10 period, it drops again. I'm only lamenting not having added more size. If I had the conviction, why not just add more size? Literally top wick at that 10 period touch, and we just took 30 pennies as quickly as you like that. I mean, I love it. I love when I don't get angry when I'm trading. No, the point is, right? I kept trying on Friday to get long on the break of moving averages, and the market kept telling me short, and I don't know why. I was just insistent on going long. Today I said, this week I said, look, if the market is down on the day, stop trying to fight it. There are going to be these, take a breath days, so to speak. And now I'm just upset because I got out of Apple too quickly as it breaks 214 again. What a topping tail candle that is, eh? It got up into 36s, and now we're down into 89s. Great quick move on 1 5-minute candle here on AAPL. Nice rejection off the 10. We'll look to wet our beak again. But now I'm seeing a bit of a different change here. TSLA right back into the 20 period again. Now look, last time we got into that 20 period, we had topping tail candles, which precipitated in a bit of a down move, and that's where I got short. But now, this time, we have some higher lows. And if this breaks and holds on a closing basis, not a wick basis, and there it is. So now closed above the 20. Now let's see if we can start curling here above VWAP. I don't know. It's such a negative day that I'm trying to rein myself in every time I see a long. Literally, that's what I'm trying to do. So we'll see here. I don't know if it's VWAP that's acting as the resistance level, as opposed to maybe that 184 level, that whole dollar level is also right there. So we'll see what we get on TSLA. Big green candle though off that bottom. All right, so that's that one. What else we got? The Katina man is still short META. You're still short. He's still short Meta, and I happen to love that short. Here we go. Look at it's breaking down again, down into 499.5. It did another one that did a 10-period retracement and tank, and that's a beautiful rounded top because then you get lower highs and then lower lows on a closing basis. Nice, Katina man. Nice trade there, brother. Down it goes again. META. I had a different trade on Meta. I wanted a VWAP retracement. The market didn't give a you-know-what about what I wanted, and it sent it down earlier, much earlier than that. 501 was the top there. I was looking for 502.25. So I had the wrong idea there, Darren.
Yeah, Nvidia, I've just been staring at the book in Nvidia mesmerized, like a little fish looking out of the fishbowl, like what's going on out here, people? Also, guys, I'm not short Tesla, just so you know. I'm not short Tesla. I was short Tesla. Yeah. I lost less than 20 pennies on it. It was a very well-managed trade. I was still short Tesla right now. That would be a bit of a yikes moment because Tesla is currently, I would be almost $1 out of the money. So I just want to clarify, I am no longer short Tesla. I have not been short Tesla for a few moons here. I like that bounce, though, on Tesla off that 183.50. So could be an area, but right now I don't have really a huge read on it. I want to talk about Nvidia though, because Nvidia is holding 134.40 on the book so well that I am and as I say that, it breaks down a little bit. Okay, Nvidia, I shouldn't have spoken so soon. Nvidia, my whole thesis for this was going to be if it keeps holding this 134.40 on the book, I think it's a long. Looks like it's trying to prove that. If it was breaking below where I was going to say, we have kind of this bleed to the downside. The thing, though, that's stopping me from going long here is because for a while, before we had that 134.40 hold, we had a 134.50 hold. So what I'm seeing are slightly lower highs on the book. I'm sure Nvidia will prove me wrong. This is not financial advice, just my look at the book and the chart and the tape here. But Nvidia kind of struggling right now with breaking above that 134.60 with the viciousness. Now, that doesn't mean we can't break above it. We saw Nvidia at 1200, right? Nvidia's got that power. It's got that juice. It's got that hustle. But right now, I do think Nvidia, there's some kind of war happening around this 134.40 to 134.60 area, and I want to be involved, but I'm not appropriately equipped right now. I don't have all of my suits, I don't have all of my ammo, I don't have all of my armor, so I could not step into battle with this NVDA. That being said, there is something here. I just don't feel confident enough in either way to get involved. Right now, though, I think that short case could get spicy. Let's see what we do at 134. If we bounce at 134, I may try to scalp this. Emphasis on May. Also, SPY, getting kind of spicy here. Putting the SPY in spicy. Let's take a look at this. This is not on the AF, it is on the AM. Let's take a look at the S&P 500 right now. This is S&P Fly 100 more like, look at how we bounced off that 547. I'm proud of myself for seeing the long here. Obviously didn't stay in it super long. Definitely was a bit more of a scalp play. But yeah, we have these continued moves higher. These are great 5-minute candles. And then we're not able to make another higher low. Bouncing a little bit off VWAP. There could be some scalp opportunities on this VWAP bounce here that I should be cognizant of. But as Sharif says, and I think it's pretty fair, it's a little bit harder to chart the futures based on on these charts. Sometimes levels will be interesting, but generally it is going to be kind of more of what are you seeing in the key levels you're seeing. Right now, though, in the book, I'm seeing a little bit of chop and turn here, 547.60. This could be a bit of a scalp here on that VWAP bounce, but I would rather get it 547.50. Sorry, I feel like I'm chasing a little bit to get involved at this level because the way I trade SPY, you do want to, at least for myself, I want to be taking much smaller positions, so I don't really want to wait to have it go against me too much. I want to see this NEE as well, Next Era Energy. Shout out to Kyle Burdett mentioning this one. This was one actually, I know Sharif was saying that Kyle mentioned it to him, but I also put it on the watch list because it was one I had my eye on. This one had quite the little sell-off with strong volume. Next Era Energy, yeah, this, oof.
Jeez. Oh, she pushed back her chair.
So we had a bit of a bull flag here. Yeah, this is the first pushback of the day, Sharif. Yeah, we joke when I push back the chair, it's a level I really like, or I see something that really excites me. But what excites me here is look at the 70 area. Look at the top of that flag, and look where we're bouncing. Jeez. Okay, Next Era Energy. Yeah, step aside, sock sell. You're getting socked out of my side chart. I think NEE, if it holds that 70 area, that could be a look for me. Volume on this is not bad at all. Cool 15 plus million shares, so not a bad look. Next Era, yeah, you might be my next trade potentially. How are you doing?
Yeah, this NEE thing, it was interesting because did you put this on the watch list?
I did.
You did, yeah, and that's why I remember seeing them like, what the hell's going on with this one? 2 billion equity unit sales. So you saw what it's done today, down 3.17%. This is a big company, guys, about $143 billion market cap. It ain't no joke. So a bit of a tougher look for it today. Shout out to Big Cal. He says, I opened swing puts at 70.20. Shout out, you're already in the money, Big Cal, because we're breaking 70 right now. So shout out to you. Guys, everything is tanking. Everything really except Nvidia over here. Here we go again. Softy's the only one that really hasn't started its tanking, its latest tanking process, but it's doing a topping tail candle wick shimmy into the 20. So I'm interested in the short here on MSFT. It's already had a tough day. It's down 0.5 point. No question about that. But it just broke the 10, and now it's doing the wick shimmy at the 20. So I'd like to sit somewhere around maybe 443 1/3 if I can get it. Should do it rather than talk about it. Let's take off Apple here and pull up MSFT, and let's put in at the 1/3 of a buck. So the break here, so I want to say something. I was going to say the break of 50 cents and I'm going to get out. But now, having looked at it a little bit more, yeah, I'm getting in. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. So we're going to go short at 33s. Let's see if we can get that print. Frugality might get me in trouble again here because it may go down without me, but maybe it pops up first. So if that's the case, here comes 31. I'm seeing 31 on the ask, waiting for the fill at 33, not forthcoming at the moment. 33's on the ask now. There we go. Now we get the fill. So now we're going to put 44655 as our out, 44665. And we'll put that line in the sand there. So come what may. And we're going to put our first beak wetter. Let's see if we can get it. No, we didn't get it yet, Adair. Oh.
I like the...
Thank you. Well, hopefully we'll get something. Maybe you're foreshadowing something here. Who knows?
Maybe.
So putting the beak wetter there. Let's see if that triggers there. Otherwise, we're going to stop out on the break of $0.50. Oh, and that one was quite aggressive because it just popped up into $0.50. Let's see if this one can continue showing 41s here. So we're 9 pennies out of the money on this name at the moment. So we're going to have to see if Softy continues to head higher or it heads down, which is what it's kind of doing right now. So we'll pack our patience there. Amazon, though, the winds of change may be coming on this one because we got the Amazonian next to us over here up into 182 1/3, and this breaks the 10 decisively here. But key area of technical resistance, the IB low at 950, printed at 182.32. We're at 182.35. The 20 period's hanging out there as well. Do we reject off this level on AMZN? We're gonna have to watch because this is a very interesting area. You got the 20, you got the IB low. It's not exactly pumping up off this level, so we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. All right, let's...
just off of prior day low as well.
And the Amazonian himself has just communicated to me that it's just off, the prior day low as well. So are you talking about 181.43, 181 and a half? 181.22 is the prior day low.
20 pennies off of that.
And it's 20 pennies off of that. Thank you very much for that, Obi. The Ob, the one, the Kenob, always communicating to me, his levels. So shout out to him. Yeah. Eh?
I was just going to make a joke about that.
What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, I was shout out to Obi there, Call of the Jungle. Obi's puns today, I want to shout out, the pun game today because it's been on fire.
It is.
That joke about, mean reversion. Sometimes the reversion can be mean. Had me laughing out loud. I just want to shout out those puns because we know that, that this type of stuff I appreciate. So shout out there. Also, AMD, I'd love to shout you out, but you'd have to be behaving first right now. You're not. You might be like, Adara, why are you shorting AMD? Little bit potentially of a rounded bottom or flat bottom here. So yeah, the reason I shorted, I was aware of that when it got involved. If we break above 144.50, I'm outie. I'm getting out of Dodge, and it looks like AMD's like, okay, then leave, because it's trying to push me out here. But no, what I liked about this was we had these continued rejections of 154.40. Someone in the chat earlier was saying 154.40 could be a decent area of support for AMD. I think it was for a little bit, but then I noticed it flipped to resistance. Now, things can always flip back, The markets are not static. They're often not stagnant. They like to, mess you around like a little tennis ball, and you're just Serena Williams trying to keep up, although you're not, because Serena Williams is like, a master, and you're just a little trader over here, but I digress. The point I'm trying to make is the markets like to throw you for a loop, so you have to just trade the way that you feel you're comfortable trading. I felt comfortable taking that short. We were below the 90 MA. Now we're riding a little bit higher, so can we get much higher? I think AMD is probably going to say, oh yes, so high, hey, and I will be screaming. So we're going to be getting out here. It's all good. It happened. AMD, just, let me out. Muchas gracias. Appreciate that. But yeah, the look here, like I said, you try things, you have to have confidence in them. There was a while where we actually were dipping a little bit lower, so I was okay with that. It was always going to be a range. I wasn't going to take it any lower than 154, and AMD said, how low can I go? No, I'm going to continue upwards. That's fine. If we bounce again off 154.40, I'm perfectly comfortable taking it long. You got to go. The winds of change, as Sharif always talks about, are always happening in these markets, and you have to be cognizant of that. Oh, yeah. Happy I got it where I did, because now Nvidia's like, AMD would be way against me. So you got to do what you got to do. SPY took 12 pennies on this. SPY, I don't know why this is my top name of the day, but I'm pleased as punch that it is. Ready to keep going, keep climbing. Nvidia, I see you chopping and turning around day's highs. Watch out. Don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I will have eyes on it. But yeah, SPY, like I said, I was waiting for my view up bounce, got my view up bounce, took 12 pennies, pleased as punch. But how are you feeling with your Microsoft?
Yeah, we got stopped out, got right back in though. And so I'm going to see if this one, because it wicked up, then it tanked right back down again. So I was really unsure if I just got specialized breakout. If I get stopped out again, that is going to be it. So we'll put 446. There we go. And then put 446 like that. And how many shares did I take there? Oh yeah, okay. Well, buy. Why isn't it adjusting for my stuff today? That's interesting. So yeah, we're in it still, but I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this level. It did breach the 20, but yeah, it did on a closing basis as well. But there is price action resistance at this level. I'm just thinking out loud. These bottoms over here at 1030, at this 446.5, bottoming tail candles there, which means people were buying there. Now is there still the same buyer? We're short 44s, it's printing 42, so really nothing to talk about at the moment there. But if it breaks up again above 60, that's going to be the end of there. Trader CL, look at Nike, fill at 95, target 100, CELH, fill at 58, target 80. I'll look at Nike for you. We'll look at that one.
They report next week.
They do, eh?
Next Thursday, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if they run away with some profits.
I know. Well, they did better last time, didn't they?
Well, yeah,
Remember?
but they still went down because the China sales were.
Oh, that's
not
right.
the vibe.
That's right. Yes, you're right. That was a report day. You can see that outsized volume day. That was March 22nd. So, okay, that's going to be interesting. Where were we on March 22nd day before we tanked 100? So I think that's what you're talking about, Trader CL. You're talking about that gap fill right there. But lately, we did get into that $98 area. That was back on the 7th of this month, but we broke right down below it. You know what? It's a bit of a bamboozler because it rejected off the 50 over here. It tried to break the 50 on earnings, and then you saw what happened. And then it just took the 50 again and then zigzagged through it. So I'm hesitant to use the 50 at these levels. And I just got stopped out of Microsoft again. So that's the end of the trade on that one. I'm not going to try to take Microsoft short at these levels. I think I have the wrong read on it. So instead of just getting upset about it, I'm just going to leave it alone with respect to the short at the 20 and at VWAP. But to build on the Nike point over here, let's just bring that back super quick. Let's see what we got on the 4 hour. Oops, I think I deleted the 4 hour. There we go. All right, the 4 hour right now. So the first level of resistance I'm going to say we're going to get into is going to be that 96. That 96 to 96 and a quarter. That takes us all the way back into mid to late April. And then, obviously, it's this $98 area. I love the 98, and I think that was actually a great holdup at that level because that takes us to the trough back in March, right at that $97, $98 level. So good flip between support and resistance there. Look, man, you know, it's a bit of a gamble, obviously, getting into earnings before the earnings date. You just don't know how it's going to go. You can try to gauge the market to see, you know, retail spending, you know, consumer discretionary, clothing, do all your research and try to cross your T's and dot your I's. But at the end of the day, if there's something within the company that you don't have notice of, you can't account for it. So, yeah, I don't know. Foot Locker did well on earnings last time, and they credited Nike, not blamed. They credited Nike. Over here, you see Foot Locker reported back on May 30th. And they said their relationship with Nike was improving, this, that, and the other. But since basically getting up into $30, almost $30 on that earnings pop, it sold off. And we're basically trying to hold the 200 on the 4 hour, it looks like here. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, man. It's so hard to find out exactly how someone's going to do on earnings, especially as something as dynamic as Nike, which is all consumer. It's really all about the consumer at that level, not business. So. Man, Microsoft is headed up here, and looks like some of these names are recovering. So Softy recovering. Tesla's at VWAP. Obviously, I don't have to tell you about Nvidia. Really, the only ones that haven't recovered are Meta and Apple. Meta and Apple still at the dead zones right now, but everything else, and Goggles a little bit. Yeah, those three really not recovering. Tesla, Amazon, and Google recovering a little bit better right there.
I've noticed Apple's flip from you calling it the dead one because it's not doing anything on the day to you calling it the dead one because you want to lull it and lure it to the downside so you can add more. I've noticed, you know, Sharif, I not to be an armchair psychologist, literal armchair psychologist, but, you know, I noticed that, you know. I just want to put that out there. I see the change in sides.
Look, Adira.
Sharif?
I like Apple, and I want the most amount of shares at the best possible price. So whatever gets me to that. You know what I mean?
No, that makes sense. I saw that and I was like, Also, Nvidia has me saying, Nvidia, don't do this to me, girl. So why am I involved in Nvidia? 130, I am Nvidia again because I notice, again, for me, it's really going to be based on what I see in the book. I have to trust that more. The way Nvidia is holding this 134.40, which is a level I mentioned earlier, on the book has been, in a word, like, it's been gorgeous. It's been beautiful. I saw that again. I said, I want all the smoke. That this is really the vibe I want. So I got involved 134.45, 46 initially. Then I added at 51s because they were holding that well. But Nvidia, if you're going to do this like little thing where you start making slightly lower highs on like a cent basis on the book, I'm not going to be too pleased. I have to tell you, I will be displeased as punch. If we break decisively below 30s, like buy Nvidia. But really, if I see anything in the book I really dislike, I will sell in a heartbeat. I will get out. I have enough right now for 3 beak waters. That being said, if I continue to see stuff hold up, I will add to the position. Right now, though, I'm seeing some stuff in the book that is kind of making me want to panic sell. We're not going to panic yet. I would just like to de-risk some of this position. If we can get out some at 56, which was what I want here, that'd be a 10 penny winner. And like I said, I'm a scalper. I'll take whatever profit I can get here. This was kind of the plan for the trade. I just need to see Nvidia not do what it's doing right now, which is really struggling with these 50 levels. Things could get a little bit dicey here. Not spicy, just a little bit dicey. SPY continuing to push higher. Q's having a nice upward move. So Nvidia, join your friends here. Join Microsoft. Join Amazon. And give me that express delivery of profit. Please, thanks. NVDA. Sincerely, Adara. What are other people looking at? Don't sleep, people. Let's make money, says Paco. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. We can't, as someone who sleeps a lot, you don't want to sleep on those profits. That is for darn sure. AMD, I'm seeing a lot of different comments in AMD. Someone saying it was overvalued. West, y'all saying AMD is going to have its moment and the TTMPE multiple will come down when the new chip sales start rolling into earnings. Yeah, let's take a look at AMD again because this was a tale, instead of a tale of two cities, it was a tale of two chippies for me. I was like NVDA, AMD. I wanted the AMD bounce that actually we might get now, 154.55. When we didn't get that, I said, Adara, you like the Nvidia look too, switch over to that. So that's what I did. But AMD curling up here on the 9 EMA. Tried the short, didn't work out. Looks like there could be a little bit of a rounded bottom here. Shout out to our Friday lesson. Nvidia, do something, thanks. Also, Ahmed Amwala, AED Super Chat. Actually just saw that now. First trade of the day, AMD long. Which is crazy because this is, I literally just looked at that and I was like, oh, this looks like a nice long.
No way.
Yeah, and I didn't even notice that super chat. So shout out to Ahmed Amwala and shout out to a lot of chatter right now about AMD in the chat. Nvidia, how are you doing, Kay? As long as you stay above 30s, I'll stay in, but things might be getting a little bit dicey here. I might have to get out. How are you doing?
I'm keeping my eye still on Microsoft and Amazon because they're both doing VWAP retracements into this level. So if we get a break, great. I mean, we'll take it long. I was ready for the short bias today, but if they're both going to break, absolutely fantastic. But I'm going to stay agnostic at these levels because this is kind of like the line in the sand, so to speak, to see if they can continue to head up or whether or not, this is going to be as good as it gets for the day. I don't want to overstay my welcome on Softy. I'm already 0 for 2 on it on the day as a result of the shorts. So I want to pack my patience to see, does it take it or does it break it? And, I don't mind giving up a better entry on this in order to get it right. So rather than just trying to guess, it's going to reject off 447.5, I'd rather wait for a red candle to form at VWAP, and then, I could work my way in with a worse price, obviously. So I'd keep my eye on that. And I'm just unsure what to do at the level. So obviously I'm going to have to wait for this candle to close. And the candle's got about 5 minutes left to just open at the moment. It looks like it might be headed right back up into 447.5. If we get a close above VWAP, I'm likely going to take this long here. I don't want to get bamboozled. But we shall see. What else are we doing? We haven't looked at some of these small cap gappers in a while. So let's look at that. Wow, I can't take my eyes off Microsoft. Yeah, let's load up small cap gappers. Have a look at this. LRCH. Okay, so back above VWAP. This one did break below the volume weighted average price, but held the 10 exponential on the 5 quite well. Or was it a dalliance with the 2? It looks like it was a dalliance with a $2 area because it was doing these bottoming tail candles right into 2, showing you that buyers were buying it up there. Incrementally higher highs and higher lows now. Look for that 275 breakout, ultimately $3 though. The level MBIO, a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below. This one doesn't have my name on it at all. I would have been stopped out 100 times on this name. This is not one that I would want to trade. too much range per candle, too much disrespect for some of these moving averages. I can't trade that. I'm going to leave that one alone. What else we got over here? RELI, kind of the same thing here. No real respect for these lines, but more respect it would look like for price action, resistance, and support. And the reason I say that is because it keep bottoming out at an area that we had resistance on earlier on that initial push up at 830. So that was looked like the pre-market high. So yeah, not too much happening there on some of these Mag 7 names. Small cap gappers. Meta still heading down. Amazon just rejected VWAP in the way that I was hoping MSFT would, but I'm getting a bit of a topping tail candle right now on MSFT. I'm going to pack my patience with that one. Tesla also at VWAP and not breaking it with any vigor as well. So those are the two that I'm looking at. I didn't pull the trigger on Amazon, sadly. Can't do it on all of them, but keeping my eye on those three there.
Yeah, I know I opened myself up to ridicule by getting out of my Nvidia long but going short, but I had so much confidence in it. First, I got out of the long. I got out of the long because, like I said, if I saw anything in the book that gave me the heebie-jeebies, I was going to listen to that because I need to trust myself more in the book. I feel like I have a decent read on the book, not all the time, but sometimes I don't trust it enough, and that's where I run into issues. But I said to Dara, you do not like what you're seeing here on the book, so just get out. And I wasn't initially going to flip short, but then when I noticed we were having a little bit of a struggle bus with that 134.40s in terms of making higher highs, like we hadn't seen a 134.50 print on the book in many moons. So I said to Dara, you owe it to yourself to go short. I was comfortable adding to the position at 134.42s. We didn't get that. I just got out at 134.20, so not a huge position, about 15 pennies. I was going to risk it to 134.50, so about 13 pennies risk, 15 pennies reward. That's something I can live with. If you keep projecting off the 9 EMA, I will get back in. Sorry for the rush speed. I'm just really happy I trusted myself because I know shorting Nvidia in your high of days was not the popular opinion. But you're not here to be, you're here to make trades for yourself. And that was a trade that I really stood by. So I'm proud of it. Nvidia, let's see what you do at 134. But any trade I have on you will be a scalp. So I think trusting yourself is really key. It's just
what's going on there, Katina man? The Katina man is still short Meta at 501. He's like $100 in the money right now. Shout out to him. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Derek.
Okay, yeah, you haven't interrupted me here, but I do want to say, Bears versus Bulls saying a quote that I think is immortal. We need more takers, or the hosts are going to have to talk about the stash. Well, no one wants to talk about the stash, do they? So if you want to hear Sean and Obi talk about their takers of choice, the Sean-fidence, the Obi-Wan-fidence, whatever, how you do that is you go right now in the chat. You go ! Join, space, $, Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, Amazon, AMD, a small cap, IWM, SPY, MBIO, NEE, NKE. I don't know. You guys know tickers.
You know
Put them in the chat right now. ! Join, space, $, your ticker of choice. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, who's been great about making sure everyone is being helped on their process of submission. So
absolutely.
Great look. We have some super chats, though, that I want to talk about. Fugazi Bear, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. PGR, cash my calls, $, $. Love the show! ! Yeah, Progressive has been certainly progressing to the upside as of late. Great look for PGR. Let's take a look at this ticker. Shout out again to Fugazi Bear. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, even on the 5-minute, I'm like, okay, let's take a look at the daily chart there. You reloaded Meta? Nvidia. Sean reloaded Nvidia there.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a really good look there. Okay, this is a range of my dreams. If this wasn't a daily chart, like look at this progressive chart, Sharif. This is the range of my dreams.
Whoa.
Shout out to you, Fugazi Bear. You had a really clear 202, almost 203 level of support, and sounds like you took something around here, so not sure where you got in, but congrats on cashing out your calls. Thank you, Donnie Zimbabwe. 2 super chats here. One says message retracted. It's $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Donnie Zimbabwe, another $9.99 super chat. I think this is directed to you. There's a mustache mention, so I'm going to give that one to you.
Where am I looking? Donnie Zimbabwe, long Apple at 213 or 212.50, maybe if it holds support.
Oh, there's another one higher. It's the yellow one.
my bad.
That mentions the stash.
Ooh, there we go. Joke friend, I rock 80 stash, and it's here to stay. I'm back with the triple Qs the past 20 minutes with strike at 445. I don't even know where the triple Qs are. Let's find out. Strike at 445. Okay. What? How is that possible when the Qs are 484? I'm back with the Qs in the past 20 minutes with strike 445. Outside of options, I'm thinking of a swing if Apple We'll find support at 213. See, that's a trick though. I don't know where the bottom is going to be on Apple, and I don't care what it shows as support and resistance. We know a big ETF is going to offload a whole bunch of these shares and pack on Nvidia. So that's like what we were saying this morning with respect to the lesson and the news catalyst, and it absolutely having, wreaking havoc on support and resistance on the book. It just won't matter at those levels. They'll have to be redrawn. So hard to say where Apple finds the bottom. Personally, I hope it finds the bottom at 200 so that I could add more. That's a bit of wishful thinking. We'll see if it ends up coming in. Hard to tell though, Donnie. Write me though back your strike on the Qs, because I'm having trouble understanding. There's no way you think we're going to go to 445 from 484, right? Like maybe you typed in that wrong. Let me know. I wet my beak right now on a nice 15 penny winner on MSFT. I took this one long. For the break up, we got some out there at 69s from 55s. We'll see if this one can hold above VWAP. I have my suspicions with this VWAP break. So we'll see everything else kind of moving down into the right, and Softy's gonna pump up. Who does it think it is? Nvidia? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just can't do that. Only Nvidia gets that kind of title. Shout out to the Katina man. I love your ad, brother. I think I'm gonna go in there with you. I'm just gonna end this Softy trade because it's taking too much of my attention. And we're gonna go into NVDA and trade the one that's actually doing volume and direction on the day. A nice 10-period ad here. I like this Cantina Man ad. I'm long with him at 134 in the third. We'll see if we can ride this one a little bit up a dare.
Yeah, this is really awkward because I just got a short. But
oh,
I'm
my bad. Yeah, whatever.
It's okay. Sorry, guys. I'm scalping a short.
Well, it looks like you're going to do better anyway.
Yeah, I already have something added here at 134.21s. That's where we're going to be getting a little bit of a piece for the dream out. If we break above 134.40s, I'm out. This was the plan for that. But yeah, shout out to that. I honestly think it could go either way. Also, based on how I'm trading this, I'm going to scalp it anyway, so there could be a way for me to make profit and everyone else to make profit as well. So shout out to everybody either way. It's not about the direction. It's not about, okay, we did get a little bit of a print there. But yeah, basically why I like this was because I was watching the book. This has been book week, level 2 week. So what I saw was we could not get above that 134.40s. I said, Adara, you owe it to yourself to try to take another kick of the can here, try to take another short. I kept half in. I might regret keeping half in, but I think we can get a little bit lower as long as we stay, again, below these 134.30s. I'm not adding any more here. I have no reason to, but I do want to keep the position I have in. If we get to that 134 Nvidia, I will be getting out. So I just wanted to say that. Yeah, shout out to Sean and to Sharif. So yeah, it was just funny because I was like, as I was looking at that, I was like, oh, it looks like it could go higher. And everyone's like, oh, we're adding the long. And I was like, oof. But yeah, you have to, the point I'm trying to make is you have to have confidence in whatever your trade style is. I know my style is a bit scalpier, and so I know, I owed it to myself to take the trade that way. I think I may have almost definitely overstayed my welcome here, but we'll wait and see a couple pennies out of the money. I think the long could not be wrong, but like I said, not getting out until we get to that 134.40s.
Yeah, I see the 40s. There's good size there, Dara. I like that call out for you there. We'll see if that size hangs out. I want to also mention goggles. Big move down there, breaking through support level 1 at 175.50. Big move down there for goggles. It was really trying to hold that level. The gates of hell have arrived. Yeah, all the way down to 175. Look for the whole dollar level. It is 75 as well. So I'd be looking to see, do we get a bounce? We're going to find out real soon. 175.04 coming here for GOOGL. And what do we guess? We're going to have to pull that bad boy up. So let's do that right now. Let's go to the trading screen. We got Tesla on and load up Google. But I just got to put in my stop for Nvidia. So can I just send it to you for a second?
Yeah,
so I can put in my...
Yeah, I added a little bit to Nvidia. I know I said I wasn't necessarily going to, but I pretty small position. Still the same amount that I started with. I added a little bit at 134.33 because I still had that, or 32, sorry, because I still had that confidence, that confidence, whatever word you would like to use, that we weren't going to break above 40s for the time being. So I added a little piece here, trying to get out everything 134.17s. Not sure if I'll get those, but I was using the previous book level that we got to. If we make a higher low, that's fine. I'll get out. I didn't even get around here. Like I said, for me, it's really just about, I see this a lot. Time in the market is more important than timing the market. So I really just want to be able to take these opportunities, take these reps, get involved. Nvidia, if you want to shake me out, that's fine. I'll get out 26s. I'm pleased as punch with that. We got out of this position. I think we are making higher lows. I think this long still looks like it is happening on Nvidia. I have no more shorts on this, but happy to say I'm profitable in the shorts I did take. Still down in the day, still slightly down in Nvidia, but man, this is just why you have to trust what you're seeing right? And so hopefully you guys print there.
We'll find out,
I also am considering if we keep holding this 134.30, I have no problem flipping long. I just find I have a harder time trading longs for whatever reason. Also, Daniel Edmonds, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Replacing 401k accounts with all-time high names means poor people going to get wiped if rug pull, question mark. That's a lot of a
Okay, what's the question? Sorry.
I think it's I'm just going to read it again. Replacing 401k accounts with all-time high names means poor people are going to get wiped if the rug pulls. I mean, I think just always you want to be responsible, right, when you're trading.
Yeah.
And I think, we don't necessarily know that there will be a rug pull. It's hard to say right now. The market is going to do what it's going to do, right? And you don't want to call. You don't want to call tops or call bottoms.
No.
Just have to wait and see what happens. Also, that Nvidia long is looking mighty fine. Shout out to you.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
I was looking at goggles. I just got stopped at a goggles. I want back in because this 175 area here. Where are the goggles? No, I'm getting. Let me just make sure that I want to get back in here and I'm not acting stupid and impulsive because I'm seeing a bottoming tail candle, doji candle, 175. Okay, well, I'll pack my patience on that one in a second. Go, Nvidia, all right, I printed on that one. Look, and this is what Adara and I were yapping about the other day. She printed on it, I printed on it. There's just a way to do that. Sean and Neil do that all the time. I see Sean long, Neil short, and vice versa, and somehow they both weasel money out of it, and then I end up getting stopped out somehow. So it just works that way.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works out. I'm going to leave that position in now. Back to goggles. I'm keeping my eye here on 175. Tesla also broke out, guys. Big breakout right now on TSLA through VWAP on the way to 185. I just saw that quick as you like while I was staring at goggles. And so goggles is still doing the dance with no pants, fighting right now. Between a fight between buyers and sellers at said 175. I'm keeping my eye on this level because I want to see if this one definitely continues to make lower lows like it's doing right now and lower highs, or whether we can get something out of this one. Right now, my spidey sense is telling me that this one is going to continue to make lower lows until I can see some. Yeah, this one's continuing to go down. So new lows coming in here on GOO, and right back above 175 again. Somebody's buying this at 175, and I'm not surprised. Before we broke 175, there was a lot of size there that's gone now, though, and that's the thing. So we'll keep tabs on that, Adair.
Yeah, so Nvidia's the bamboozler. We broke above 134.40. I tried a long. I got out. I lost like 8 pennies. It's fine. Slightly giving up some of those gains, but then I did get short again. You might be like, Adara, pourquoi? Why are you doing this? I got short again because I still don't have a reason for at least how I trade. I still see a little bit of confidence with the short. We got all the way down into 134.10s. We could be, again, curling higher. If we break above 40s, I'll leave. But it's just about having more confidence. And I feel like I tend to be more confident. I tend to, I think, trade more effectively when I'm taking these shorts. Also, looking at this chart, wow, there are way too many fills here on Nvidia. But, I don't think maybe I'm getting a little bit married to the ticker. I don't know. But it's like if I'm seeing levels that make sense, if I'm still seeing stuff, I'd rather commit to a stock where I'm actually, seeing things that make sense than try to overwhelm myself by looking at too many things. You know what I mean? Like I want to shout out Sharif because Sharif is always looking at the Mag 7s and the small caps, and that's it. And so I think having a much more narrow focus can help make sure you're not missing anything you want to see in tickers you want to see. I still think Nvidia could be a long here, but I'm taking the short because it still holds up to my parameters. We are still making these lower highs on a book basis. And again, it's more of a scalp. But I appreciate what you said. Like, you can print on both sides.
Yeah, it's
right?
I've seen it happen.
Which is what's so cool. I mean, it just happened here.
Yeah.
So that's what's cool about. And then on the opposite side, I tried to take the long and then didn't print on NVDA. But, Sharif and Sean did, right? So it's just really interesting how different styles, different approaches are always going to get you different results. So that's why you have to trade true to yourself.
Big Kyle wrote something to you here. I think it's with respect to what we were talking about. Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah, sure.
Everyone who is using a 401k or other similar, vehicles needs to know they do have control. They need to be active and ask questions or log in and select their own choices. So many just don't know. Shout out to you, Big Kyle. Absolutely agree with you. Some 401ks, look, we don't have 401ks on this side of the border, but we have similar things. All right, so you can basically, in certain situations, go into your 401k provider, be like, I want high risk, I want medium risk, I want actively managed, I don't want actively managed, yada, yada, yada. You have those options. You just got to apprise yourself of those options. And not everybody will have the same options. Your employer might get you package A, mine's package B. This allows me this, yours allows you that. So just make sure you apprise yourself of all the deets. But yeah, thank you very much for that, big Kyle Burdett. Well said there. You got to, look, man, it's your money. If you're not going to be interested in it, who's going to be interested in it? Maybe the thief that wants to take your money. He's probably Ram. And she's like, yo, you don't want your money? Mm-hmm. Send it over here, right? Well, I mean, she takes Ubers to work, right? So we know what kind of standard Ram is doing over there. Only Uber XL, Obi. Only Uber XL for Ram. And anytime she's offered a share option, she's like, nuh-uh.
Shout out to Ramin.
Yeah, shout out to Ram. Guys, I want to mention the Cybertruck because the Cybertruck
Nvidia's going.
Yeah, it's okay. 185 Adara, I'm seeing as a possible line in the sand here on TSLA. It did take VWAP. It did take the 50 as well, not on a closing basis. 185 though, I don't know. Is that a level? Is that an important level here? Or it doesn't look like it was the last few days. So TSLA, it looks like it may be on the way to 185. But Adara is right. The monster Nvidia back into that $0.50 size at the $0.50, guys. Big boy size at the $0.50 right there. Let's see if that one can get blown through. I'm not going to take anything out here. Let's let this go, man. It's been pamping all day. And if it continues to pamp, then we want to wet our beak in it. But definitely at the $0.50, a lot of volume being exchanged here, or a lot of shares being exchanged here, and you can tell by the tape speed. So we'll see if this $0.50 can get broken. But seeing about a little over 4. Say that again, Obi. That's about 3,000 lots. Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm seeing as well. And there you go. You get that initial rejection. That's big boy size. We'll have to see if that can get eaten up on the monster NVDA up 2 2/3 a day.
Yeah, this is interesting. I've been, I don't want to say obsessively watching the book on Nvidia today, but I will because it's true. I've been obsessively watching the book on Nvidia today. But it's been really helpful because it's really been like showing me how these things are moving. That's why I got out of this initial long, which didn't look bad on the chart, but I was seeing in the book, we were seeing these lower highs. Initially, we get to 134.59, then we get to 134.56, and we were seeing these lower highs here in the book. What I'm seeing here, though, in Nvidia, since we got to that 134 touch, is the opposite. I'm seeing higher highs and higher lows on the book. We just cannot break this 134.50. That being said, since we've had this next little attempt to push back into the $0.50, we haven't broken below 134.40 on a tape. Like I said, or in the book, sorry. 134.40 is the area I've been watching for Nvidia because I think it's been a really nice, I would say it's less of a really clear level and more of a really good sense of where the sentiment is changing. But we popped above it, so shout out to you.
Yeah, let's see if we can go now. It could be a quick wham, bam, thank you, Nvidia, and then right back down we go, which is look like what we're doing right now, Adair. So let's see how that tug of war resolves between buyers and sellers. The level got breached, but it's a topping tail candle right now, guys. So be careful, right? I mean, you just never really know how this is gonna all pan out. But one thing is you have the trend on your side today. It's up 2 2/3. XLK going to be adding a zillion shares on this, so there's a bit of a tailwind. It's not like a small cap gapper that's around for a good time, not a long time. Nvidia ain't going to be gone tomorrow. That's the thing. So even though you can get bamboozled, I'm trying to draw parallels between a small cap and a large cap, and I don't think that's a good idea because Nvidia is obviously a serious company. So let's see if we can continue to move up. Right now, definitely that $0.50 is a bit of a bamboozling area on this intraday time frame. So I'm going to pack my patience on it. Definitely don't want to take anything out a little bit too early here and then have it really move up again. What I'm looking at on the side chart is what it's doing relative to the 10 exponential. And I don't see any lower highs or low lows. I see a hold of the 10 exponential. And so long as I see that, I'm going to kind of, I don't want to say rest easy, but just not be as paranoid or however it's said. Do you remember that from Scarface?
No, I haven't seen Scarface.
No?
I have like a lot of gaps in my film knowledge. I know. I'm sorry.
No way. But usually you punch out your weight
Hey,
class.
but
So
I
I'm
haven't
like,
seen- well, I think-
I'm not trying to hold anything
I need
against
to watch,
you,
I
Adara.
need to watch Scarface. I need to watch the third Godfather movie. Like I will acknowledge I have some gaps. But yeah, no, it's been quite the day.
And it's just like Tony Montana, right? He's obviously, newer to the country at that point. He's like, how'd you call it paranoid, right? Like that. So I just love how he does that, and it's always stuck in my head a little bit. So
awesome.
yeah, just keeping an eye here on the monster. Let's see, it's back to that $0.50 level. Ram. We'll see if this one breaks. Size, no, it didn't really refresh at that $0.50, that 134.50. Not the same kind of lottage that we had there last time. We were talking about almost 4,000 lots. Not the same kind of size this time around. Mark the Realtor, Tesla on the 5-minute chart looks great again. I'm also in Nvidia. As for me, I like the stock. You and everybody else in the world, my man. No, I don't mean to belittle your analysis. Obviously, you are absolutely right to like it because this thing's got a tailwind and a half. So let's see how Tesla looks. My only concern, Mark, with Tesla was this thing I was talking about, this 185. Double top right there, 2 topping till candles into that 185. Then we print a newer low on the subsequent 5-minute candle all the way down into that $0.33. Yeah, let's see. Look, if we can recover here and continue with these higher highs and higher lows, then this one candle means bupkis. But let's see if we continue to trend down. I'm going to be looking short. I hope you don't get upset about me with that. But the Cybertruck is negative on the day, about 1 2/3 a day.
Yeah, it's been quite the day. I did briefly try to short Nvidia again. I know sacre bleu, but I did it because we had that. I was watching 134.40. I said the second we break below, try to get up. The most I would have gotten was going to be about 4 pennies there. We did come back. The second we touched above the 134.50, I got out. So, I think one of the biggest things I learned today, I'm down on the day, but I think the confidence is so important. I don't feel badly about any of these trades because I felt good about all of them. I don't mean like good, but I felt like there were levels and things I liked, and I stand by all of them, which I think is, I think that, doesn't count for P&L, but it counts for something when it comes to learning. So you're not going to have an up day every single day, but if you can get up on that knowledge, I think that is also what matters. Thank you so much. Yeah, I get to Mark the Realtor. Shout out to 305. But you know what is happening in about an hour and a half is going to be Sharif and co. Sharif will be on the big screen, and Obi and Sean will be on their desks. And we're going to be doing looking at some tickers.
We are.
But how do you get involved in that?
You got to do this, Adara. You got to vote. If you don't vote, you don't have a say, right? Get your say every day on the afternoon rundown. Get into the chat right now and vote for the ticker of your choice. If it's the monster NVDA you want to see, vote for Nvidia. How about Tesla, the Cybertruck, double top off 185? Vote for it. How about Chewy? Chewy doing things. So is Chegg. CHGG? CHGG. They were almost out of business, Katina, man, because of AI.
What's Nvidia say?
Well, Nvidia is almost at 134.80 again. We're long here with you, and it's topped into 134.60, but it's days low. You're absolutely printing on that.
498 print?
You got 498, my man. 497.68 LOD right now on META. Yeah, the Katina man is printing over there, and that's just a fact of life. Say that again?
Chilean Nightmare said I had to put more makeup on.
He said that to me too when I filmed
The Chilean Nightmare demanded that the Katina man put on more makeup for the podcast. The Chilean Nightmare is quite demanding these days.
We don't call him a Chilean daydream, that's for sure.
There's the Katina man. Get that makeup on, baby. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can see Sharif's mug.
Hey! Where's Ram? There she is. Shout out to the crew, man. I love coming into work every day. That's just the way it is.
People.
Yeah. Fantastic look here, Adair. So we're gonna have to start the lesson of the day again. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, Katina man, is I'm gonna put my order. I'm gonna move up my stop on Nvidia. This is so funny. I can't believe what I'm hearing right now. I'm moving up my stop in Nvidia so that I can start the lesson of the day, Ram. Let's go ahead and go like this, 134, and then we'll go 14s just to give this monster some room. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour. We are talking about level 2 all week, guys. Today, we're going to get a bit more nuanced with it and talk about how to spot support and resistance on the level 2. Something we typically do on the chart, but not the only place we can do it. So, traders, welcome back. Yesterday, we explored the intricacies of the order book. Now, let's leverage that knowledge to identify dynamic, keyword here, dynamic support and resistance zones. Sometimes we'll refer to them as SNR zones. So moving beyond the static levels of the traditional charts. Traditionally, support and resistance are horizontal or diagonal lines drawn on charts based on historical price action. Keyword here, historical, history. However, the order book offers real-time insights into where these zones might be forming or might be shifting. So that's what we're talking about here, and that's what I kind of want to show you, right? So what you see here is your normal, typical, run-of-the-mill support and resistance lines drawn at these here levels. Support, resistance, and then we know how they flip, right? That's not how it's going to be reflected on the order book. On the order book, you're going to see things in the size column that's going to show you whether or not there's support and resistance right there. So for example, this 175.15 has a whole bunch of orders on it. So does that 10 level. You don't see that same size on the other side, right? So that's what we're looking for there. So the order book depth as a lifeline. So in this case, we're looking for areas with significant order volume on either side of the book. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean in a second, but let me show you, let me just describe it first. So the high bid depth, which is support. So this is going to be a cluster of bids at a specific price level indicating buying pressure that can potentially hold the price from falling any further. This area becomes a potential support zone. Exactly the opposite of that is high ask depth, which is essentially resistance. A concentration of asks at a price level indicates selling pressure that can stall or reverse a price advance. So this area becomes a potential resistance zone. And so here's what I mean by that. Look at the size on this, whatever, I don't know what this stock is, and it doesn't really matter. But $5.31, you can see what kind of size we're sitting at there at 531. And then even below 531 in the 529s, there's equally large size. Now, moving to the other side of the table to look at how the ask is doing. There is not even close to the size on the 532 or 33 or 34. So essentially what you're seeing here is a bit of a chasm, a vacuum where there is really not the equivalent amount of resistance as there is for support, not the equivalent amount of selling as there is for buying. There is a buy imbalance at this level, okay? The opposite of that is where there's a sell imbalance, the high ask depth. Look at the size on the right side, which is the ask side. 770,000 shares at 2 pennies. That's on one gateway. The other gateway has 200,000, and that's at one price level. Compare that to the size seen on the bid. We're not even close. We're talking about the highest number here being 110,000. This side over here, the highest number is 267, with 100 being kind of like the lower end. So this is what we call a high ask depth. So the art of the order, let me just check where Nvidia is real quick here.
It's at 134.50.
It's really having trouble with 50, eh?
Yeah.
This 50 penny level is a serious, even though it's wicking above it, Adair, I mean, you can definitely see somebody offloading at the $0.50 here every time.
Yeah, and it's making lower lows on the book as well.
It is, eh?
Yeah, we got to 134.25.
Oh, boy.
Last time we got to 36s.
It did, eh?
Yeah, so it got to 36s, then 25.
I love how you noticed that.
Oh, yeah, I have not taken, I'm going to be honest, guys. I know I'm being very boring today. I've just been watching this book all morning.
Who cares if it's boring? As long as
I'm learning.
yeah,
I'm learning
exactly.
so much. Yeah.
So shout out to Big Cal. Moving on. So the art of the order book whisper. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about order book shifts. What is that? A sudden increase in bids or a sudden increase in asks at a particular level can foreshadow a support or resistance zone in the making. So you're sitting there, you're trading Nvidia at 134.45, and then all of a sudden you see a monster seller come in there at 134.55. Well, what the hell is this? Who is this guy? And why are there 10,000 lots all of a sudden there? So nothing you had planned for, but something that could precipitate more sellers looking to get in there because they know that such a big sell order, it's not going to likely be get pious. So they're going to be looking to kind of pile in with the size that's coming in. So all of a sudden there were 10,000 lots and now there's 20,000 lots because people saw that huge sell order there and they jumped in with it. So that's a problem. And so when you see that kind of thing, you're watching a resistance zone in the making. The same thing applies for support. No difference, okay? And then your order book vacuums. I kind of prefaced this one a little bit yesterday, but this is essentially a noticeable absence of orders at a price level. This can indicate to you a potential breakout zone. Where's Nvidia? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we pushed a little bit above there.
If it's below a current support level, there might be buyers waiting to step in. Conversely, of course, a vacuum above resistance suggests less resistance for a potential price surge. And so what I was talking to you about right over here was if, this size gets blown through, there's nothing really there to backstop the size from continuing to move up at this $5 and the third level. It's going to keep moving up till encountering size. Now, we know that there could be icebergs, and we talked about that yesterday, but for the moment, we're not talking about iceberg orders, okay? Now, confirmation here, as we always talk about that, confirmation is key in all aspects of trading. While the order book provides valuable clues, it's definitely not a crystal ball by any means. Here's how to add weight to your analysis. Price action confirmation, obviously. You're looking for the price to actually touch or stall near the identified support and resistance zones that you've ID'd. Can you believe that? You want the actual price to get touched. I mean, this kind of goes without saying. I don't even know I'm saying it. Technical indicators also help you here as well. If you're going to use things like moving averages to gauge the trend and relative strength index, or MACD to gauge the momentum, those are two technical indicators that would work great here with the order book. And then dynamic adaptations is super important. When we talk about static support and resistance zones, we're talking about charts. When we talk about dynamic support and resistance, we're talking about the book. And that's why you need to be dynamic in how you adapt. So order book fluctuations, goes without saying, especially on the heavily traded names, they can be very fluid, very transient, very quick. So levels can change rapidly. Be prepared to adjust your support and resistance zones based on real-time order book movements. And then this is very important as well, the news catalyst impact, especially for these small cap gappers, right? Just because you see an area of support or an area of resistance on the book, it doesn't mean that it won't absolutely get blown through if a news catalyst comes in midday and changes the calculus. So be on the lookout for that. And some advanced tips here for you guys. The time-weighted average price, again, not an indicator I'm too familiar with, getting apprised with it just like you guys are. TWAP for short. These are sophisticated orders that aim to buy or sell a certain amount of stock at an average price over a specified time frame. So three variables here: certain amount of stock, average price, certain time frame. Three variables typically used by hedge funds and larger institutions to pile in or get out of positions after the buying committees have made their decisions. You're looking for these large TWAP orders, a lot easier said than done, on the buy side near support or on the sell side near resistance. It suggests institutional interest potentially aligning with your identified support and resistance zones there.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that. And I think one thing too is like these are real. Like you can see stuff like Nvidia to again use the example of a book that I've been reading to death today. You can really see these support and resistance zones, just like even if you watch the movement, how things are holding or rejecting certain levels, right? Right. That can be really key. So I just think it's a really fun metric to learn. And I appreciate that you say we're still learning too.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean I think one of the best ways to learn is just get in it. Pick a stock to get married to, or not married to, but marry yourself to the book to. Because I'm by no means like married to trading it, but it's watching this book has taught me so much about how levels can change, how things can flip from support to resistance. So, definitely.
I think the winds of change are coming on Nvidia.
Oh, I already got short.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
The winds of change are coming on Nvidia.
Yeah.
I can feel that. The future's breaking down too. It's doing the wick shimmy for whatever reason at this level, and it looks like it's coming down. I ended my position here.
Yeah, so basically, I just added to the Nvidia short. What I did, I got involved a little bit higher than I did last time. I started this position at 134.50. Initially, I was looking for that 134.40 rejection. Every time I saw that rejection, I would get involved. But the reason I got involved a little bit higher here is because, as Sharif said, the winds of change, right? We got, I think, as high as 134.70s. I was sort of dabbling in AMD, but I didn't have as much confidence in the position. We were kind of waffling around a little bit, and I kept looking at the Nvidia book. Then I saw we had these lower highs in the book once again, and I said, Adara, try to take this again. So I got back involved in this short. I'm risking up into 134.60, so about 10 pennies from my initial point of entry, about 18 pennies from my averaged position, because I did add around that 134.35s, because I did want, again, these lower highs. I don't know if this will work out. You never know if trades are going to work out, but I do think we have, as Sharif said, the winds of change. I already scalped out part of this position, then added a little bit back in. So all good here. I just want to see, I think if we crack back below that 40s for whatever reason, 134.40s, shout out to the lesson of the day here. That has been a weird sticking point here on the book. We are trying to curl back above it here. I'm noticing slightly higher lows here on the book. But if we get another crack here below that 134.40s into this 134.30s, I'm actually going to have a beak wetter ready for 134.30s. So let's see if that ends up coming to fruition here. I have no reason to leave. Let's see if Nvidia can get low, 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 low. Paulo saying short anything but Nvidia. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I know Nvidia's kind of been on the upside, but I think as long as you have levels, and I have confidence in trading in a specific way, I have no qualms about shorting this because I like the levels. And honestly, I feel like the times I've tried to go long Nvidia because it seems like, a trade that makes sense, those are the times that I've gotten a bit chopped up. So right now I stand by the short. Obviously, if we break above 60s, I'll be out. I have no qualms about leaving, but you have to take the trades that make the most sense to you. So that's what I was trying to do with this NVDA, because I have been staring at it into oblivion. Also, if there's any charts you've been staring at that you want to have Sean and Obi go over, there's a way to do that. You can go in the chat right now. You have until 1:50, so you have almost an hour or just over an hour left to do this. Go in the chat right now, ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you want to see. Amazon, Apple, Nvidia, GME, AMC. We all know tickers. I'm going to stop listing them. But yeah, so whatever ticker you have had your eyes on, maybe you've been watching something like a hawk, like I have, Nvidia, whatever you're looking at, what's great, we're a democratic system here at Trader TV Live, and we want to hear, as Sharif said, if you need to make your voice count, you need to make your voice heard. So that's the best way to do that, is going in our chat right now and just getting involved. I'm going to be, if we can get back to 134.35s, we'll get a little bit out more here of NVDA, because I just want to do that little scalpy thing here. But yeah, I have been taking this short, and I think what I learned, and I wrote this in, it's not my sticky note, it's what I call my tickers to look at document, and I write little messages, little areas I like. And one thing that I wrote here is, you're trading for yourself, so you want to take trades and take profit at areas and for reasons that make sense for your style. And that was really the impetus for this Nvidia trade.
I love it.
I know it looks a little bit funky perhaps, but I have been able to do okay here on the short. Down in the day, down in the name, but I've learned a lot just from sitting here and committing myself to my ideas. And I think sometimes the progress and learning can maybe even matter more than P&L to make it really
you see this?
fun.
This is wow.
Meta?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
that's a inverse cup and handle.
Yeah. Okay, guys, from the high that we printed yesterday, which was 510.75, to the low that we just dropped right now, it's a 3% drop on Meta. Not bad. All right, guys, keep your eye on this area right here. I'm looking at possibly 496 to get defended. I know we broke it. 495, 33, LOD, META. But look at that IB low from yesterday, right at 935. The lowest of the candles there prints 496.01. If we print a bottoming tail hammer candle, which is obviously bullish individually, coupled with the area of technical support from yesterday's IB low, I'm punching long Meta. I know that's crazy, because this thing's absolutely been shellacked on the day, and the Katina man's like $115.75 in the money on this name because he's short up here at 500 or something. I'm kidding, obviously, about the $117. But if Meta holds up at this level over here, seeing that we didn't break it by all that much, we claim 496 and give me a hammer candle and some green candles after that, then I'm punching long. Now, I will be likely to cover everything ahead of this 498. I don't like this, area trough over here, because I think it's, if we move back into it, it'll be a support area. So Meta, on the way back, it looks like this candle just opened up a little green. Let's see if it can reclaim 496. I'm not going to be quick to jump into this. I definitely need to see proof. You don't jump into a long. You don't jump into a quick long when the stock you're looking at just printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 5-minute red candles in a row. I don't think that's a bad idea. And look at the volume. Guys, the volume is picking up. It's like the same type of volume we had at the open. What is going on here with the selling? Aggressive selling on META midday here. Did not expect that at all. It's 10-1, and we're getting this kind of aggressive selling. So we'll keep eyes on Meta. Definitely interested in a mean reversion. We all exposed Obi yesterday going short 218, and it was an absolutely accurate trade.
It was a great trade, yeah.
He does that. He has that
I was just
mean
laughing because we exposed him.
Yeah, of course. We do it because we're fun around here, right? We like to expose the Ob, the one, the Canoe. But yeah, he had something. He obviously, I think, it retraced $3 off the high,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it was a good look.
215, yeah, it was a fantastic look. So if Meta does that kind of similar thing where we retrace to the high side, I want all the smoke. But I need to see proof. Right now, I'm not seeing the proof, so we're not jumping in. What else is going on here? Definitely still near the low of day on Apple. So we did get a breach now twice here of the 10 period. Both of them have rejected off the 20. So it has been a very, straight system today for Apple. The deep retracements go into the 20. The shallow retracements, as you can see here, come off the 10. But the winds of change, look, they may be coming because that's 3 breaches now in the last 4 5-minute candles of the 10 exponential. We'll have to see if the 20 exponential can get breached. Not yet.
Yeah, so I got out of the Nvidia short because we broke above 134.60s. Really proud of the risk management here. Everything went according to plan. Nvidia, then again, was like, Adara, I'm just going to keep tempting you because I'm going to keep having difficulties with these levels. Right now, though, it's pushing above 134.75. I want to clarify, I think one thing, too, that is so huge with trading is as long as the idea makes sense to you, and it's a little bit different when you're in the show because you have to articulate why you're getting involved in things, right? But as long as you have a thesis, you have a plan, you have risk management, I don't think there's anything wrong with going after your dreams, or in this case, trades. If you have stuff that makes sense, if you have stuff you like, I think that's really important. And that's why I love when you say, call me crazy. It's like, no one should call you crazy. It's your idea. It's your idea you like. So I will not call you crazy, Meta Sharif. I think I think you explained it really well. You articulated it really well. I just think it's a huge part of, you have to trade your own book and do your own thing. And we talk about confidence, but I think the heart of confidence, the hallmark music here is that it's the levels Sean likes and feels passionate about.
Oh, yeah.
And that, I call it confidence just because, it's a pun. But as long as you have stuff you care about, as long as you have levels you like for whatever reason, I think that's what should matter.
Agree.
The true meaning of Christmas. Also, Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. Meta last earnings anchor is at 495.50 on watch. Oh, that could be a spicy little look there. Whew. So apparently Tesla about to go.
It really is?
Tesla are below the 90 MA and we're below VWAP, but we're also kind of scuttling around near that 184 level. I'm going to be honest, I would not go long Tesla here, but I am a little bit short biased, so take that how you will. We are, though, below the 90 MA and we're below VWAP. I would think if we were going to bounce, I would have rather see it 184. We're about 15 pennies below 184 now. If we can recover at that 184, then I think that's a nice look. But I would like to see us go below 184. Right now, we're skirting a little bit lower.
I'm trying to get in. I knew this is what it was going to do. I knew this is what it was going to do. And I can't get in because it's so spready. Oh, I know it is.
Not
though.
to make light of your plight, but it is spreada.
Yes, I can't get in. I'm trying to get in. Look at that touch off 495, and now it's $1.40 higher. I told you something smelt. Like, oh God, I don't want to chase this. I hate that. All right, let's see how I can weasel my way in here. Maybe sit at $0.25. Let's try to get $0.25 over here. I'm not going to chase this. I just won't. It's just not my style. Anytime I chase it, I always end up paying for it. So I'd rather be upset about not getting the right entry than having to chase it. Here it comes. Can we get the quarter? We're showing 24s here on the bid. If we can cross down a little bit on the ask, I still think this is valid. It's not filling me. I'm not going to get filled. Yeah. All right. That's fine. Eek. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the way it is. Well, if I get in here, I can get into 498. My level, well, that's actually not true. That's not true at all because what it's been rejecting off has been the 10 period. So I have to look at it as a 10 period retracement. So 10 period takes me into 497.25 generally. So it's about 60 pennies from where we are right now. It's not a bad entry. keeps going away from me. Oh, that's so frustrating. All right, well, it's okay. Let's not get upset about it. Maybe if it touches the 10, I can short it again. We'll see. We'll see. So anyway, I had the right idea. Poor execution on Meta. That's on me. That's on nobody else. Not the software, not anything. I should have been a bit more alive to that kind of speed. I mean, it's you guys know how it is. It's super spready and it gives you trouble getting out. Why wouldn't it give you trouble getting in, right? That just stands to reason that way. Yeah, that's the way it is. So it's all good there. I did say eek, Carrie.
I like that. Eek.
Yeah, thanks. We love you too, Carrie. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Miss A, shout out to you as well. Yes, same thing. I'm telling you, Miss A, it is, I don't know what percentage obviously is actual technique and what percentage is psychology, but it seems to be a bit of a fair distribution between the two. So yeah, Joseph Horn, $2 super chat for us. You guys are both awesome to watch. So fun. Thank you. Obviously, we're very happy about that.
We love being here. And
Yeah,
I think
we do.
I think I think we get along.
We do, and we get along off camera.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so when we get in the morning, she's dropping puns already, I'm laughing, so it's like not just
whistling.
us on the show. Yeah, I'm whistling. She's trying to guess what I'm singing most of the time, so it's all good there.
Let me tell you, this is not a manufactured.
No.
We vibe like this, IRL
Exactly.
as well, so good times.
All right, good retracement on some of these names here, Adira, as the Fuge goes back into Greensville. Go, NQ, go. But the NQ likely may have resistance here at this 20,200 we did initially at around 12 o'clock, at around noon. Here we are again, right at that level, going green, but barely. The monster, the best one, or is it the best one now? Let's see, market cap wise. Nvidia, no, it's still south. $3.3 billion, $3.317 billion market cap at day's highs. I feel like this big getting out of it. I should have stuck to my guns on this one and said, a clear break on a closing basis of the 10 was the only thing that was going to get me out. And we didn't have a clear basis, a clear closing below the 10. We did have wicks. And here comes 135 on the monster, 134.95 now HOD on NVDA. But you're getting a nice pump in some other names as well. The one that I just finished complaining about, Meta, nice $2 move plus off the bottom. The dead one, Apple, retracing, breaking finally through the 20 on a closing basis, question mark, because we still haven't closed out this candle. This candle's got 2 more minutes. The last time we broke the 20 was this candle over here right at 11, and you can see it's a topping tail inverse hammer candle, awfully bearish. And that printed down again. Not goggles, Amazon, a skewed double bottom with a higher low, looking for a possible 182 and 183 break over here as we looking for a VWAP retracement. So a decent move here on the Fuge and on these Mag 7 names. Still though, a lot of them are still below key technical levels here, so I don't want to make too much of this.
Yeah, I see your super chat there. Kyle Burdett, thank you very much for the super chat. But also, so to Kyle Burdett.
Kyle, what are you doing, bro?
I am, though, involved in that NextEra Energy. I put this in the watch list. Yeah, we can tell it's the time of day that my brain decides to take a nap. And so I put this, Sharif knows what time of day I'm talking about, because I'll just put it this way, Tired Adira and this Adira are like 2 vastly different individuals. But anyways, so I'm involved in NextEra. This was where's the next trade? Where's the next trade? This was that trade. Shout out to Obi, he will be able to see on that big desk in just over an hour. But no, I got involved in this. This was on the watch list. And then also Sharif was like, oh, did you see Kyle was looking at this one? So I was like, oh, that's cool. But no, so I liked it because we had that VWAP projection with the topping tail candle. I am risking into 85. It's just basically where the top of that candle was, and that tail, that was not English. That's where I'm risking about 8 pennies. I want to see 60s. I don't think I'll see 60s, I'll be honest. But we're going to wait and see what happens. This is not the type of trade I usually take. But right now, I want to take a moment of silence. Shout out to Darwin, 50 Cent Club AMD. Great job for you. I was in AMD long, and I got out because I was too busy looking at its cousin Nvidia. Clearly that was a mistake. To be fair, I would have probably taken like 30 pennies on this AMD. So definitely not the right vibe. But I like this because we had those wicks here into 130, 150, 350 when we bounced back. This can be a moment for the journal. This can be a moment that keeps me up at night reflecting and being like, the violence, like, Adara, what were you doing? But you know what? Honestly, I learned so much from watching that tape in Nvidia, and I did have some profitable trades in it, though I am down on it right now and down on the day. I honestly, no regrets. Also, shout out to Obi in the film We're the Millers. Because the thing is, you always have to learn from something. I think I definitely learned more from Nvidia than I would have learned taking this AMD trade. But I do really want to shout out Darwin there for that AMD 50 cents in the money. Please does punch for you, and so happy to be here with with everyone in this. Mr. Two Pamps.
Yeah.
Pamp.
I love Darwin. He always puts like the cream. Oh wow! Can you believe it did it to me again?
Meta is
Can you believe it?
you,
I literally tried to get short again at the 10 exponential and it still won't give me my entry. And I'm just too stubborn to chase it because I don't want a bad price. That's now almost $1 from where I tried to get short. It just dropped. Come on, dog. Come on, let's be good to each other here. You know, like let me in the Cybertruck. Let me in the Zuck train. Let's go. All right, NVIDIA breaking through 135. So this is, this is a big move here for NVIDIA now. Over 3% on the day. There it is, 135 and a quarter incoming here. 18s, 19s now, high day. This is just squeezing. I guess maybe the dip trade on this one's gonna have to be the area top at 134.75. Because that was kind of like the consolidative area top before it really squeezed because we didn't stop at all at 135. It just kept going like it's going now. Wow, NVIDIA, 135.28. This thing, it just keeps going up and up and up and up. So we're going to...
Oh, sorry, we do have the auction coming at 1. Sorry about that, guys.
Sure.
We have that auction at 1 p.m., 20-year bond auction. Apologies there. That NVIDIA movement was, it had the whole market... There, my apologies. Yeah, right now the Q's here, topically turning around this 90 MA level. Let's see what our auction results were. So someone was saying there's news on NVIDIA. I'm not able to find it. I'm having some issues with my blotter, so I apologize there. Sure. Apologies there, guys, for the bond auction. And we do have a whole bunch of Fed speakers as well. Kugler, right now, it's all starting at 1 p.m. So we have Kugler and I know we have Musalem at 1:20. Kugler and Logan here at 1 p.m. We did get the 20-year bond auction, slightly lower than expected here, 4.452% versus 4.635% previous. So apologies there. That was the bond auction. Maybe a bit of a move down on the Q because of that. So yeah, sorry about that, guys.
So NVIDIA now is the world's most valuable company. Just overtook the soft one right now. And here is the headline: HP and NVIDIA partner on new generative AI offering. Do we really need more? Hewlett-Packard Enterprises has further partnered with NVIDIA to launch a portfolio of co-developed AI solutions that would allow companies to accelerate the adoption of generative AI. NVIDIA AI computing by HSP is expected to be available through a joint go-to-market strategy that would span sales teams and channel partners, trading, and a global network of system integrators, HP said Tuesday. The latest collab marks the expansion of a decades-long partnership, the company said. All right, to unleash the immense potential of generative AI, in enterprise HP and NVIDIA co-developed a turnkey private cloud for AI that will enable enterprise to focus their resources on developing new AI cases that can boost productivity and unlock new revenue streams. You told me nothing, all right? So all they're doing is another AI headline, this time including HP. It behooves us to look at HP, which is the other mentioned name, which is HPE. Let's load up that bad boy, see if it's getting the old college bump. Because, well, I'm assuming that it would be better for HPE than here at NVIDIA. And let's see, 1 minute. This thing sold off on the news. What time did that come out? That came out right at 12:30. And this is 12:30 right here. So I don't know. HPE, I guess investors didn't like that too much. It did sell off, but it got bought right back to the level it was trading at before the news dropped at 12:30. So HPE, nothing burger there. A little confused. So I'm not sure why it's benefiting NVIDIA here more. But NVIDIA is at day's high. Unreal, man. 135.40. It's reaching pivot level 2s. Resistance level 2 on pivot. Resistance level 1 feels like a lifetime ago. It's $2 south of here in this consolidation zone, and this is on its way to the $0.50, 135.43. Unbelievable move today for the world's most valuable company now, Adara, at day's high.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's nice as well. I'm seeing Louis Tortora saying that's big news, guys. It's always interesting because it's like the market sometimes decides kind of what ends up being bigger news or not. I guess right now, sell the news events are kind of common as well. It's always interesting because, and I remember something Neil will say about earnings that I think is kind of relevant for some of these stories as well. Is it's not good or bad earnings, how the market reacts to it. And so maybe it's not good or bad news. It's how the market reacts to it there for the HP and NVDA. So I just want to put that out there because I think that's certainly worth noting. Also, I am still, I've had some fun here in this Nextera Energy. Where's the Nextera trade right now? It's in Nextera. So basically, because this is a bit less of a scalp, I decided that I wanted to trade it in a way that I'm comfortable with. So instead of just having the position and waiting, I said, I'm going to scalp in and out of it. So that way I've been able to make some profit. I'm adding it as we have these lower highs. If we break above into that 77s, which is my initial point of entry, if we break above that area decisively into 80s, I'm out. I'm done. I'm okay with that. I'd like to add a little bit at 71s, but if I can't add, I have enough of this position that I'm pleased as punch with it. What I want to see is a break below this 65s here. Then my next target is going to be into this 50 area. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here in Nextera, but I'm ready to see where the Nextera move where's the Nextera trade? I don't know. Where's the next trade? But yeah, sorry guys, I think it's coffee time for this side of the desk.
Oh, Nvidia. Bang!
Shout
wow,
out to you.
Just
Oh
took
my
it
God.
like that. Yes, 135 dip. Aggressively added at 134.99, moves right up into that $0.25. I was able to wet my beak super quick on that little trade. Good little not mean reversion, but a quick retracement into a key. Technical level 135. It's obviously the whole dollar there. And so that I was trying to play it off that. That was really the whole precipice behind this. I was really upset of myself for taking it out here. What a stupid exit that was. I felt the winds of change were coming on Nvidia earlier when I had that 134.33 long. And what it really forced me to get out there was the break of the 10 period. Alas, it was not on a closing basis. I've learned my lesson. If I'm going to trade off the 10, the print that gets me out has to be on a closing basis. These wicks, they're transient. So that's a look. So I'm happy with that Nvidia trade. What's the next trade though? As the one that Kenoba always says. Let's see exactly what we got over here. We haven't looked at some of these small cap gappers in a hot minute. Let's revisit that. And true to form, by midday, they're usually, not very good. Let's see, Pixie showing up. What's Pixie doing? Oh my goodness. I'm just looking. Yeah, can you...
Shift
right,
Pixie.
right, oh?
Shift Pixie.
Pixy. Even Adara knows it, and she doesn't trade these small cap
I do
gappers.
not.
She knows Shift Pixie, yeah. Pixy up 20%, excuse me, but not doing enough volume, so I'm just gonna forego that. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at my scanner on the top screen over here. I'm trying to see what's good. If anything is making moves de novo here midday, and there really is not a whole lot. So the small cap gappers that I've got on my screen are really all that's it at the moment. Unless you guys can tell me about some other ones maybe that are trading below 85 pennies, because that's where I put my line in the sand for my stock screener. I filter everything south of 85 pennies. Now, guys, someone was making fun of me earlier in the chat, and I don't blame them because I said I liked MBIO. And what I said was I had it on the side chart because it was a small cap gapper and it was trading above VWAP. But my opinion can change as quickly as the price changes, because my opinion is based solely on the price action. Really, that's all. Okay, it's nothing to do with fundamentals. It's not like I liked the company because they were going to make money and they were a solid company and I changed my mind 5 minutes later. No information has changed about the fundamentals of the company, but they did about the price and the technicals. So my opinion will change as the price and the price action changes. And this one had me bamboozled, and the reason why is because it has no respect for any of these indicators that I use for small cap gapper trading. VWAP, some of the shorter dated moving averages like the 10 and the 20. They're zigzagging every which way, so I don't know how to trade this. Even price action support and resistance has had big wicking candles through it. That would likely get me stopped out based on my risk parameters. So MBIO, even though it's up 52% on the day and above VWAP and above $1, I find it quite hard to trade at these levels unless I'm basically taking it off a buck or shorting it off a $1.30, which is the IB high as well, very much near the pre-market high. So not much going on in small cap gapper world here, but I guess there doesn't really need to be because the future's above 20,020 again, 200 I mean.
Yeah, why would it not be? Yeah, and I mean, sorry,
Right?
yeah, right. Sorry, guys, again for missing the auction there. I can't really tell if we had a huge reaction to the auction in the markets, a reauction. But yeah, we do have some Fed speakers right now coming through. I'm trying to see if we're seeing any comments on this. I'm not seeing anything coming through right now over here. I was gonna have to see if we have any updates on that. Right now, I'm just in this NextEra Energy. We're like about just under 20 pennies in the money, so please just punch. I did want to add a little bit more to this position and was not able to. Yeah, Nvidia is now the world's largest stock. That's still crazy to me, that's just wild. Shout out to Nvidia. Are we surprised? I don't know if we're surprised, but I mean, we could celebrate it because that's a really great look here. How high can Nvidia go, says Killer Cam? I don't think anyone knows.
I don't know.
The ceiling. It'll make its own ceiling. I don't know. The ceiling can't hold us. Shout out to Macklemore. That's what Nvidia is being like right now. Shout out to like 2012's favorite rapper. But let's see what we do here. On the Qs, trying to push higher. These bottoming tail candles a little bit rangy. You know what? Do I want to play this in the TQQs? Yeah, I do. So we're gonna get involved here. We're gonna risk into 80s. Yeah, I can live with that. So yeah, basically, I like this chop and churn here on these here markets. I think we're trying to push a little bit higher. So let's see what we see. Let's see what the Fed speakers see. Let's see what's going on here. Coffee, and then we will do lesson of the day.
Yeah, do your thing.
Yeah, I need that.
No worries, no worries. All right, Nvidia right back down to that 135 again. So 2 red candles in a row on the 5-minute, but it hasn't given up the ghost on that 135 whole dollar level. And so quite frankly, this looks like a healthy pullback, especially if it holds up above that 135. So if we get 2 red candles after 4 green ones, decent here, and especially the move that it's had, I think that would be a healthy pullback. And if it maintains its level above 135, I could be persuaded to get into this for a 3rd time today. I have no qualms about that, especially if that $half level breaks too. I mean, we've been kind of doing our thing below that for a little while now. The other names that are moving, it's not just Nvidia that's moving, guys. Apple did break through 214 ever so briefly. It's about, 214 and a quarter ever so briefly. It's above 214 right now. The moving averages are starting to shift. I'm talking about the lower, the shorter dated moving averages here. The 10 is now pointing up. So is the 20. They haven't been pointing up essentially all day. Now they're kind of changing a little bit here, so we'll see if the buying comes in a little bit here on AAPL after it's been down into the right all morning. AMZN right back into VWAP, and look what we did last time at VWAP. And the one that Knob told me as well when we moved up into this level that this level was, what was it? Yesterday bottom area consolidation, the low of yesterday. 40 pennies off the low of yesterday right here, this 182.80 level. The low bounced 20 pennies above the prior day low, the prior day's low. My mistake. Thanks, Hope. My mistake there. But with respect to price action, what I see here is the low of the day that we printed at 11:30 at 181.43. And then we troughed out again. This time we held 182, not strictly, but in general. And now that accounts for a higher low. And now what we're looking for now is a possible higher high. But we have volume weighted average price standing in our way. We also have that price action resistance from earlier at 1205 standing in our way. And that 1205 didn't reject for no reason, in my humble opinion. Look at this consolidation area low with umpteen amount of bottoming tail wick shimmies into that level. So we know this was an area of price action support at the open. We move back into that area after clearing the open at around noon and we reject. So, and this is why I was complaining about not having shorted that anyway. So here we go. 182.70 coming in here on AMZN. It's the volume weighted average price. I want to see if we break it and print a new high there. So AMZN looking to get off those bottoms. Adair?
Yeah, it's lesson time now, but before we learn, let's take a second to flex our muscles with ARM. ARM here, pun intended, up over 6.5%, pushing into that 171. Thank you guys, everyone in the chat, for letting us know about this. Kind of an interesting pattern because we sort of had a fake bull flag, I would say. We had this push up, they made our little chop and turn. We get to this level, we get to VWAP, and then we have a bottoming tail, more coffee apparently, bottoming tail candle here, And then you know what? We just keep bouncing. I love this 167 level here for ARM. ARM continuing to do those reps here to the upside. Bit of a topping tail candle around 171, but ARM looks like it does not care. So great look here for ARM. Hopefully everyone's able to, flex those muscles, get themselves involved. Sound the alarm for ARM. Yeah. That's ARM. So shout out to ARM. Thank you, Kyle Burdett here shouting it. Shout out to you, Kyle Burdett. You're in the money there on your NEE. Yeah, this has been a little bit of a slow grind to the downside. I have a very, very small amount of shares left in this. Like I said, I really wanted that 50 area. I took out 2/3 of the remaining position at the 50s. I have a piece for a dream. If we reject 64s here, which is that previous flat bottom, I will add. If not, I will get out. But right now, I am willing to just chill in this position until I have, a next reason for some next energy for the next era of my next era energy trade. But for now, lesson time. Let's learn about lessons. Coffee. Let's talk about level 2. We're going to talk today about identifying dynamic support and resistance. And I was talking a lot today about, Nvidia and how you can see stuff on the books that you're not necessarily going to always see in the chart. It's not going to be an exact science. It does take time, and I'm definitely not perfect at it. You know what I mean? But I think the more that you are aware of these things, the more you look for them, sometimes the more opportunities you can find. So let's learn about this. Let's talk about moving beyond static levels. So traditionally, your S&R, your support, and your resistance are going to be historical lines. Horizontal lines, not historical, drawn in the charts based on historical price action. But the order book is going to offer some real-time insights into where these zones might be forming or shifting. So here's one example. Instead of what you see in a chart, this resistance and support, and as you can see, resistance and support can flip, then this is what you see here on level 2. You see look at all these orders you have around this 175.15. People want this level. This level might be here to stay. This could be some potential support. Then on the flippity flip, on resistance, look at all this resistance you have forming. Lots of orders on various different gateways. That 175.59, people want to be selling here. So this could be a little bit of resistance. So it's important to be cognizant of these levels. And you can see that if you're looking at your level 2.
Bang.
Thank you. What about order book depth, and how do you use this as a lifeline? You want to be looking for areas with significant order volume on either side of the book. So if you see the high bid depth for support, that's going to be a cluster of bids, a whole group of them at a specific price level, indicating buying pressure that could potentially hold the price from falling any further. And this area could become a potential support zone. Emphasis on potential, because not everything's going to, some things don't work to their true potential. So you want to be aware of them, but they're not always going to give you exactly what you want. Also, I'm going to have some coffee here for a moment if you don't mind.
Can you come to my screen, Ram? Okay, I was just looking at that other network. I don't recall its name, but they were announcing that David Calhoun has now arrived on Capitol Hill. He is obviously the CEO of that much maligned company, Boeing. It makes airplanes, if you haven't heard about it. He's going to be testifying today before Congress. And this is the part that got me. This is hilarious. The testimony comes as several members of Congress sold their Boeing shares in 2024. I wonder how he's going to be met by those people who were selling. Are they going to greet him with open arms? No, obviously not. He's going to testify in front of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs today on the safety measures the company is taking, with multiple investigations, obviously, by the regulator underway. That presents Boeing as a possible volatile name during the midday. Let's have a look at how it's doing right now. BA, is it doing anything, or bupkis? Well, it's down on the day, 2.10% at that 174.70, and the volume, I got to tell you, 3.6 million shares, and really, you haven't seen the volume bars really pick up here. So if you're interested in Boeing, you can possibly put it on the side chart, and when the volatility comes in, we will let you know. And what I'll do is I'll straddle it with an alert. So I'll put an alert at 175 for the breakout, and I'll put an alert at 174 for the breakdown, so that if it does things, I know. There we go. So we activated those bad boys. We straddle it there. Thank you, Mark, telling me about Chewy. Chewy was one we had eyes on today, obviously, because it was in the news. CHWY. Oh, sorry, Adara. I forgot that you had the lesson. I'm so sorry.
but-
So Boeing,
yeah.
I just want to let you guys know, Boeing could be moving midday. Sorry about that.
But it's okay. But did you know that Boeing and Chewy you can both look at on the afternoon show? Did you know that?
Okay.
This is how you can do it.
You
You
mean
go in the chat right now, and you go exclamation point join.
Absolutely.
Space, $.
There you
Tesla,
go.
Chewy, Microsoft, Nvidia, AMD, AMC. We know what tickers are. You have until 1:50 to do that. You have 30 more minutes. So go the length of a sitcom episode, more or less. So go with commercials. So go in there right now, and you go right there in the chat, and you put your ticker of choice with a space before said ticker. That is how you get
Bang.
Obi and Sean, the Seanfidence and the Obi-Wan-fidence. There
you go.
Because Neil, who I know some people are saying he's dropping Neilage or knowledge, he's down here right now. So we have Sean and Obi, and if you want them to talk about tickers you like, you have to vote. You have to have your voice heard because we believe in a democratic process here at Trader TV Live.
Are you short?
I'm short. Nee. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I didn't want to
Yeah,
interrupt the lesson.
it's all good. Yeah, I just added a little bit there. If we break back above into that like 70s level, that could get dicey. But I added because we had a bit of a rejection there. But let's continue our lesson. So we had to talk English. We talked about support just now. What about resistance or the high ask depth? So that's going to be when you have a concentration of asks at a price level that can indicate selling pressure. And the selling pressure can stall or reverse a price advance, which is what we saw with Nvidia at 134.50. We saw that at 134.50 Nvidia. Nvidia was like, no, I do not want to break 134.50. No, thank you. Right? And so I'll get more into my analysis of the Nvidia book in a bit because, practical stuff, why not? But that's, I think, something that's kind of interesting that we can talk about. And as you can see here, here's one example. You can see all of the bids and all of the asks here and the size. So as you can see, we have a lot of size here on the bids. So you could see some support potentially forming here at 531 on this here stock. Then a little bit of resistance that we have coming here at 532, right? So you can see some orders, the amounts of said orders, and it can show you if things are shaping up to be a bit of an interesting situation below the surface because there's a lot of support and resistance you can see that you're not going to see in those chart lines we showed you on an earlier slide. Yeah, and here's another example. You can see size here, pretty significant size here on the bid, some support trying to form around for example, you have this big old order here at 19.19 cents. And then on the ask side, we have these multiple very large orders. So these larger orders can unveil themselves on the book and it can show, hey, why is this not moving? The chart pattern says it's going higher. Well, maybe there's a little bit of a hidden order going like, no. And you can use those to trade and find levels that work for you. Okay. Let's talk about the art of order book whispers. So sometimes the order book will whisper to you things that the chart isn't necessarily showing you. So order book shifts are really worth noting. If you see sudden increase in bid or asks at a particular level, that can foreshadow potential support or resistance forming at that level. What about order book vacuum? So if you have a noticeable absence of orders at a certain price level, that can tell you, hey, this could be a breakout zone. If it's below a current support level, there could be some buyers potentially willing to step in. But if you have a vacuum above resistance, that can show there's a little bit less resistance for a potential price surge. Confirmation, though, that's always going to be, say it with me, key. Not key and peel, just key. So when the order book can provide some valuable clues, but it's not a crystal ball. You want your confirmation. So price action confirmation is key. Look for the price to actually touch your stall at those S&R levels. And I'm going to continue to die on this hill. Nvidia, 134.50. Not only were we struggling with it on the book, and we were seeing lower highs as well on the book, which is why I got out of the long and flipped short, but also it was a level on the chart. We got to that 134.50 in the chart, and then we couldn't hold it. So also, I hope that Amazon delivers you some profit there in 2 days or less. I want that express delivery profit for Sharif. But also, what about technical indicators? You want to use these indicators like moving averages or relative strength index, RSI, to gauge overall price momentum and potential trend reversals around these zones. Also, shout out to Jensen and his leather jacket.
Jensen.
I'm seeing a lot of chats about that. But also, there's some dynamic adaptations of these order book fluctuations. Remember that the order book is fluid, so levels can change rapidly. Be prepared to adjust your support and resistance zones based on real-time order book movements. That's what I was doing with Nvidia. I was like, that 134.40. I hate to harp on this example, but I think I learned a lot from just watching that book, seeing those bounces all up and around on that. And then news catalyst impacts are also worth noting because news can dramatically alter your support and resistance zone. So if you see a change, that's of course of note. But then if you don't see a huge change, maybe be like, hey, the market doesn't care that much about that news story. Maybe I got something in the water there. So I think that's key as well. And then time-weighted average price or TWAP orders.
TWAP.
Maybe you don't want a VWAP, you want a TWAP. These sophisticated orders are going to aim to buy or sell a certain amount of stock at an average price over a specified time frame. So you want to look for these large TWAP orders like in, like sharks in the water, but in the book. On the buy side near support or on the sell side near that resistance level. That can suggest institutional interest potentially aligning with your identified support and resistance zones. Of course, it takes practice, and you definitely want to make sure you're committed, but you always learn from watching too. So I would recommend the doctor's orders today. The homework is pick a book, watch the book. See if there's stuff that's interesting in the book. I learned a lot. I lost a lot in Nvidia, but well, not that much. It was reasonable. But I learned a lot just watching that book because you get to kind of see how these things work in real time. So that's my advice to you. Not financial advice, just read a book. Read a chart book. I'm going to have some coffee now and stop talking.
All right. And speaking of books, we're often asked what books we like for technical analysis. So it just kind of reminded me, so I wanted to mention that to you. The one that I really read, I read it a couple of times, is John J. Murphy's Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. It touches on everything, not everything, but a lot of the major topics. It's also a really good resource to know where to go next for that most detail. So all his chapters, he credits everyone for their work. So you know exactly where he's getting the material. You know exactly what book he's referencing. So you can go out and buy that book if you want to become an expert at Elliott wave theory or point and figure charting or whatever he covers in there. So that's number one. The other two, the psychology one, the one that I really do to read, it should be like a once a year type read, is Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Obviously, he's the OG. If you don't know who he is, do a quick YouTube search. He's got a lot of the older videos are like from the late 90s, early 2000s. Everything is applicable. There's no change in the trading psychology from now until then. Obviously, the trading has changed mechanically and electronically and stuff like that. But I think those two books are absolutely relevant. And if you're interested, those would be the ones that I suggest. Now, short Amazon at VWAP already printed nicely on it, like a 20-penny winner, but it's bouncing right back up. So right back into the 80s, 75s it goes, and I'm break even on it now. My stop is gonna be the exact same area. If it makes a new high above that topping tail candle for a high of 182, 89 break, I'm sitting at 92s. Shout out to 1992 when the Jays won the World Series. That's where I'll get out. I'm gonna give it a little bit room. I'm short 80, so we'll risk about 12 pennies on that little bit right there for the very small size that I have left. So looking to see, bless you, Ram, if we can continue to head down here at the volume weighted average price. The future is above that 2,200 level, so that's kind of, helping push these Mag 7 names higher. But I would submit to you that, really the strongest Mag 7 name on the day has been Nvidia. The other names, some of them have participated at times and other times not so much. Bless you again, Ram.
Bless you.
Like, for example, everything is negative in Mag 7 except Nvidia. So you can do the math there. That's why I'm looking short here on AMZN. But if it ends up stopping me out for the last little bit, then that's fine. Let's see what else is going on here. Wow. Jay, you wanted me to short with you at Nvidia at these levels. Jay, you would have killed me. Nvidia is uninterrupted to the high side over here, 135, 66, 67. This keeps printing newer highs, and it's been absolute respect every single time subsequent to 11:15 p.m. a.m. today for the 10 exponential on the 5. There has not been a closing print lower than the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart since this time right here, 11:15. And that 11:10, and that was the only time you got prints below that level. So it's been very, very trend following today on NVDA, and yeah, sadly, we didn't extract as much money as we could have off it, but did decent on it. Decent, we'll just call it that. What else we got going on over here? GME? GME, what is that? No, kidding.
The game didn't stop, Sharif.
Yeah, it doesn't stop, Adair. Right back up there, Adair. It was doing the wick shimmy here with 25, a little bit below 25, a little bit above, and then we got the resolution. Now GameStop, is it in the green? Yes, it is. 25 and a fifth. was the closing print from yesterday. We're at 25 1/3, rejecting off the 200 on the 5 right now. Not like I really use that level, but just wanted to let you know. Nice move here for GameStop, but I think I'm just going to leave that one. I'll leave that for you guys. You guys can trade GameStop. Let me know how it goes.
You're going to GameStop looking at it.
I won't. I'm not allowed.
That's fair.
We got to cover it because we're on the show and people want to hear about it.
I was joking.
I don't have to trade it, though.
This is,
You're tired. Ram, she's punning. She's been infected by Adara. Game over for GameStop. Don't say that, Ram. They'll call you a suit. They'll call you a suit and they'll put you in cahoots with Melvin Capital, Ram. You don't want that.
And then she said, you're welcome. And then she said, you're welcome for saying it, which we are welcome. You know what you guys are welcome to do? Vote. Sharif knew where I was going with that because my transitions are so apparent. But if you want to vote for a ticker you like, maybe it's GUMA, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's Nvidia, maybe it's Microsoft, maybe it's Tesla. I don't know. You guys know what tickers you like. You go in the chat right now. You go ! Join. You go space. You go $, that ticker that you like. I am Suits, says Ramin.
Wow.
But Ramin, are you Suits the show? Or, she says... Oh, she's never.
No, she's yelling at the traders.
I thought she was telling me to shush.
No.
She's a suit and she's trying to keep it covered.
Because, the traders they're always exuberant back there, Adara, as they should be. We have a lot of fun on the floor.
So the market's exuberant, so are the traders.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. All right, guys. Keeping my eye on this Amazon short that I'm still in. I don't feel like I should be getting out of this at all. I see lower highs on the 5-minute candle at VWAP, which to me means that there is a bit of resistance there. Simultaneously, I'm seeing a bit of a down move here on the future. This is the look I'm seeing on Amazon right now. Doji candles is of indecision. Katina, man, 495.02 was the low of day today on Meta, bro. I think I'm bidding 495 flat. Yeah, the Katina man was bidding 495 flats on his last out there, or maybe one of his last outs on Meta. The great trade, though, the Katina man, he just came back from the podcast with Brendo. Make sure you guys catch that every Saturday at 10 a.m. Freedom and Wealth podcast. He's $7 in the money, if anybody wants to know. $7 in the money. We're going to have 1, 2, 3. Now we're $4. He has $1.50 in Nvidia long as well. He's long at 134-ish as we break higher on NVDA. HOD on NVDA here at 135 3/4 a day.
Yeah, shout out to both Manuel Palma and Mr. Long Shorts mentioning GovX. Do you have any news on GovX?
Sure. Let me
this GOVX.
Yeah, sure.
Let me take a look. Sorry, I've had some issues with I need to deal with the little scanner issues. But yeah, GovX, great look here for GOVX. 5 million in volume, and this looks like very much a later day mover. GeoVax, I like that name.
Yeah, GeoVax Labs gets BARDA Project Next Gen Award, Katina Man, to conduct Phase 2B clinical study evaluating next generation, no, I don't want to read this word, COVID-19 vaccine candidate. All right, whatever. It's not for me. All right, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
So COVID vaccine candidate there, GOVX. A little bit hard to analyze a chart when it looks this good. We're up over 100%. But let's take a look at the daily and see if there's any levels on the daily. As Sharif is happy about Amazon, guess he did get express delivered that profit. So I'm pleased his punch for him. Oh, this is honestly, okay. GovX, the next level I see that could be a bit hairy is going to be 250. Why do I say 250? You may ask. Maybe you didn't. Well, I like this 250 because that was a little bit of support earlier. Then it formed a little bit of resistance. Then we haven't really seen that level, 250, and then that 270. But yeah, basically since then we've been curling lower. The next area that I would have liked was going to be 2, but we're well above that $2 area now. The reason I say 2 is because look how we had a little bit of support, a little bit of support, a little bit of resistance. We're above that 2. I think if we hold 2, that's a really good look based on the levels I'm seeing on daily. I don't know if we'll crack into 250, but that's a nice catalyst. Let's see if it gets 250. Also, please just punch to say I have taken out 40% of my position on that Cybertruck. Let's see how this goes. I would like to see us break above 185, but also, you know what's really good is our podcasts. And if you want to watch a podcast, it's this one on the screen.
That one.
Shout out to Fabian for...
Katina, man, can you give us a quick hint as to what they can expect on the weekend? It's all about discipline. The podcast this week is about discipline. So if you're undisciplined like me and don't know how to chase meta at the right levels, listen to the podcast.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Katina man.
Also, Fabian sent us a sneak peek, which is mostly just a behind the scenes
He
view.
always does that.
Look at that.
I
Shout
like
out
that.
to, this is what the room looks like. Shout out to, I like also Fabian's like artsy shots here. Shout out to the podcast. You know, also that's, oops, we're going to get out of that. That's my message.
I love how Ram panics. No, don't look at private conversations.
Thank you, Naveen. Much appreciated. But yeah, we're going to get some of this Tesla here out at 804s, 180. That wasn't English. We're getting some out. Let's put it English. Okay. I'm having a moment there. Let's get out here some just above 185s. That will be about a 30 penny winner, which I think I can live with. I'm okay with that. Like I said, has this been the best day of anyone's life, P&L wise, for myself personally? No, it hasn't. But I've learned a lot from just watching that Nvidia book. I know I mentioned this earlier. I did give up an AMD trade so I could stare at Nvidia some more. And I gave up, that would have been like $1 winner. The thing is, I'm really happy with what I learned at AMD. So I think sometimes, you got to make those sacrifices. I make sacrifices, to quote a pretty obscure Dreamville song, to try to learn a little bit more here. That being said, AMD's bouncing again. Let's see. I have no qualms getting involved, risking into 154.30s. In fact, I think I will. Let's get involved. 38s, AMD. What's poppin'? You tell me.
All right. I don't know what's popping popcorn, but
Also, hashtag no doxing. Thank you so much.
I saw that. I saw that. And then
Appreciate
the Sofa Monster below that, she's like, she just doxed Fabian. Shout out to the Sofa Monster. Guys, I got short on the Zon because, well, it was a double top at VWAP. You can't see VWAP that well here, but you can definitely see that this is the area crest. So shorted at 182.80, and then I covered the entire move into 182.55. Sorry about that dark pool that just came in. I'm really happy with this trade. I didn't have to chase it in the way that I had to chase Meta because I was very disappointed with myself for not having those Meta trades after not chasing it. But there we go. We take the Zon trade, and that kind of makes up for a little bit. So AMZN, but watch out though, right? So we're getting these kind of rejection candles at VWAP, but we're not kind of getting that big push down like we did last time around. So yeah, maybe here the winds of change are coming and we're going to see these higher lows because we definitely saw them earlier. Maybe something at that 182 and a third, possible bounce there if these higher lows hold up. So AMZN, good look there. Tesla did bounce up, and I saw a lot of people getting excited when Adair was doing the lesson because it did make its way up into the 200 exponential on the 5-minute. It's around 185.20. I don't want to say it broke down because it really didn't, right? It broke down, but it retraced down into the 50, held the 50, and then a green candle formed after that. So if we get a break here above 185 and a quarter, you really have to wonder, do we go long at this level? The higher lows are in play on TSLA, and I didn't mean that to rhyme, but seriously though, they are. Each successive trough is a little bit higher than the preceding one, and you could also make the argument each crest is a little bit higher than the preceding one. Case in point, right here, there you go. So this one actually just made a bit of a higher crest, so maybe we could see 186, 185.75. It looks like a bit of an upward channel now on TSLA after big move down earlier on. So Tesla recovering but having trouble with 185. I can see that at the moment. In the same way that you could make the argument Apple is having trouble with 214, and that's been the case essentially since giving up 214 at the beginning of the show. At 11:10 p.m. we were above 214. That's when we gave it up, and we haven't been able to hold above 214 since that time. It has been an interesting area off which to get short. Sometimes it'll get a little higher into that 214 and a fifth, 214 and a quarter, but for the most part, it does retrace right above 214 right now. Let's see if we can get something. I don't mind shorting the Apple at these levels. I'm going to sit at the 214 and a quarter dollar because that's an area top, and if that's an area top on a day where Apple has been sold, I do want all the smoke. So let's go back. Why are I know everything's so dark pooly right now. I have no idea why. Everything, yeah. So let me remove goggles over here and we'll pull up Apple. Is this dark pooly as well? No, not bad. All right, so right now it's already breaking down below 214. Not going to give me a quarter, it doesn't look like, but that's not where I'm going to hang out. We're going to sit short at 214 and a fifth. I'm going to hang out there, see if I can get the fill.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, I'm looking through these Fed comments here. Fed's Kugler, Adriana Kugler, saying that the central bank the central bank could lower interest rates later this year if economic conditions unfold how she's seeing. So a little bit more dovish speak here as the Qs continue to try to press a little bit higher. So I just want to put that out there, trying to keep apprised of that Fed speak. So shout out there to Fed Kugler speaking a little bit of confidence here for people who want those rate hikes down, saying that a rate cut this year could be appropriate later. We also had one of the most notoriously hawkish Feds, Kashkari, saying that he could see one rate cut, and that rate cut would be in December. So quite a few Feds saying one cut later this year. We're not getting a consistent date and time in terms of when, but I can tell you what time you're going to see Sharif on the green screen. It's going to be in 20 minutes, but you only have 10 minutes left to vote.
People are displeased because I called it dark pooly.
I didn't even notice you called that. I like dark pooly. I like that.
I don't know, man. People don't like the words I make up.
I like them.
I think Neil Kashkari should adopt that song that
Oh, wait. Obi's
I'm the cash man.
Oh, yeah.
Give me
Also, Obi is like lurking behind you.
Hi.
You were asking for the photo.
What on earth? Is that you?
That's me.
Wait,
Dog,
what?
that looks like a different person.
No.
This is a mustache.
All right.
That's a mustache.
What?
Right there.
This,
is not.
ladies and gentlemen, is Obi.
How?
That's not a Photoshop. This is the Ob, the one.
Are you serious?
Dude, I like that look on you, dog.
It works. I just was not aware it was the same person.
You look very displeased at the picture. Though.
Oh, I might have been a couple. I was partying, I guess.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's respectable. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Shut up, Ob. I love that. When was that, Ob?
That was maybe like 6 years ago.
6 years ago. I love it. I love that look. Thank you for that. That's a stash.
It's a stash from the past.
Yes, it is. Absolutely a stash from the past. No, seriously, though.
Stash back.
I'm a little befuddled by that stash. It kind of had me shook a little bit.
It shook me up as well.
Right over here.
For context, guys, he was just lurking behind Sharif for I don't know how long. And then I'm like, oh, Obi's here. And then I'm like, Sharif, like Obi's just like chilling behind you. Like I think it was a bamboozling experience.
Yeah, it was
shout out to Obi, who you can see on the big screen in 18 minutes.
I love Ob. Yeah. All right, guys. What do we got up here? Let's see. Okay, Nvidia finally, I guess, maybe starting to find a bit of a top. I'm hesitant to say that because the last time we were doing these wick shimmies, we ended up going up another $1.50. And I'm talking about that 134 that we were kind of consolidating at, or sorry, 133.5 consolidating at that earlier. We're kind of doing the same thing here for the last 20 minutes or so, starting at around 25 after the hour. They kind of forming really horizontal doji candles at that 134 3/4, 134 in between 3/4 to a half there. So let's see. Look, there's been no closing print below the 10 exponential on the 5 since 11:15. It stands to reason that if we get one, something may be made of that. You don't have to jump in. You don't have to be first in. But it could signal, maybe a bit of a mean reversion trade. I'm less likely, just in my opinion, to look at mean reversion on Nvidia than, say, an Apple, just because I know that their big money is going to be piling into this, and we'll wait and see. Nvidia just so strong all the time. So I'm less likely to want to take a short on this one, even if we do start getting prints like below 135, where the 200 on the 200 exponential is hanging out here on the 5-minute look. So I'll keep an eye on that. Amazon, it did give me an initial rejection off VWAP, but look at this, right back into VWAP. So this is distinctly different than the initial VWAP rejection that we had at 1205 and 1210. So you kind of do that consolidation area, gives you a little bit of a downturn, but right back up into that $0.75 we go. Here on AMZN, still below 183, but crucially, putting in higher lows. And that could mean that the buyers may start overwhelming sellers at said level, so we'll have to wait and see what that does there.
Yeah, and vote for your ticker. You have 6 minutes. You can see Obi and Sean at those things that you sit at, desks. Your ticker of choice, put it in the chat there, !, join, space, $, Nvidia, Amazon, Meta, AMD. I don't know, whatever ticker you like, you put that right there in that chat, and then maybe it will be voted about and talked upon, because we're well, I know it will be voted on if you vote for it, but yeah, we're a democratic system over here at Trader TV Live. So yeah, vote for your tickers, guys. Appreciate it there. Yeah, vote for your tickers. You have another few more minutes. Also, I'm happy I got out of this AMD where I did. I wanted that break above 60s as a sign to leave my short, and then Nvidia breaks into 80, or AMD, sorry, breaks into 80s, and I'm like, okay. Also, AMD, I've just had like really bad reads on. I think, and I've said this before, this is something I need to work on, trading while tired, because Sharif has seen me while tired. My brain is like, it's a unique species. And so I was like, oh, I'll go the long here. And then I was like, no, I like the short better. The short, I thought, was maybe a better look, because this was a rejection area earlier. And then AMD's like, nah, I'd rather curl higher. So I'm like, okay, AMD, I don't really know why. Okay, AMD. I don't know why I switched, but I did. Yeah, Christopher Cabrera, thanks for putting that out here as well. Nvidia, yeah, we've been talking about this for a little bit here. Nvidia passing Microsoft and Amazon, world's most valuable company. As I once saw a Reuters article say, the Jensanity there, the Jensanity does not stop. Jensen Huang, more like Jensen, wow. Great look there for Jay Huang and crew over there. Also, Mo R maybe wants to look at Lily. So let's take a look at Lily, because I saw Lily in the chat.
I thought he was voting for it. That's why I responded.
Maybe.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I mean, I have no problem with looking at Eli.
I know you don't.
You don't have to tell me twice.
What's she doing today?
Oh,
1.75, okay.
Oh, look at that rejection here. Volume not bad. Over $1 million, so over $1 million on Lily. Yeah, maybe a bit of a bounce here, 885. Not one that I would be trading today, just because I don't really see stuff I like in it. That 90 MA rejection, not bad, but definitely not something I would be hopping into with 14 minutes left in the day. I am down in the day. We had some okay trades. We had some not okay trades, but I did learn a lot from watching that NVDA book. So I'm proud of that. Speaking of which, Nvidia did bounce. It had a nice little bounce, and I should have been looking at this instead of this AM disaster I was causing for myself. It's a little bit easier to see on my side chart because the dark pools are less dark pooly. I did it too. Oh my gosh, I just said dark pooly as well, Sharif. It's contagious. But no, we kind of had these wicks. We had a couple bullish wicks that made me think like it was a little bit doji-ish, so I thought we could have gone higher. Yeah, Nvidia, let's see if you can make 136 your next level. You crack above. We're basically at high of days right now. NVDA. All the NVD way to the upside. I'm
keeping an eye on Boeing, and it's done nothing, Adair, since we talked about the fact that Dave Calhoun, now in front of Congress, he's at the Senate. He's going to be testifying about the obvious problems that they've been experiencing. This is after several members of the committee, in front of which he's testifying, sold their Boeing shares earlier this year, likely as a result of their weakness. So just a guess here, they may not be very nice to him. So I've been straddling Boeing with alerts on the north side and the south side to, detect any movements in the name. We haven't got any. It's done absolutely nothing. Consolidated, very consolidative at that 174.5 area. I want to let you know that even though those are bad news catalysts, Bank of America coming out today and maintaining their neutral price rating on Boeing with a price target of $200. Let me see here. What else? That's basically it. Yeah. So that's the look there. And then I'm also keeping an eye on some other. Is there anything else here with respect? Oh, there's Starliner. So there's Starliner looking to return on the 26th. That is their first foray into space. It launched successfully after an initial delay. I'm always going to champion that. I absolutely love space. So anybody who's going to get involved, I'm going to champion them. Anyway, Boeing doing nothing, but there are other names as well that we didn't trade on the midday show that perhaps the big kahunas were trade. Chewy was very interesting today. We still don't have a headline on this, believe it or not. What's going on with Chewy stock? The stock is up more than 60% over the past month. What to know? The stock took off after the company reported strong first quarter results at end of May. Okay, Goldman Sachs raised its price target to $35, so nothing specific today, but I guess some institutional buying, because it's up 11 2/3 Adair. That's not a small move. It does have a heavier short float. Like we mentioned, Chewy's short float is 13.79%, according to Trade Ideas. CHGG also in the headlines today, It got a bump there in the aftermarket after they announced yesterday they were going to cut costs. This is the company that helps with online learning. They've been decimated since the release of ChatGPT in the later stages of 2022, and they really haven't recovered. A quick monthly look at the chart over here gives you that indication. This thing was at $115. It's trading at $2.78. So it's been absolutely decimated. And I'm really not exaggerating there. So CHGG was in the news as well, but has really kind of done nothing on the day. The move was in the aftermarket yesterday. The small cap gappers that we were watching really have largely all subsided, save and except for GovX. This one is still near the high of days, trying to hold above the volume weighted average price at $1.95. Definitely off the highs, halted multiple times to the upside there. I can see this one was a longer halt. This was a 10-minute halt, not multiple times, just one time it looks like over here, and then opened up at about half past the hour there. So those are the looks there for the names that we didn't talk about. The Mag 7 names, I've mentioned umpteen amount of times. Apple below 214. Meta recovered nicely off that 495. Keep your eye out for $500. That's been a key technical area of support and resistance. Today we break it with some aggression. Meta was the most read name in Mag 7 world. I don't know if that's accurate anymore. And
it's
Goggles.
Still accurate.
It's still accurate. Okay. So yeah. By the way, Nvidia new high a day 136.14.
You know what else been a new all-time high? The SPY. Thank you guys for putting that out there in the chat. Much appreciated for letting us know about this new all-time high in the SPY. Big smile, Burdette. Nice look here for the SPY. Bit of a bottoming tail candle though. Topping tail. That's what direction that is. Topping tail candle here around this 548.50 on the SPY. What a market we've had. Like this has been crazy. It's so crazy to be entering the market, learning how to trade in a time that the market has just been wild. Also, as I'm looking at the SPY, I'm also looking at the Qs, and I have to say, I think I might have missed the range trade of the day here on the NQ. Just look at how this has continued to chop and turn to the upside. Nice 9 EMA bounce. That could be my trade I take, not into closing, but into the end of the show here, because as I've said before, I only trade during this show. Tesla took some profit there. The plan was to kind of add and subtract as we broke up into, this was a level, 185s, because we had that 185 break earlier. Tesla decided it did not want to do that. Thank you very much. And I said, well, Tesla, you could have told me that before I added to you. And it was like, but I didn't have to, Adara. I don't know you anything. So my conversation with Tesla aside, this is a stock. I want to see what we do at 184.70s here. We're kind of flirting with this level. If we decide to go on a date with this level, continue to take that to the upside, take it out to the movies. I don't know what dates Tesla wants to go on. But if that 184.70 level holds up, I will stay in this trade, but I think I should have just taken everything out with that scalp. I'm going to be really honest here. Like I said, this has not been the day, but you're not going to have every day be your day. I want to shout out the Freedom and Wealth podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Sean said, I was talking to him about this yesterday morning when we came in. I said, what they had to say about resilience was huge, because you learn more when your back's against the wall and you have nothing to lose than you do when everything's going well for you. I had a good last couple of weeks, but today and yesterday, the markets were like, Adara, that's not going to stay. So you just have to do is you have to punch those markets back. You have to say no markets, no cry. Keep going. Keep pushing higher. Keep, trying to find your own way to chop and turn to the upside. So shout out markets, but Tesla, you don't get a shout out. So
no market, no cry. Guys, ARM just printed high a day. This thing is up 7.5%. It's at 172.75. Again, it's likely as a result of, the strength in chips, obviously, and then it's joining the NQ100. So that's going to be big for it as well. Here's a headline: ARM holding shares are trading higher amid strength in the chip stocks. And as we mentioned earlier, Micron up almost 4%, Taiwan Semi 2 2/3. And you need only look at Nvidia at a high a day. It's up 4%, Katina, man. 136.25. He just took some more out right now. Big move today for Nvidia, but you also have the likes of AMAC, Qualcomm, SMCI. They're all in mid-single digit territories in the green, and this has been a fantastic look on ARM. Are we at all-time highs? I think we are.
It looks like
of course we are. We blew through that 150 like it didn't even matter, and this is what Neil and I were talking about at the tail end of last week. This is the weekly chart on ARM anyway. 172.75 HOD. Adair, I'm just going to send it to you quickly before I start.
Yeah, good times here, guys. What a day we've had. Nvidia's new today is making it up for tomorrow's day off, says Killer Cam. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia's like, what's a day off? I'm going to, give you guys something to look at. So great look here for NVDA. 136, resistance who? Resistance where? Great push up here for NVDA. All the NVIDIA way to the upside. As I say that, new highs of day. So NVIDIA, do your thing, 21. This is a really great look. I think this has been a nice look here. N2NY cent saying all chips equal $$, $$. Let's take a look at Micron, because Micron's been having a Macron, big old move here earlier today. Now, kind of hanging out below VWAP, slightly below the 90 MA. We're trying to make a slightly higher low here from that area. We got you that 153. Now we're at like 153.40, but with that topping tail candle in the 5 minutes, we're going to have to see how this goes. Bit of a downward channel here for MU. Let's take a look at Qualcomm. Shout out to Obi in that Qualcomm trade, which was awesome this morning around that just shy of that 228 level, I believe. Wow, this has been the range. I just missed the range trade of the day here on Qualcomm. Oh, Dara, what are you doing over here? You're like looking at AMD making tired trades and Qualcomm's over here. Yeah, shout out to Obi and anyone involved in this Qualcomm. Look at these VWAP bounces here. Now we're kind of curling even higher in the 90 MA, where we saw Micron kind of get a little bit more exhausted. Qualcomm, I think, had a much more measured move here and has stayed pretty strong. Nice little chops and churns. Who knows if this will break out? We are compressing a little bit here on Qualcomm, but right now, Qualcomm looking like a quality name, a quality long, and a quality range that I'm a little bit disappointed at myself for missing out on. So got to open those eyes, look at some more things. Monica Goyal asking about a name that we definitely should have looked at here. Affirm, any thoughts? Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to confirm your thoughts on Affirm, but I'll give you my thoughts on Affirm. Affirm kind of, the opposite of what Qualcomm did? Well, Qualcomm held that VWAP sitting pretty, just gorgeous, and continued to edge a little bit higher with the 90 MA. Affirm's actually the inverse of that. So for context, here's Qualcomm again. Here's Affirm. To me, these charts are mirrors of each other. Look at, not mirrors, like the opposite, the inverse mirror. Look at this VWAP projection here, this topping tail candle. Lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Bit of VWAP projection. Now we're not even anywhere in the vicinity of VWAP projecting that 90 MA. As much as I think that Qualcomm chart was a gorgeous long, I think this Affirm is a pretty nice short. We'll have to see, though, what we do here at this 30.05 level. That was our bottom from right after the open here that we hung out around 10 a.m. We wicked into it, then recovered. So this could be an interesting area. How are you doing?
Good. I just want to mention one quick thing before I left. Netflix, guys, this is very much, year highs. Obviously, we're almost at all-time highs. Now, I want to mention something. There is all-time highs on a wick basis and an all-time high on a closing basis. On a closing basis here, it's 690.50. That's the best we've ever closed on a closing basis. Closed on a closing basis, a little redundant. On NFLX. There is this day, though, back the week, of November 15th, 2021, when Jerome Powell said inflation wasn't transitory. The highest print we got was $700.99. Today, we have a high of $686.44. We're very close to that 690.50 that we closed out back on the October 25th weekend of 2021. So keep your eye on possible resistance here for Netflix as it comes back into all-time highs. It could encounter some selling. Not saying it will, but what a move for Netflix this year. What a move last year. This thing, people talking about it being a $1 trillion company, I still say it's well away from that. Still about 300 billion, guys. But I will see you guys on the green screen.
Yeah. Thank you so much to Sharif for putting together the lessons and for I want to shout out your trades as well, then the Nvidia and everything, and that Amazon, which did deliver some profit. So shout out there to Sharif. Also, I got short Tesla. I want to talk about why, because I was long Tesla. Initially, I was long Tesla. And the level where I'm shorting Tesla now is where I got long earlier, that 184.75. Well, this is 184.70. But why I like that level as support was because, look, this was resistance earlier. We had that chop and churn. We popped higher, tried to get involved again, and Tesla was like, no. So I said, okay, Tesla, that's fine. But no, I like this level because it was a little bit of resistance, actually a VWAP here earlier. Then we resist again, then we form a support. I like support resistance flip-flops, and I will be putting on those Gucci flip-flops. Shout out to Bad Baby. Hopefully not a bad trade, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Like I said, thank you. I know Ramin appreciates that, so thank you there. We're like basically flat in this trade. I want us to break into 184.50s. I like that look. Let's see what we get, but just a trade that I liked below that 9 EMA. We're getting ready. We have 30 seconds left, but I want to quickly look. Someone said, oh, Adair, you haven't traded your baby Nvidia. I traded a lot of Nvidia earlier, not successfully, but I did have some okay fills, just that overall red on the name and red on the day. But yeah, I learned a lot from just watching the book on Nvidia. It's not always going to be about P&L. It's going to be progress and learning. But right now, in about 15 seconds, it's going to be about the big kahunas. You've got Obi, you've got Sean, you have Sharif and his famous mustache on the green screen. And they're going to be looking at some certain tickers. Always happy to be here with you guys. Hope you guys had a great day. Lots of Fed speak coming through as well, with some of these Fed speakers saying they want to wait to see a little bit more confluence before bringing those rates a little bit lower. But you're not going to have to wait at all to see Sharif at the big screen, guys. See you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you choose what we talk about. The big kahunas, they're locked in, they're ready. Make sure to get your vote every day on the Midday Show. They're in the chat. Let's start off with the futures. Essentially break even right now on the triple Qs at 465. We were barely above it. Seems like a bit of a flat day. The Mag 7 really haven't participated in this move. It's been strictly Nvidia and the chips kind of keeping the NASDAQ afloat here. But GameStop, the number one requested ticker by you guys. Again, a nice little move there for GameStop, trying to trade above 25 right now, but it's been a bit of a tougher look. What's your look right now, guys, on GameStop?
So welcome back to everybody. I'm just getting everything all set up here. Yeah, Obi, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? How was your lunch break? Couldn't be recording.
Couldn't be better, my guy. Could not be better. The recording was really, really well. When you're working with such a professional like Mr. Brendan Wickens, it just becomes easy to do, you know. So we did that. We got the Freedom Wealth podcast. You can see what kind of a day we're having right now by looking at that board right now. We're $3 in the money on Meta and $2 right now on Nvidia. And what a great day. We just talked about this going over. I tweeted it out a couple times. I know we will talk about GameStop. Nvidia's next, so we'll watch that. But we just got a piece out there at that top. Like, we've been playing some of this, and we'll get to it. All right, GME. I don't have a fill on GME today, and the thing is that it came pretty darn close to getting us in. And I think if I was on the stock and paying more attention to it, this happened so early. We were looking at Apple. It's amazing the day, kind of how it's turned out, considering I got rinsed on Apple. Hopefully that's on the board, which it's not. We'll talk about that. Ooh, Palantir, I like this stock. That's number 4. All right, so here we go. I was just outside, and it was like so hot out there, Obi. Really? And I was like, all right, so I was gonna go get one of those iced matchas again, right? And I was gonna be like, okay, because I know Adara likes it. I meant it to Ramin, and then she's like, you're actually gonna go out for a walk in this like crazy heat? And then I sort of was like, okay, because I was gonna ask, you know, if we were going to do a Starbucks run, and then I got out there, and I'm like, damn, she's right. This is hot as hell out here.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And then so I just did my normal walk, talked to the wife there, and I was like, yeah, I'm not waiting in line and trying to bring these Starbucks. Damn it, we need to do some Uber Eats, get some Starbucks going through. But at the end of the day right here, I mean, Uber Eats is so expensive. You wind up paying just as much for the delivery fee, Ramin, as you do for the drink. We liked GME down here at $23. We knew that there was a huge support level, end of day, right? The way GameStop's been moving, you have to keep your eye on it. For me, I was in something else. It did come right into that level. We said buy 23. It went to 23.50. My bid was at 23.25. It's still there. And it just didn't fill. Whoa. And the reason why, well, what are you saying whoa for?
Market's tanking?
Yeah, we're now, you know what we're doing now? One. Meta.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning, is Meta on the board? Man, you guys were requesting the wrong damn names back here. No, but honestly, so GameStop, just missed opportunity. I just want to look at the daily chart to figure out why we got 23. Obi, I try to keep it as simple as possible, and me and you were talking about how to hold on maybe for longer and how to do different things. And so I'm always trying to, gain information from smart guys like this, and my basic strategy is support and resistance, and then we look to dig a little bit deeper. Well, right there, $23 was a great level It was a great level if you were short until it broke and gapped higher. That would have been fun for you. Congratulations covering somewhere up here. We talked about this as one of the trades of the week, breaking through this level. It did that, and it was fantastic. You got a double up, and now you're just back into this area again. Seems like there's a lot of support down here. I don't know if it's options related or what, but GameStop seems to want to stop in and around that 23.50 area. So if it can come back in, we'll be there at the end of the day. But hey, great level there on the minute chart. I would just say, not even try to trade this too technically. I don't know if it's going to hold VWAP or what, but I'm waiting for that support. High of the day, 26. You got 250 clean back up to the upside. We've seen rallies at the end of the day in this name. Also, we see dumps. So I don't, for right now, I'm going to be hands off of GameStop.
Yeah, so GameStop, nice little sideways consolidation, right? We end of day range yesterday, little interesting as it broke below that 27, and coming in today, we've done nothing but kind of visit that range. Sure, we had some volatility off of prior day low, visits the high of that range from prior day, and then now we're just holding above VWAP. So 25, definitely an interesting level there. But what's a little more interesting to me, if you look back a little further left, is that 20 mark that we kind of struggled to break down for the longest time on this what is this in between May and June. You attempt to break down into that 20. We're still holding above those there, so that's definitely interesting if it continues to hold some of these higher highs, higher lows relative to this action here.
Day for Nvidia today and for the overall chip sector in general. A lot of them very much in the green. Nvidia today with a headline from Wells Fargo raising the price target to 155. But there was also a midday headline, a new partnership with HP. They're going to work on AI together. Didn't really give details too much about it, but a good partnership there. And Nvidia bumped higher, on top of that news. What is your look on Nvidia, guys?
Nvidia, never heard of it. I just want to, right here, just quickly here, Rome 24, it says Obi versus Sean on Nvidia trade. Who gonna win?
Ooh.
Who gonna win, Obi? Who gonna win?
Just taking a quick scalp.
Obi. No, I was.
The market came in.
No, I was gonna get to it. The reason why I want to get to it, because it doesn't matter. You're short at 135. What are you short at? 135.50.
Yeah,
right. I'm long at 134. Like they're completely different trades, to which, and it's good because I wanted to bring it up because we're talking about Nvidia, and it's and the difference here is because we have different time frames, different ideas behind these trades. We've been in once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. We not only that, we talked about buying dips and retracements for Nvidia. We were just $2 and change in the money as Nvidia went up to 136. This has been a heck of a trade for me all day. It's by P&L number 1, and I think just structurally, it's been the best trade that I've made all month. I mean, we talked about going long early. We waited for 131. It danced around. We took it off pre-market lows. That was huge. Then we wrote down 132.50 on Sir Sticky Note right here. And then we took that, and that was huge. Then we took the 134 break, and that was great. Then it came back in, and we reloaded it. And then since then, it's just been nothing but love to the upside for Nvidia. So, hey, look, I said this before we left.
Yes.
This is trading like a meme stock. Once it breaks levels, it goes. There has to be a ton of options, available for this. A lot of buying, selling, everything. It just keeps on ever since this thing split up. And we talked about what that would do. Bring more retail into it. When more retail comes into names, this is what can happen, man. This came over to the NASDAQ split adjusted price, as we know, 118. It's 136, like it's added already 15% on its name for no reason again. Broadcom came out with a monster quarter. Broadcom helping Nvidia. This is not the same, man. Nvidia is not the same. You have Micron, which is a huge name. We'll get to that after. That's trading amazing and still going. AMD going to be a little different. Nvidia you have to treat as a completely different beast. And it was and is number 1 name on the sticky note, and it's my P&L number 1. It's double Meta. And that Meta trade is now $4 in the money. So it's just the confidence of having the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4 loads in this really was what helped me out. And I feel like also, filming the podcast in the middle of the day too and putting out orders at key levels, it was 135.50 and 135 just allowed me to get out in stages up there with respecting the stop order of the 50-period moving average. So, I mean, it's been a great trade there for Nvidia. And as certain people would say, I do like the stock.
Oh yeah, definitely. See, I got stopped out there. I did take, it was just a quick scalp there. As the market came in, Nvidia potentially broke a little bit of a shorter term trend there. I was like, all right, is it ready to pull back in just yet? No, it's not. It bids right back up into 136, kind of recovering back into the trend that it's been having all day. So yeah, it was just a quick little scalp. But yeah, very, very strong on the day, as you can see. Unfortunately, I was not involved in any of the longs in through some of these levels. Sean and I were talking about this, kind of this prior day consolidation high, 132 halves. I know Sean had that entry as well. That was definitely a snipe. And then kind of just structure breaks along the way. So very, very strong, pushing for fresh highs here on Nvidia with the strong tech sector. Now, again, something to note is that it's not really reflective of the rest of the Mag 7. If you take a look at Softy or Apple or Alphabet or Amazon, none of them are really doing the same thing. It's only Nvidia that's really pushing up on the day. So it is kind of doing its own thing on Nvidia, quite strong on the day.
All right, heads up here, guys. The Boeing testimony right now has already started. David Calhoun being questioned by Senator Blumenthal. So keep your eye on Boeing. You can get some movement here as the questioning progresses. Amazon, though, next on the list, and this one had all sorts of trouble with the volume-weighted average price. I missed my initial entry over here trying to get in at VWAP, but I definitely got it over here, and I was able to ride this one a little bit, thinking that the next move up was going to break VWAP, but it didn't. Actually ended up breaking down again. Did you guys look at Amazon today? Maybe I should ask the Amazonian.
Yeah, I was watching. I was definitely watching.
I'm not the Amazonian.
I know that Sharif was
I have a hard
involved.
time keeping up with these names.
I know.
I shorted Boeing, by the way. Sharif did bring up.
Yeah, he's on CNBC right now. I think was it the CEO or something?
Yeah, Calhoun there.
But yeah, no, Amazon. I was watching it today. We kind of talked about it here. This is a 5-minute chart with the VWAP, but you can see like strong flush off of the open, wipes it all back. Can't really get past this pre-market high wick, and then wipes all of that and more into prior day's low. And then again, if you guys were watching the midday how to trade session, we were talking about how the low on the day of Amazon today was only about 20 pennies off of prior day's low, where that strength came in and bid all the way from 181.20s all the way to 185. So it caught a little bit of a bid in that same area back in to and through VWAP for a bit there, and VWAP is as of right now holding as a bit of resistance as it builds up into it. But yeah, let's see where this market goes. Amazon was quite a wild one if you had it off the open there.
Yeah, so just quickly here, because Boeing is doing some things here. So we did just short it right here, trying to see about VWAP, trying to see about 175. So right now we're just short here at 174.52. It's basically flat. We just sort of punched in here. We do have some bids down here. There's more than a dozen Boeing whistleblowers apparently lined up. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it can't be good news, right? I mean, they don't blow the whistle for no reason here, unless you're Elon Musk and you like start selling whistles and everything. All right, so we'll wait to see what right here. I'll just want to go over Meta because it's not on the board and it's just another big tech name. So right when we left earlier today, we talked about the trade that we were looking for, and it was Meta back to 500. Meta broke 500. It happened right when we left everybody. Then we wanted to play 50 period, and we did that, and that worked, man. And I want to thank Obi. Obi mentioned to me, I said, I'm bidding 498. He goes, why are you bidding 498? I said, Obi, just let me handle this. And then
I wasn't trying to tell you how to trade or anything.
No, it was fun. I'm just having fun, Obi. This is what we do on the show. This is not, and then you said,
it's got more.
And you even said that then.
Yeah.
You're like, no, do whatever you want to do. Yeah. But then look at that, man. I said, yeah, don't worry, because I have a 495 bid as well. And to have been able to hold all the way, fine. But this is a monster trade, man. I mean, this is $3-4. This is a 501 tick right there on Meta, and that out is $495.50. So that's $6 right there on Meta to the downside. And so we get basically that very bottom, and now it's trying to dance. So just to see what we're talking about, 200 period break, and I think we'll get out of half of what we have left, and then we'll see if we can go a little bit lower on this one. But Meta's been a doozy of a trade here today, and I'm embarrassed to say that I did not trade Palantir today. Let me go find out what Sharif has to say.
It just printed day's high right now, Sean. Nice move up today for Palantir, up about 2 2/3. That's after experiencing experiencing a 6% bump yesterday on the back of the upgrade from Argus research analyst Joseph Bonner. He likes the stock with a buy rating and a price target of $29. Continuation today, Sean, at day's high.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm just looking at this trade. I mean, it wasn't really on my radar today. I didn't see. Generally, I'll come in, we'll read the watch list. We span through Twitter and some websites that we'll check, make sure that there's catalysts involved and try to trade names that we're thinking might move for some kind of a reason, right? And I mean, we've always, no, I don't want to say always, but I always look at Palantir. And I did today again, and I just didn't see where this move was coming from. I mean, great move into the close yesterday. It actually held up. So this could have been an indicator. And again, we'll learn more every day. Yesterday's close, a lot of tech names fell down. Palantir did not. So that could have been something to look at, right? We can look at a little undercover brother, maybe with Snowflake, because that was trying to break to the low side. We can have another look right there. But Palantir continues to work. Everybody was all boo-hoo about them not getting added to the S&P 500. Meanwhile, Palantir just goes right back to highs again. And I mean, just look at the daily chart right now. You're at a spot where we might, whoa, oh, that's right, I still have that calculator there, ruler. You're at a level right here where it's going to be decision time for some of the traders that were long. So if you're down long from down here where we talked about this, 20, 21, 22, breaking through the 50-period moving average, again, quite the extension move higher, but does Palantir have it in it? Yes, it does. I mean, it's already gone numerous times off of some of these breakouts, right? So breaking out, looks like it's doing it again right now. I'd say 27 looks reasonable to me, but you're going to have to see what happens by the end of this week. Because if we start to bang our head against 26, again, it's been here before, we could retrace. I like the long. Let's see if we can get it back to 25. That would be pretty nice for an entry. But for right now, it's just kind of at these levels, maybe a 26 break long, but it just had this 50-cent move out of nowhere right here. So I like Palantir, shy of knowing what the news is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, that acceleration that we've had just now. But something I think is of note here is that take a look at this earnings reaction high here, Sean. So prior earnings high, you have right at 26.43. So just shy of a point away from that price, and we're kind of accelerating on the day. Look at that R-vol, that volume coming in to this push. So we did sell off of earnings reaction, kind of consolidated sideways, held that 20 mark, and then it kind of trickled right back up towards some of these highs. So yeah, it should be interesting if this thing can get to 26, but very, very strong on the day. Again, something to note is that volume. You can see that volume kind of potentially not as much on the daily chart. It is kind of higher in the past couple of days that have had some strength pushing up, but definitely doing some R-vol in both the pre-market and during the day here, as you can see at the lower side of my screen. So it does some R-vol in the pre-market and then bids up continuation of the leg that happened yesterday on Palantir.
Well off the highs and actually flat in the day now is Micron. Wedbush analyst Matt Bryson liking this, reiterating the outperform, boosting the price target from $130 to $170. That's a decent premium, $13 off the high today. This one was at 157, but as you see, guys, really retracing here with the overall market. What is your look on Micron?
All right, so I just put a stop in for Meta to get out of some of these shares if we do wind up taking that 50-period moving average. So as we were just talking about Palantir there, we can zoom in a little bit here for Meta. So there it is right there. It hasn't meant that much, but I want to try to get out at some point. And then Obi and I were talking before about this closing of candles and whatnot. That top wick is 498. So we kind of wick that top anyways. So if we break higher than that, we'll be able to get out of it. Just try to save ourselves a little bit of cash right there. Look, Micron was on the watch list today, and what a doozy it was to start the morning. Breaking above that 150, we love that trade. You know, again, I was asked a couple weeks ago by Brendan, you know, what were some of the more important things I look for on opening trades, and it was really just these kind of gaps. Right, when you get good news and a stock can gap like this, gap over a key level or even to a key level, I look for it to be support or a breakthrough. And I mean, that happened real early today. We just started to go. If you're going to look at the open, I mean, you want to talk about catalysts. Again, Bank of America upgrade through that 150. My problem is, as we sit here and talked about it, I said I'd like to see if it tests back in here to 150 like it did on these dark pools. But that never happened. Micron opened up, and the next thing you knew, it was $5-6 higher, reaching that 157.50. Again, well extended up. I'd rather take these profits, and if I thought the space was going to work, I'd rather just roll these right now into Nvidia, to be honest with you. I feel like Micron could be a little expensive where it is right now. Let me check the PE, because again, I always look at these things because it's just they're so far off. I mean, again, this forward PE, though, is only showing 20 right now for Micron. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but that's not very high. So potentially Micron has a lot more room to go up to the upside right now. So if you're in this name, I would say you don't have to get out, Obi, until you at least get back down in through this 150 mark. And you might even want to use 148 or so as an out on a swing trade. But Micron really working. There's just so many other names that have continued to work when we focus on names like Nvidia, TSM, AVGO, Broadcom is up for 8 straight days. Right. Micron's up for, it looks like, 8 of 10 days. These names are amazing. The space doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And I have bad news for all of you. AI is here, and it's real.
Oh, it's definitely real.
Are you going to get Optimus?
Oh, Ramin saying it's actually artificial. I like that one.
Are you doing the recap show today, Ramin? No? Might be an extra long one.
All right. No, Micron, we were talking about this in the morning. Very, very strong
now I want that
drive off of the open there. That pre-market high break just goes right through. This is a 3-minute chart. So that was a great trade for those of you who had it. Kind of an opening range break, opening range push, and then makes a top of 157 all the way down from 152. So, and then we get a bit of reversion back down through VWAP, and VWAP has been holding since about 11:30ish mark on Micron. But yeah, that drive was definitely good, and then the pullback as well. So it kind of gave opportunities for both the long and the short, if you like. Whichever one you liked, it definitely gave you opportunities for both. The long coming in quite aggressive right off of the open. But yeah, no, chips are definitely here. AI is the driving force for a lot of these tickers, and you can see that again, as Sean mentioned, TSM, AVGO, all of these tickers are running on the day today.
All right, I think we're getting ready to wrap this thing up. So thanks for that, Obi. I have a new position alert right now. We're going to short Apple. Someone in the chat there just said, thanks so much for mentioning the reweighting this morning. Right here. So, I know, not Trader Forever, where was it? Right here. Meridian. Hey, Sean, just want to say thanks for mentioning the ETF reweighting this morning. I was all in on Apple, switched over to Nvidia, and yeah, the rest is obviously history as it goes, as Nvidia just continues to go upside. I think that that's the important thing, again, about trying to understand what kind of a trader you are, being either a momentum guy or a catalyst, or just trying to figure out, your way in this crazy world. For me, I got caught in Apple long, but was able to get out of it, and understanding that might have been the problem. We were able to trade around it. So yeah, we did well there, and then we were able to as well switch, like you were, Meridian, over into Nvidia. But right now, there it is. It's already in the money here. We just put 10 cents to our name again. So let's see if we can't bid some of this out now. Look what we're doing. Obi, is this life even real right now? There goes another little scalp. It's not big, it's 15 cents. I got out of 15% there. Let's see if it wants to make some moves to the downside right now. We will continue to stay in this Apple short. And again, we just shorted off the 200 period moving average. It's weaker than we thought today, right? Weaker than the market significantly. The market's just turning red. So maybe Apple does have a problem up here in and around 214 and change. So let's try to hold this small little risk. For hopefully a decent sized reward here as we continue to be short here. Apple, we're now, Obi.
Yes, sir.
If you're going to the club, sometimes you need $1. If you want to buy 2 drinks, you might need $2. If you're trying to pick up someone like who's switching over there, you might need $3 or $4 in your pocket right now. Ramin only messes with certain dollar winners. And right there, we now do have Meta, now $4 in the money and trying to go lower right here. So hopefully that will continue to work, and we watch out for Apple. And then what's been really sleepy time here? I don't know what's going on with Boeing. Well, we do know right now with Congress and everything, but we'll wait. That bottom so far is 28s. I was bidding 25s. So we missed that again. And of course I bid quarters. I should just bid a little bit ahead of that. I should know much better than that. All right, so let's go back into Boeing. We'll put a bid out here. We're only flat on it now, but if it comes back in, we do have lower bids to see if Boeing wants to, start to be, pardon the pun, Adara, Let's see if Boeing can get grounded here and get back down to the downside into 174. It's all right. It's not that good. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's just all right. All right. Apple, though, trying to make a little bit of money here. We'll see if we can bid some 77s. Just take another piece out. Obi, often in the afternoon, we wait for phone calls, which, I'm not answering that guy. Travolta's like, why not? He's Fed chair. But we have bigger things to do around here. We're just trying to do this.
He is running. Yes.
You're having a fantastic day. You just want to make sure that you have the right decisions and then capitalize and sort of put right decisions on top of right decisions. Don't chase bad money after good and vice versa. So
yeah, for sure.
All right.
I kind of as soon as we kind of came on and that market started dumping there, I did get stopped out of the Qualcomm. I was holding it for pretty much all day there. I was like, all right, well, this is consolidating. A lot of the chips are going. Maybe this is just winding up for a push up further. That never really came, as I was looking for that 230 to kind of push off. But it was held down, consolidating above VWAP, comes right back in, gets stopped out. I did get involved right back in because it did kind of pop down and then rip right back. Well, not really rip, but bid back up back towards some of these highs. So just trying it again one more time if I can get rid of this wick. But I am kind of interested here in a bit of this Nvidia. I did get stopped out, but we did rip right back up towards these highs, wick it by a few pennies and come right back down below that 136 as the market is starting to quadunk back down to the downside here. So I am kind of patiently waiting just to see if there's any clean entries here for a potential reversion. I have no idea, but Softy's coming back down to the downside. We know that a lot of these other names have been quite heavy as well. Spider is pulling back as well, and of course, Alphabet's only been making day lows since the open there. But yeah, 135.70's coming in. So we did get a little bit of a rebid into 136. Now let's see if we start to kind of bend this trend here, Sean, as Nvidia, again, pushing up very aggressively. I don't want to get caught up in another kind of Apple debacle like yesterday where I was trying to short all day. And then when the reversion actually comes in the last half hour, I'm not necessarily involved. So I definitely have to pack my patience a little bit for that one to see if it'll come in. If there's a name I should be shorting, it would be Alphabet, as Alphabet has only been trending down all day. So take a quick look at this one here. Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. Definitely take a look at this backside on Google. Look at that. Nice little VWAP rejection, continues to make lower lows and lower highs, and then breaks that prior day low as well, 175, testing 174s as of right now. So Google definitely one to watch for the short side. Distinctly different from the Nvidia trade, nonetheless, as Nvidia still holds this trend here. So let me pull up that Nvidia. Oh, there goes Qualcomm right back in. So this is what I had kind of was looking at earlier today. Had the long in and around here, just 2760s, and I was like, all right, well, I thought that it was a good price in the morning for a push past pre-market highs. Doesn't really come in, consolidates chops. I guess looking back at it, I should definitely have kind of stopped out of this trade, kind of timed out of the trade as it was taking forever to come to fruition. Not really giving me what I was looking for, as again that 230 didn't really come in. But if it comes right back in to these day lows and then bids right back up, that's where the bid was in the morning. Maybe I can look for that bid again at that same place as of right now, and it's showing a little bit of strength pulling back in off of this 227 level. So let's see how far we can get with that one there. But let us know in the chat what you guys are watching. What is the next trade? I am definitely asking myself. I know I missed a lot of trades, a lot of playbook trades as well, which I'm kind of missing out on, but no regrets. And what's the next trade is always the question there. So I will be looking for, I guess, another one is ARM. Sean, have you seen ARM today?
You're mentioning. I hadn't until you mentioned.
Absolutely
7%
crazy.
or $7? What was it?
I don't know how much percent it's up on the day, but definitely a decent amount. So we can just do a quick measurement here. So up over 8% off of some of these lows there. So yeah, so 8.5 almost. So look at that, nice little VWAP test, breaks right back up. 175s all the way from 158 on the ARM today. So let's take a quick look left and see what we're really breaking out of. I know we're breaking out of all-time highs, that's for sure. Let me get this view up out of the way here. So earnings reaction high, 164s. We come right back into it today. And then prior all-time highs, I think, was 167.62s from just last Friday. And we did break both of those levels, both the earnings reaction high and prior week high and all-time highs. A little bit of confluence happening going into that 170 break on ARM, and it still can't stop, won't stop into that 175 test coming in as of right now with a 174.80 high. So let me know in the chat if you guys had ARM, were you guys trading ARM on the day? It is absolutely going crazy to the upside as of right now, as of all day really. Yeah, nothing too much else that's moving like that other than Nvidia and maybe a little bit of the SPY, but SPY's been kind of sideways. So it did break all-time highs, which was yesterday's highs, just for a little bit, and then we pull back off of that level. And I think that confluence with a little bit of this pullback that happened on the market as well, driving a little bit of wiping of the bid on that pullback.
Yeah, you got to be able to watch out for, key levels getting taken out. I mean, we just for example, we're at a 50% here of Apple, and again, we just talked about what the plan was. We came right back into the 50-period moving average. So again, being short here at 90s and getting out at 60s, same thing. That's 30 cents. Not huge, but it's a decent move. So we're just trying to scalp out a little bit right there. Talking about ARM, I mean, someone asked about Google. You were already talking about it. Tesla's been a really good Tesla's been a really good trade today, bouncing, but it's right back up here. I was hoping it was down here already. It's not. So we had hit Tesla until we were wrong. We're still up on Tesla. We sort of talked about that here today. We had it as a 184 long idea on the sticky note, and that's why we kept on defending until eventually we lost 183. Still a very positive name here. Not very positive, but we're still up on it. If you go back and you try to figure out this name, the 200 period is held right there again, trying to loop itself back up here. Again, the problem with sort of trying to take a trade that's kind of stuck in the middle is that's exactly where the futures are. So for me right now, I'm not really, if anything, I don't know if you want to take a breakout here of 185 or I guess more than that, 185.50, because then you've already sort of done this top to 186. That also matches sort of yesterday's bottoms and the pre-market. So I'd almost rather take a breakout up here of 186.50, proving that it wants to go green and get back up to the upside, rather than just kind of dancing around with it now, because we've done this before at this time, and you go short Tesla and then you have your stop, it runs your stop and goes like 30 cents and then comes right back in again. So I'd rather just be patient and see if we can get a move on something like that. I was just noticing crypto is down to 64.7. Ugh. Not good. We'll have Brian Shannon on tonight. Yep. Maybe we can get that one out a little bit early.
Yeah, no, crypto. Sorry, what?
It's always somebody else. Coinbase is what I want to get at. Here, okay, here's Coinbase. So again, we wrote down 242 would be the short that we'd wanted. It got to 240, 250. But as it was coming up here, I did note that I didn't really like the trade anymore because Bitcoin had bounced. But we almost nailed that top, and I was just using the dark pool prints at 8 o'clock for it. So there was nothing really significant about that, so I didn't have full faith in that trade. But you could see it was a decent one as it did pull right back in, and then look at this, 236 holding. So we can have a look at iBit and some of those other names. If you wanted to trade crypto instead of the coin, you could use the ETF here. Trying to, I guess, break through 65. Like, I don't know where 65 is, maybe 37 and change, because we were there early and then we dropped back in. So again, pretty range bound here for crypto as well. Look, I'm not coming up with too many ideas here as we look. I mean, we're short Apple. We already cashed out. We could get back into this. The stop for Apple is a little bit higher. We sort of talked about it in the 20s. We took 30 cents. We could reload this name again. That's not horrible. I think that might be something that we wind up doing, is just reloading Apple here off the 200 period. It's a negative name. It tried to get going. It could not break back above 25s. So risk to reward here for Apple kind of makes sense. So let's put those shares right back in. I just put an offer at 96 and it ran away. So we'll stay here. If it comes back up to this price, we'll get some more Apple, reload the trade, and see if we can get a nice downside push. And by the way, maybe I'm almost got a date for the club because right now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 50 in the money now on Meta as it continues to make a move down. My stop is changing right now to the 50 period. 497.50. You know, it's always good when you can adjust down your stops. Yes. Means it's going in your favor. So we'll do that here. You know what? Let's just go to 497. All right, we break back above 497. We'll get out of half of what we have left here for Meta. So good trade so far. Let's see if we can continue sort of the good vibes here with Meta back through 497 as a stop.
Yeah, so I'm watching this Nvidia here. We did kind of pull back off of that. What is it? 136.33 high. Bit of a double top as of right now. You can see that last couple of 15-minute candles. It was this action right here. We did drop down quite aggressively and then picked right back up with a candle close right at 136.21. So I'm watching that 136. Candle open at 135.73. So I guess I'm watching that 135.73 to see what we do in and around some of those prices there. Qualcomm not looking too hot as of right now, as it is kind of it broke back below this range we were doing for a few hours, and it's kind of pushing for its low of day as of right now. You can see this trend was kind of dominant in the morning. It did break that. I was looking for a pushback through 230 off of that mark. Doesn't really come in, breaks back through VWAP, and then now breaking back below some of these lows as well. So yeah, might seem like it does seem like the Qualcomm is over for the attempted push. We did pull back in, but again, the trade might not be over as we are still consolidating well within some of the strength that we got off of yesterday, right? Yesterday's open was all the way at 215s, 216s-ish, in and around that area. And today we traded all the way 15 points above into 230. So, you know, it's not necessarily the best there in terms of the short. Definitely a little bit of a squeezing action. Nice little continuation happening on the ticker, but consolidation sideways nonetheless. So tomorrow will be definitely interesting. But tomorrow's off. The next trading day is what I mean by that. So with 227 coming right back in, I think I might have, I should have been stopped out on that. Okay, yeah, so I will kind of get out of this trade here and kind of look at this Nvidia, I guess. 136, again, very interesting. If the markets are gonna come down, I'm waiting for Nvidia to start breaking trend, if it can even do that here. But other things that are fading, again, like we mentioned before, is Google. So Google is the right ticker to fade, apparently, as it has been trading down all day. So I'm kind of waiting for this to come in to see if we can take a reversion of the backside, as I did miss the backside here. Pretty much look at that nice little volume candle as well. That's a little suggestive there of potential capitulation here on Google. So okay, so you know what? I got to get out of this trade here on Qualcomm if it'll have me. And okay, cool. So done with that one right there. Broke back below that 227. So I don't necessarily want to get involved as of right now. So we'll wait and continue to watch this Nvidia to see if that has any sort of break back to the downside. But Google, oh boy, is that volume candle suggestive of capitulation? I don't know just yet. It didn't really have a euphoric flush to the downside. So it's not really everything I want to see in terms of capitulatory action. But again, with the market pulling back in, this could just be a continuation of the trend. And look at that Qualcomm selling off even further. So definitely a lot of the accumulated longs that were that happened throughout the day over multiple hours, definitely offside below a lot of these prices there. And now we're getting into that day low here, just below this 226.5 I have on Qualcomm. So another thing I want to mention is the sideways action that the spider has been having. So we were talking about how it did break all-time highs a little bit earlier today, and I was watching that. I was like, all right, well, Spider, all-time highs. Look at that strength from yesterday, doing almost 2 ATR there, 141 all the way to 148, so 148 and change. Coming in today, consolidating sideways, 47 to 48, so pretty tight, only about a point or so of consolidation before it attempts that all-time high or that prior day high break, and then comes right back in sideways. So a little bit of consolidative action happening on the SPY. So here comes in 135 on Nvidia there. So I don't necessarily want to be too hasty for a potential reversion trade. We saw what happened yesterday at the end of the day. Didn't really reflect as much there on Nvidia, but if you're looking at something like Apple definitely had a strong flush, recovering or reverting about 50% of the day's range there, going into the close just in the last half hour. And coming in today, we did more of that move. We came right back in to this 213 level on Apple, where we did catch that bid, and take a look at that. A little bit of sideways action happening off of that 213. So we shall wait and see what 213
never
has in
forget
store
it
for us. But I was talking to Sean about that 20,200 level here on the NQ. A little bit of a level of interest nonetheless, as it keeps on magneting there, Sean. So I was like, yeah, that 20,200 when we were down here, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if we come right back in and kind of wash some of this level. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe I should turn those ideas into some executions next time, as I think the probability of it was decent in my eyes after what we saw happen here, and it kind of came back and did that. So there goes Qualcomm pushing for low of day here. So let me just go back to that one. Yeah,
low of day now.
Low of day, yeah, exactly. So I did stop out. I attempted, yeah, what a reversal. Again, I definitely should have timed out on this trade here, as it goes sideways on top of VWAP for the longest time, doesn't really make it, and then breaks it back down to the downside there, putting all the longs, intraday longs, offside below some of these prices. So maybe it is time to get a little bit of a backside on the Nvidia itself. Some of these other tech names looking a little suggestive.
All right, yeah, no, I'm with you on some of that, because we just covered, and again, it's kind of the other way right now, because Meta tried to creep back a little bit. Its low got to 496 and change. We talked about putting the stop for some shares there at 497, so we are pretty much out now of Meta. We only were keeping a small piece, about 10% left. Get out of half, we have 5% stop. This was the big take for us down there, as we were being questioned on why we were getting out so early, and it was 100% right. We're getting out at the 50 period moving average, and then we just decided to let it break 500, and once it did that, we already had it, sort of get to the downside there, and then we just took a piece out. We're pretty light on it. The latest reload is on Apple. We just did it right now. It's not moving, so we'll check that back. My target here for Apple would be this out right now. I'm not trying to go over here. I'm just trying to go right here. That's 25s. Makes sense to me. We're now above the 50. I'm not waiting for view up. Apple can get going. I mean, standing in front of this one is a mistake. We know that, so we're not going to do it again. Boeing, man, talk about a little bit of a snooze fest again. What? This one, I was waiting at 33s, I thought. Oh, that must have been after that. Well, that's twice. So right there, we were waiting at 25, and then right there, we were waiting at 35s. Both times does not fill, so that kind of sucks right there for us. But that's okay. We'll wait to see now what happens with Boeing. I mean, we're still going to get stopped out through VWAP. Again, the talk is on. I'm just hearing in my ear some of the reports. It's just like, are you going to talk to whistleblowers and blah, 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 all this kind of stuff back and forth. So we'll see what happens with Boeing eventually. Hopefully, we do have a downside move if something ever happens, but our stop is up here at 175. We're very, very comfortable with that. Nvidia, I was going to ride with this. We've broken below the 50. That reload rate there was the 50, and then we kind of hovered for a minute. So that would have been something, but it didn't really create too much opportunity for us. So for right now, we've broken back down below. I didn't stop out there. Right when we went on the air, we got a piece out, came back to 136, thought it could go again. So I think a good reload spot for me here would be 135. So let's wait to see if that can come through. Meta's still $3. Tesla's something else to look at. Just because I'm not sure if the chat is working, someone keeps asking about Zoom, so you want to check out Zoom. But is that Zoom Media, or you just want to look at Zoom? Like, there is no Zoom. So you got to look at ZM, I guess, is what you're trying to ask about. Is this at 52-week lows? I'm not even sure. Okay, so here it is right now. So don't ask again or Ben Hammer will come out. Zoom is at 52-week low. So look, I mean, I like Zoom, but I know there's somebody else that likes Zoom a lot. So we could try to find out what Kathy's thinking, but I'm sure you can figure that out by some of her posts.
Crazy about that ticker.
She was. I'll have to go check. I don't know where it is in Kathy's arc right now, but I can't say. And Danielle, I can't. We can't necessarily recommend buying this name. When you look at levels here, and I can zoom back in a little bit, you've already broken through this 59 bottom, and now you're kind of asking yourself, all right, well, where is the next bottom? And whenever you're asking those questions, it's not good because it's hard to invest in something that you can't find a bottom in. I thought for a minute that they were going to be a buyout candidate at some point, right? Their PE is actually quite aggressive, I thought, like to the cheap side. They are making money. They do have some enterprise partners. Where is it? Yeah, look at that, 11 for Zoom. Like that is some this market is not built equally for all members, man. I mean, I guess the talk of Copilot and how strong Microsoft has been by bringing people into their environment with Google Meet and just everything that's been happening with Meta and just like who's actually using. And by the way, hold on a second, Obi. Yes, oh, damn.
Wow.
Did this just happen again? Like, I know Neil's in a boot and everything like that, but you are really good luck. And I said that we wouldn't talk about luck. Is this trade luck? I mean, let's be honest. We went short. We picked a weak name, right? It was at the 200 period. We had resistance,
Were you prepared for it?
Was I prepared for it?
Yeah.
I'm prepared. Every minute I'm sitting here.
And you put yourself in the position to get in. Well, by that definition, I think it is a little bit of luck there.
Luck that I'm sitting here.
No, that's what luck, by definition, Socrates says.
Okay, what is
luck? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
You gotta grasp your own luck in this world.
Yeah, and I think you're right about that.
Gotta get a little lucky.
And I was gonna say, scared money doesn't make money.
Yes.
And I think it's something similar there. Yours is obviously much more astute than mine.
It's not mine. It's Socrates. That
yeah, but you're just leveling it up, is what I'm saying. I'm probably quoting some ridiculous trader at some point. But no, I feel like that's true, right? We sat here, we didn't have to make a trade. But again, an opportunity presented itself and we stepped up and took it. And we reloaded it and we talked about it. And so that's why when we put on this show and we're talking about these things, these are just good opportunities at the end of the day, right? To be able to find them is one thing, and that's part of the luck is looking and being able to find something. But when you see it, you know what to do with it. And I like that short. And again, I thought I did a decent job of talking about it. We had it as a catalyst to the short side once we figured out the weighting. And then once, honestly, Apple's my biggest L of the day. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I mastered Apple. I was long Apple here and disgustingly down on it. I'm actually down. Now, I made it back. I was down more right here on this little mess than I actually wound up making on this, on Meta. Okay, because I was more confident at that time of day and I went into Apple relatively hard because yesterday we did really good at 213 long. I thought this little dump back in for Apple would be supported at this bottom. We had wrote it down, did not work, so I lost. I'm completely fine with losing on an idea that I thought was gonna work, the same amount of money on an idea that, again, I thought was gonna work. So it's like what I lose there, I make back here. This looks like a way better trade, and I should have capitalized way more. But I'm glad that I was able to talk to Obi about it because even he was like, why are we getting out of so many shares right here? Let this thing fall, And we did that, and so I want to thank him for some of that. And then right there, 498, and then we put that bid. And again, look at this, Obi. You just go from yesterday's open where we clustered down here at 495, 496. So that's where we put our bid. And able to get out of that. So again, just by looking, digging, and finding something, you're able to sometimes find that canary in a coal mine. And then not only that, but then having the discipline, check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast, again, just to bring it back to real stuff. and to have the discipline to say, I still like the Meta short, but I'm breaking rules here. It looks like it wants to get back up to the upside, so let's get out. By me getting out at 497, we've just saved ourselves, honestly, by getting out of shares and then now rip back up $1 against you, you actually put that $1 in your pocket and now get a chance to reload it if you wanted to, which is not a horrible idea to do that right there at that level. But Obi, we got fish to fry right here with Apple, and I'm going to get to Zoom. Apple is moving downside right now. Actually, you have anything to talk about? You want to look at the Zoom chart for a second? Why don't you call that up? ZM.
Sure, yeah.
Have a look to see if you see anything. I just want to go back to that because we were talking about it. When I see a chart that looks like this, and that was the end of the day, what I was trying to get at, I feel like you have to break back above 60. You have to get going again. I don't even want to talk about like the 200 period moving average is at 66. This is at 56. I would just say you might want to wait for the next earnings report. I'd rather be late to the move than early and get crushed. So what I mean by that is May 20th. Okay, so it's going to be a while because we just had their earnings. Again, not a huge short float. Look at the cash they have on hand, $7 billion. So I feel like there's something to be looked at right there as well. We have a PE ratio here of 21, so we'll have to double check those two numbers. But again, negative EPS. It's not going to be a good name, not in this environment. So unfortunately, I would have to stamp Zoom as being a stay away for now. Don't even bother to average in until you get back above this 50, I would almost say $60 level.
Yeah, no, I know a couple of people who went long near the highs and still are hoping for this name to kind of regain its former glory up here in the multiples of hundreds there. So yeah, definitely not the same ticker it was in 2020 or 2021. You gotta remember that they might have been in the right place at the right time for the environment that we were in during COVID, where it was a lot of work from home and a lot of Zoom calls, and even schools in the education system started picking this up again, and then they overtook Skype as well, if you guys remember what that is. And yeah, so right place at the right time, not really being used as much anymore, but you can see that it was a lot of hype, and that hype faded right back in, and we've been only making lower lows and lower highs since on a much higher time frame on Zoom. So if we just take a look left, we are below this IPO price of $60 as of right now. So again, what that tells me is that anybody and everybody who was long at any price is underwater below this, in and around this $60 level here. So it kind of is interesting to me that it continues to sell off quite aggressively post breaking through that $60 mark here on Zoom Video Communications Inc. But yeah, I think there's good reason to. Every long is offside below that $60 level there, Sean. So we'll see what this name does. Maybe this should go on the radar here. If it continues to catch a multi-day sell-off, you can see that right here. We broke 60 just a few days ago. What is this? Last Thursday. So last Thursday, that selling has pretty much continued, making lower lows and lower highs on the daily and on the intraday. You can see the little bit of volume increase as well. Let's go back to the daily chart here. So you can, maybe not too much of a volume increase since earnings, because earnings came in with some decent volume, but a little bit of strong red bars on the volume, bars there on Zoom info. So that's what I'm seeing there on Zoom.
A lot of momentum the wrong way there a lot of momentum against you if you're trying to grab the long, but thank you for the question again in the chat. Okay, so just real quick, man, the market is trying to do something. But not much of anything, as we very much continue this kind of barcode. I think if you scan that with your phone, it will probably just take you to a beach or something like that, so it tells you what to do. But thanks for staying with us right now. This is just a meeting with Calhoun, and we sort of were talking about that, going back and forth here on Boeing, post-COVID talking about how Boeing could be better. We're not really necessarily thinking that the world's going to hit here for Boeing. So if it does come through, we're right at VWAP. We just took another bit of shares. You could see my average price right now is 60. Looks like, there we go, it just came out. So That's kind of strange. Did it even break? I guess it must have broke. So anyways, we are there. We get out at 175. So we'll hit a fail. We only have 2 red stocks today, and we just put it on Boeing. Again, not a huge trade. If there's ever news-related trades, how you'll see me basically play that is lesser shares just waiting for bigger moves. Like, generally, I just wouldn't sit in this thing for a half hour waiting for it to break. But I was hoping for something. So again, we'll lose about 7 or 8% of our net on the day. I think that's pretty reasonable. I don't think that's an unbelievable amount, maybe too much actually, just for this kind of a trade, but we're very, very comfortable with it as, again, we're sitting in, what we have left on Nvidia right now almost covers our Boeing trade there. So about half we'll make back if we just punch out of Nvidia right now. So let's wait to see if that continues to work. We were able to sort of sniff out an Apple move back up again. And again, we talk about being disciplined. That's again talked on the podcast about owning your own business and making sure that you stay the course and being disciplined with your trades. And I think that we can even talk about being disciplined in what we do here on a prop floor, right? Obi, like staying late, days, making sure that no matter what other people are doing. I mean, there's been days here where I've heard people yell and say, Obi, get out here and have this beer or whatever, and you're like 5 more minutes, I'm waiting for the tick data to download or something. Honestly, I mean, there's nothing to be embarrassed about that.
I think the tape has to get into the hard drive.
Right, exactly. You're like, oh, wait, I have like 2 more minutes of download time here, right? And so I feel like it's always easy to say, okay, I'll do this tomorrow, or the data from today is, I don't need it, whatever, it's just 1 more day. But the minute you get off of that path, then you really start to divert into, negative habits that you may not be, wanting to follow. And then, it just leads you down a path of, not destruction, but maybe not one that you wanted to be on in the first place. So, one name that I wrote down on the sticky note that I completely ignored today. Man, this name, man, we were cruising on this name until everyone started piling in on Alibaba. I feel like no one was really talking about it down here. And all of a sudden, it really started to go. We got to $90 there. We were long down here at $71, $72, and it looks quite frankly embarrassing. It's for the long term. It was not a in and out kind of a play, but we should have got something out there at 90. I mean, you want to talk about some of these levels from 70 to 90. What a move in a month. Went up 30%. And now is right back down that like 20% back in again for Alibaba. I like the long here. I feel like though with elections, June, November, 4 or 5 months away, China could be something, could not be something. I was wondering about if Taiwan, and this is just again talking about it, if there was ever a time for China to do something there, it might be best during an election period. And I don't know what that would mean for Chinese equities. If all of a sudden they took a little bit more of an aggressive stance there. I don't know if that's going to happen. China has a lot to lose by doing that. We already talked about TSM, Taiwan Semi, and how well that stock's been in the wealth generation that's been involved with that. So I'm not sure that that's necessarily something that's going to be happening, but at the end of the day, I still think Alibaba's an opportunity here. So we'll look to pick up some more in and around $72, maybe with a 70 stop this time so we don't get carried away in it. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Maybe, Boeing's not doing anything. Do you have any new trade ideas? Because I'm just going to start scanning.
I'm just looking. I saw this volume bar come in on Qualcomm, and I was like, oh boy, what is that? Like, who kind of took that kind of volume? And I pull up my my level 2 here. Oh boy, do these dark pools really push some volume? Look at that, 1.870 million shares traded at 227.60s on a dark pool, sure, yeah, but that price definitely becoming a little bit interesting to me now as maybe it's a late order, maybe it's something, but the fact of the matter is you cannot hide from the tape, and someone punched into or bought and sold, again, the transaction goes both ways, 1.8 million shares, just a little bit of change at that 227.60 mark here on Qualcomm. Quite interesting. As, again, Nvidia pushes right back up towards this 136 there, so a reclaiming of the trend. So very, very strong. So in terms of trade ideas, Sean, I don't really have too much. I am watching, I guess DJT has been selling off quite aggressively for most of the day. I kind of mentioned earlier that that 32 level used to be a little bit of a double bottom if you looked at the yearly chart within 2024. We broke below that 32 and we traded traded 2 points lower, and now we're holding that 30 mark there. So again, with only about, what time is it? It's 3 o'clock, so going into power hour in just about 3 minutes. I don't know if the reversion is going to come in here on DJT, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. Something else, again, is the Nvidia. Nvidia, again, I did not get with the trend. I tried to do a little bit of reversion. Doesn't really come in. I'm not going to make the same mistake as I did yesterday, as we try to get a little bit better every day in attempts of not making the same mistakes and not really, or I guess learning from our mistakes from the day before. So I do not want to fight this trend. Very, very strong going into the end. And maybe that last half hour might bring us a little bit of something, but again, the trade of the day, Sean, and you definitely had it, was the Nvidia long. Again, that 32 half break, that was quite clean. That was a nice snipe there on Nvidia. But yeah, other than that, I don't really see anything. I did get back into Qualcomm when it did dip back down into 226. I tried to get some at 225s and it jumped up. So I was like, all right, I'm going to be a little bit patient here, but I do like this 227 level. And look at that. It is right back up to VWAP there off of this lick grab of day lows. So this is what we were looking at earlier, right? So I was like, okay, all the longs are offside below this 226, comes right in. I know for a fact that there are certain players who punch the low a day looking for a flush, and maybe some algos as well who do some punching at the low a day. But oh boy, are those guys offside as it rebids quite instantly, and then prior bar high break happening right back for a reversion back into VWAP there. Let's see what we do with this VWAP. This consolidation it was also quite significant, consolidating sideways for, what is that? Let's take a quick measurement for 4 hours, Sean. I was in this trade for quite some time.
Yep.
I was like, okay, this is potentially a level to level if it comes in. But I was definitely wrong on that. We did kind of break back down. I stopped out, but here comes VWAP at 228.63 as of right now, trading at 228.44s right now on Qualcomm. So maybe I'm looking for a potential add if we do kind of rip back through those highs, 230 mark. The spread on this one is quite aggressive at times, but as of right now, the bid has been stepping into the ask, the spread only being about 10 to 15 pennies, so which is, I think, a decent look there on Qualcomm. Don't really have too much else. I guess ARM, we were talking about ARM, that 175 doesn't really come in. I was looking at the tape there, not really too much size on the ARM there, so maybe has to go to the gym a little bit more to get some more size at that 175, but pulling back in off of that 175 as of right now on ARM. So maybe poised for a potential reversion here. You can see that strong candles happened, and we did get some exhaustive moves there, just slightly, no real crazy bars to really get me involved on the ARM. But yeah, some heavy lifting it's been doing all day to the long side. That's all I got.
Yeah. You got a lot there. You took that really well. So, okay, thanks, Obi. All right, so there's a few names I wanted to talk about. I mean, we just got more Apple, like literally right now, as we were like, okay, here we go. The market is trying to break higher, right? But we're still not, we're still at 20,200. We rejected that level right there and fell back in. I kind of expect the same right now. So let's add to some of that Apple trade right here. We are short Apple at 97, 25 cents worth of risk. So we will try out for that and see if that will come through. Shoot, there was another idea. I wanted to go, how good is Pan W maybe looking right now?
Ooh.
Palo Alto. So I've never traded this like as a day trade the way I would scalp this right now. I mean, I see a lot of breaks here in the bars, so I'm not super excited about it, but I was just looking. We have VWAP and we have the 200 period here, and we had 318. I was almost thinking about going long right now at this level, 318, and then trying to use like maybe 317, 317.50, something like that as an out. We've seen CrowdStrike really start to go back up to the upside. Pan W looks fine on the daily chart. Even looks like it wants to break back above. For this to be a breakout trade, though, we'd like to break through 325 before that happens. But looking pretty good here. Underneath, so I mean, you could look at this and think of it as a short, but I just feel like we're coming back into this 318 level. Again, for Pan W, could be a possible long off of VWAP. It just came off the VWAP scanner, but it wasn't even this trade. Affirm was trying to dance around again here. Let's just look at this Apple and just double check to make sure we do have the right stop. So our stop in right here is this 25 level, which is right here. I'm not going to give it up. Well, I mean, we could, because it's a reloaded name, we could probably wind up, we're still playing with house money on this last trade, but coming up to their 214.50 maybe. But the thing is, like, you could have still a huge move back up for the NASDAQ. We talk about it being pretty resilient. There has to be news with Apple here almost immediately. I'm going to stop this script because why did Apple just do that? Apple just ripped, like, look at the market downside, Apple going the other way. All right, let me take some more shares there. That was too bad. That was an unusual move. I'm still waiting to get 21s here. Wow, I can't even get filled there at 21. All right, so we'll see if we can get some 21s. And then, okay. This is why it's important to look at your stock, because if we had sort of put the order out instead of talking about it right there, we could have been short again there at 25. It's a good thing we did. Thanks, Elon. He agrees with that Pan W look. That trade right there, what was up with that? Like, we were just down here, and I thought we were doing pretty good. 213.80. This is a minute chart. So in 5 minutes, we just basically went 40 cents. Oh, no, that's too bad, man. We were ready to reload that there, Obi. Okay, so that's okay. We'll see if we get some of that. Then let's just use that maybe as our out now. Like 30s, breaking through 30, 31. All right, so let's do that. Let's just change it. We'll do that right in front of us, in front of everybody. 214.32. We'll put that as a stop order. Let's get out of all of it so I don't have to question myself to hold it or not. That would have been a good reload spot there. I don't know what just happened with Apple, but that's why it's important to sit there and watch your stock sometime when you're in position, right? Because that move up there would have, instead of been a stop out, should have been a reload because it kind of came out of nowhere. So we'll wait. We still got some news in our ear here to see if there's anything hitting on any of these names. I'm not seeing anything. JP Morgan, with the S&P 500, the banks have sort of been a little bit of a lagger as everything's back to highs. JP Morgan's still about $10 off of its high. And again, just this look coming into view up right here. It's up on the day, but to me, the chart almost looks low. I would almost like to fade that push back into the 50 period and then play this back down into the downside. So like 196.65 is a great price, up to 197, maybe holding against that 197 break. If you really like to trade 197.25, you're under the 50 period moving average. You're starting to swoop down a little bit here on this with VWAP and everything battling. I actually might be talking myself into this trade right now as well. I like doing all this kind of stuff, but I don't want to get too carried away. Yeah. Where you're trying to look for trades. I'm already in 3 trades. Apple short, Meta short, Nvidia long. So we've already got the NASDAQ sort of cornered here. We could get into this. I don't mind this trade. Even right now for a little bit of love, but then you got to give it like 50 cents. So even if you put on even 100 shares, like, is it worth throwing away $50 if you're not really in love with the trade? So these are some things that we have to deal with. Apple, there's the Apple move. So I'm not hearing anything. The market now wants to go back up. So let's stop out on the break now of 30. So if we break back up through 30, we'll take that 25-cent hit. It's on a fair amount of shares. We are not happy to do it, but if it continues to go up, we will get a hit on Apple, and I'm fine with that. A negative stock up to resistance. We tried it. We got a good trade there, but right now it's trying to go back up. Maybe the market is in tune for a turn here, Obi. Maybe we should be looking for some longs to get that market back up like 0.5% by end of day. But here comes Apple. We're short at 214.05.
Yeah, that action was quite aggressive, and I think something happened on Nvidia as well. You can see this bar, look, a little distinctly different bar happening here. Quite a strong sell. So we bid right back up into 136.20s and then slam right into 135.40s as of right now. So yeah, the selling became aggressive in and around here. We attempt to break highs, we trickle back down, and then you bid back up above this 136, and then you get slammed right back down. So maybe a potential selling or a seller or a group of whatever, some selling definitely being presented here just above that 136 as of right now. And then the market, again, we talk about that 20,200 level, and it's been kind of chopping and churning in and around that area as of right now. Now, something people are talking about, Maximilian in the chat, and I think a few other people were talking about Dell tanking as well. So I did have a Dell trade a little earlier today off of this. I think just before we closed off the morning show. So let me pull up that Dell Let me pull up Dell, and we can kind of talk about that. And yeah, it came right back, Sean. So it went right back up to day highs, broke day highs, and then came right back into where I was like, all right, well, this is a good place to cover if we were going to hold VWAP, and my chart just crashed, so I got to open another one. Just give me 2 seconds here. But yeah, so Qualcomm is holding VWAP as of right now, so we are kind of doing some chop and churn in and around that VWAP, but let me go back to Dell here as the chart is back up. So you can see I was a little late to this trade. I got to get in at the break of structure when that trend kind of breaks in. The trend is no longer the longs friend in and around just above this 152. I was a little late to the party there, but I was like, all right, 150 coming in. 150 initial break doesn't really go, but I'm like, all right, well, 150, I can potentially expect a little bit of a bounce. If there is going to be a bounce, it'll probably be at 150 in my head. So I was like, all right, well, let's look for the bid to fail to follow through. Bids up to 151, can't really get too far, and then comes right back in. So both these, the push into 151 that fails to follow through, everyone's hitting the ask, and then the ask stops getting hit, and the bid kind of falls through. So I'm like, all right, well, let me get more in, and then the back through 150 as well. But look at that clean hold of VWAP. That VWAP does not want to break down. So I'm like, all right, I got to get out of this right here. It is doing RVOL on the day, so I do have to respect the bigger picture trend. And then that trend, definitely good reason to buy as it bids right back up into 154. Sideways consolidation and then a re-break of this consolidation in and around that 153, 152 mark is where that selling becomes aggressive once again. So definitely sellers showing some of their hand there at some of these highs. But yeah, that trade was definitely worth a reload as it comes right back in and then reverts back down in and through VWAP this time, a little heavier to the downside, pulling back into that 149 level once again on Dell. So great opportunities on Dell nonetheless. Long side was there off of the open. Short side, yeah, not as much of an extension, but I think in terms of probability, I do like the backside just a little bit more on a ticker that's behaving kind of like this. So let's be a little bit patient here to see. I don't have any trades on Dell, but it is a good look nonetheless. Pointed out once again by Maximilian in the chat. Something else I do want to mention is Softy. Softy has been quite heavy on the day today. So we did have quite a strong day yesterday, pushing past this 450 mark. 450 was quite interesting. I was looking for a full-on blast through that level, but we came from 440s. So I'm like a 10-point move on Microsoft is not that aggressive because again, you look up the ATR, it's about 7 points. So yeah, it did do about 1 ATR. So I'm like, okay, it's done about an ATR into that 450, not too aggressive, double tops, and then comes back in today for a little bit of sideways action. 45s, just shy of 45s being the low at 44.89 here on Softy, and pushing for more as we go into the closing session here with only about 50 minutes left for the closing bell to kind of ring. So let's see what we got in store with Softy. Alphabet, maybe, Sean, maybe that's the one there, as it looks like after selling all day, maybe it's attempting to catch a bit of a bid there. Again, we talk about that strong volume candle that did make that was made relatively in and around the day low as of right now, and we have only bid up since then. So let's see if we can kind of get back into VWAP. Looking left, what do I see here? It is bouncing off of, I guess Friday's low there, and which also, does it happen to be, no, it's not weekly low. Weekly low Monday was a little bit lower, but yeah, end of week low there is catching a bit of a bid. Google off of that level. So let's see what we do. 20,200, still an interesting level as we keep on chopping and churning in and around that on the NQ. We'll take a look at the ES, strong quadunk to the downside here on the ES. Nvidia still holding some of its highs. What else did I have on watch today? Let's see, I had quite a long list. I had SPY, I was like, SPY all-time highs. So this was my in-play list this morning. I'll just read through it. Softy all-time highs, AVGO with a strong trend, Pepsi with a strong bid. Oh boy, okay, so let's see what Pepsi did. I know I like to take a look at some of these tickers here. Pepsi, very, very strong bid as of yesterday, and today a little bit of sideways consolidation. So yeah, doing not too much. Qualcomm, we're definitely trading a bit of Qualcomm today. Again, Qualcomm because all-time highs. TQs, Qs were at all-time highs. TQs not so much, but sideways action there after a very strong day on TQs. Now another name, GE. We saw that this name was quite aggressive yesterday, even had a little bit of a wick candle going up to 167.40s after a very strong trend. So definitely some action there, strong volume coming in off of that as well. And we've only gone a little bit sideways, bidding back up towards day high, 160, was it 165.11s as of right now, only about 40 pennies away from that 164.77 trading. And Micron, we already talked about. Micron, nice little strong push off of the open, and then strong reversion as well, recovering more than 50% of that morning action on Micron Technologies. Again, a lot of these chip names and tech names on a strong bid for most of the day. MRIM, is that the one? I guess not. MIRM maybe. Yeah, so okay, so this one, a little bit of a small cap, not really a small cap, but definitely smaller cap, 1.4 billion on the day. So it was quite strong yesterday, doing some significant relative volume, and then pulls back in 33 halves down to 29 halves as of right now. So a little bit of a pullback on the day happening on MRIM. Bit of an interesting ticker as of yesterday. They had, what did they have? They had positive trial data that they were bidding up off of yesterday there, Sean.
All right. I'm going to, first of all, Apple just kept on going there. So we're able to get, oh, by the way, Apple came back in a little bit, so we were able to get a little bit out there, but then I was almost, yeah, it's nice, but it's not that nice. I mean, we tried to go short, it didn't really go down too much there. Yeah, there's this fly flying around here.
Yeah,
all right, so I was thinking about going long now on this name, but again, I don't want to just keep on going back and forth. I want to make sure that we're going to be right about something. I just heard something in my ear about Meta and TikTok and all that stuff. So, Meta's starting to spark up a little bit. Let's just get out of this so that we could just regroup. So now we're flat on Meta. Right now, we'll have to see if there is a trade that we like in this name. Apple back to 215 could be a short, but I don't think the market's a short right now. I'm not even sure what the market wants to do. It's still doing this, so I feel like we just got to go over to names that are actually moving around right now. Get this. Hold on a second. I wanted to show everybody something right now. Oh, did I not pop it out? Okay, hold on a second. This.
Nice.
This is like.
That's your backyard?
Yeah. So now she's 9. So now she kind of looks all grown and stuff, and this is her there. So I don't know, I like, when you pick up your phone and then it just shows you like random pictures, like here's another one of her. So I was just like, oh wow, that was like one of the youngest ones I've ever shown. So anyways, I get distracted pretty easily. All right, so that's that right there. All right, so what about Palantir? Look, Palantir just went to 26 flat. I mean, that would have been a good trade. We actually said that that's why we weren't going to go long this name, because we were running into 26. Looks like it stops completely there and turns around. So, if you would have thought about that maybe a little bit closer there, Sean, then maybe you would have been short. But for right there's Palantir, nice little retracement back. Normally we'd look for 50-period retracements, but it's already back down. So now I think you got to basically wait for view up, which is the problem with Apple, because if I would go long on Apple right now, it's like my stop would probably be down here. So that's 50 more cents. And then the upside 50 cents kind of runs right into VWAP. So I don't know, 1-to-1 trade, with momentum here. We saw this yesterday in the futures. Remember, we thought, okay, let's break long. And then all of a sudden, we turned it around and went back down into the downside. Not enough momentum right now to do anything. And then I'm just staring at this Nvidia trade that's doing nothing as well. So I'm not in love with that. I was going to short Reddit. We actually were talking about JP Morgan. Maybe we should go back to that one. But Reddit here, again, being underneath 60 is something, I feel like. Good tops there at 60.20, underneath the 50-period moving average. I think Reddit has a chance to go down right now, especially if this market goes. But again, just this means I get stopped out. Like when you have clean, like this is 10 cents. The spread right now on this name is too much for me to go short, because if you get up here and look to break, I'm going to get punched out like at $60 and like 40 or 50 cents if I play against that high, because it's going to open up. So for me, that's going to be a pass, but I like Reddit underneath there. I think Reddit under 60 is good. The 50-period moving average right there on the 200-period moving, 50 period on a 20-minute chart. Looks like we're underneath 60 here. That's a good one. 60 goes all the way back just a couple of days. We poked our head above it and then got crushed right back down today. I think Reddit can probably hold a low. So Reddit underneath 60 is definitely an idea. We had some questions about Microsoft as well. This is probably, honestly, when you get this move down, then consolidation, then I feel like this break is worth it. So I feel like trying this right now on Microsoft. Possibly, I don't like doing stuff when we're above on the futures, but this doesn't really qualify. NASDAQ's not doing much, and we do have some consolidation right here. So if we can get something around 446, which is kind of right now, I actually don't mind a short in here for Microsoft, especially if this market continues to bleed the rest of the day. This is not a bad opportunity right now to go short Microsoft. Why don't we just put on a little trade here, short Microsoft in and around 446. That's kind of where it is right now, and we'll see if we can do something. And Dara, what do you got?
I have some details on that story with regards to Meta and TikTok here. Meta not really reacting, but so what happened here is the FTC apparently referring its complaint against TikTok to the Justice Department. It's actually released a statement to that effect itself on the FTC website. So this is not a report. This has actually happened. This report, this initially was reported back in late March 2024. CNN reporting that FTC was investigating TikTok over some data and security practices. So META not really reacting to this, but keep an eye on the social media names with regards to the fact that the FTC has referred its complaint against TikTok to the DOJ, guys.
I mean, how do we play that TikTok trade, right? I'll get to the super chat. I want to thank you, Justin. I will get to that in just a minute. We just put on some Microsoft right there. You know, underneath the 50-period moving average. I like it. I feel like because it's Microsoft, we got to give this a little bit of love. So 446.40 is going to be my out on Microsoft. Give this a little bit of room to see if we can push lower here into the close. If the market does turn red, this has the pedigree to go red. I mean, it's down today. Market's flat. You know, again, some tech names getting hit harder than others. We'll see if Microsoft wants to get back into the downside as they reweight Nvidia higher, everything else lower. So we'll see, man. I mean, if we can get a 445 right down here. Let's put a bid at 445.20 or something on Microsoft. If we get it, great. 445.21 or so on Microsoft. We'll put a bid right there, see if we get that. Hopefully it will fly in. And then we'll short a little bit more, like I said, if we can get to 446, and then use that area for 50 to get out. So let me just put some shares up there, and then we'll talk about that super chat. Coming through right there. Nvidia still $1.70 in the money. Microsoft trying to work. We do have that stop there. And before I forget, let's put that stop in right now. 440. I don't even want to dance with it too much. 446.40. Let's go to 440. Hello, type 440. You notice that more late in the day, your keystrokes get a little less accurate, I find.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I've been entering so many different trades all day. 446.51, we'll get flattened out on that 100%. We'll try to make some moves here at the end of the day and see if we can, you know, take a trade here in Microsoft. So averaging back upside, if we get something near 446, that'll be my next fill there. So, all right, thank you so much, Justin. Right there, let's put this over. I haven't even read it yet, so read it and forget it, as they say. Maybe I can, how do I zoom? I don't know how to zoom this in. Okay, Ramin will do this. I'll just keep it right there for you. All right, so Justin Swearingen. Any thoughts holding in the money? All right, so we kind of dealt with this yesterday. I feel like if you have calls on Nvidia, you're probably in the money at some point here. And AVGO calls overnight. Oh, you've already taken 100% profits.
Let's go.
Biggest trading day of your career. Wow. I mean, thanks for the confidence. I believe in my trades. Well, then get yourself some chicken wings or Wingstop and even send some to Ramin. She loves Wingstop as well. But there we go. Thank you so much. What would be the flavor, Ramin? Because it looks better, 99.9. It's like, you know, when things are on sale, 99.99. Right there. Ramin, what do you like on your wings? All right, and then, first of all, okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Thank you. Mango habanero, okay. Good to know. All right, so just quickly, we just got some more Microsoft shares. So we have a position now, 445.82. So look, thank you so much again, Justin, and congratulations on the big day.
Yeah, congrats.
I mean, that's what it's all about, right?
100% overnight. Well, I don't know if it was overnight, but yeah, options definitely giving you a decent, I guess, volatility to capture some of those moves, 100, 200, 300% moves on the day, overnight even. We know that what AVGO and Nvidia have been doing over the past few days, and yeah, definitely got to have confidence on those swing trades for sure, man. So congrats on that one. Big trade for sure. We saw what AVGO did, right? AVGO kind of, I was looking at it at that 1700 mark off of earnings just a few days ago. What is it, 3-4 days ago, sometime last week there? Yeah, right there, last Thursday. So, and then we break past that, close strong on the day, and take a look at that continuation, and then moves up into the 1800s, 18,883. Coming in as the pre-market high, so of course you would have been able to kind of get in on the options after the open there. So yeah, you couldn't have definitely captured some of the premium up here, but yeah, nonetheless, this was quite nice as well. So congrats on that one, and of course Nvidia, we've all been watching there all day, every day, and it's only been in an uptrend there. 136.33 is the high a day there. So very, very strong tickers nonetheless. So those calls are definitely paying there, Sean.
Yeah, no. So trying to get our opinion on this. So why don't I give you mine? All right. So just real quick, Nvidia is going to close at or near the high of the day. If that is the case, then Justin, I mean, I wouldn't see any reason why this cannot continue even into tomorrow. Right? There's really no reason why this sort of a trend should be broken. We always use the 50-period moving average. That's 133. Again, if you're still in the money, I don't know how many contracts you'd have, but this has been a nice little pushback into the highs there. You're up that 4%. We always talk about how far away this name has been and how it just continues to climb higher and higher and higher. I'm really surprised at this move. I had it written down as my #1 trade idea today, so obviously I believe in the long. I don't think that there's anything wrong with holding on to this. And even if you do get flushed, I mean, first of all, tomorrow is a holiday. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about that, but that's going to time decay one extra day. So now you have to worry about that. If you're expiring on Friday, you have to worry that you really only have one more day because you're going to figure out what happens on Thursday. And then Friday off the open, you could get a very violent move one way or the other, which could set the tone for that option because if it's a big flush, then fine. But we did bring that news today on our watch list. Go take a look at that the XLK ETF has come out and said that they're reweighting Nvidia higher. So they're going to have to take away some Microsoft, which is why Microsoft could be possibly down that 0.6 today. They're taking away some Apple, and they're just rotating. So they're selling some Apple and putting in some XLK. Now, when you get ETFs that are mimicking these bigger ETFs, then yeah, you're gonna get, look at this. Remember I said, why don't we just reverse Apple? Come on, Sean. Get about it. Next time, just do it. But so I would say that I would hold on to Nvidia. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of forward push into those rebalances, okay? It's been a huge opportunity to get long, and just with the cheap price, feel like that's gonna be a great options play. Now, Broadcom, different story. It's down 1.8% or 1.18% here. Again, I feel like there's the tailwinds of the split. It's had an absolutely beast of a move, man. Justin, this name, just in 4 trading days, has gone from 1,400 to 1,900. I would say if anybody's gonna take money out of a name, it might be Broadcom. So for me, I would rather, if it was a would you rather thing, and you're asking what should you do to both of those, this could be completely wrong. But I would take money out of Broadcom instead of Nvidia. So that would be my look on that one, but we'll wait to see what does happen. There's just a lot of talk around Nvidia. And as long as Nvidia keeps on chugging, especially where we are right now, I feel more confident in this name than I would in Broadcom. A name that I'm not feeling super confident in right now is Microsoft. That fell back in, and we could have got out there. 80s was the 50-period moving average. We are short here at 89, but we're not taking 10 cents on this. But it does look like we will potentially get stopped out of this trade. And this trade, it looks like we'll give back maybe that 10% again. So we've given back some money here into the close, as we don't really believe in the long, and for good reason. I feel like the market's not doing anything. It's just some of these tech names, Obi. We talk about the resilience of these names. It's almost like go long or do nothing else.
The market is sound and resilient, Sean.
We were very, very lucky. I don't know about luck. We talked about this already with you and I, and then you busted out some Socrates. We were able to get out of Meta, and Meta was a good short because it broke through that 500, right? We were able to get this big trade, but this is the only short that's worked for me today. So right now, we'll have to wait to see if Microsoft wants to be one of those other ones that's trying to work itself out right now. We're just short at 90. Look, it just printed 20s. You could take a 30-cent hit on this and not even worry about it. But for me, I'll wait for that top and see if we can get a little bit more confidence again. Thank you so much to Justin for that super chat, $100. One of the biggest ones we've seen in a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Congrats again on that trade. Options is definitely a great market to. When are we getting options, Sean? I think there's definitely a lot of opportunities in the options market there. But let's see what Adara has to say.
Just be aware here, we have this small cap name making some big moves later in the day here. It's going to be Desktop Metal, DM. This one up over 50%. It's actually halted. Only catalyst for this actually came out pre-market. It's now qualified. This platinum is now qualified, customer qualified on the Desktop Metal production system binder Jet 3 printing platform. So basically one of Desktop Metal's platforms now qualified for platinum. So interesting look here for DM. This one is worth noting because lots of social media attention over the last few minutes here, 17.5% short float. And we have a float of about 24.5 million shares. So watch out for this small cap name making some moves in the end of the day here, DM.
Yeah, I remember this ticker from when I think it was 3D. 3D printers were going up, but definitely not down in the DMs today on DM here. It is definitely going upside past that $5 mark. We talk about how $5 is an interesting level when it comes to stocks. And yeah, let's take a quick look left. This is definitely interesting to me here, as it is a repeat offender. They just had a split. So post split runners. Sean, are they back? I don't know. Okay, so let's take a quick look at a higher time frame. As you can see, again, whenever this name kind of does a little bit of a pop, it kind of drops, and it's been doing more of the same, but definitely something to watch when it does start to run, as it does tend to have multi-day runs overall, and this is some strong action breaking all of these prior bars, breaking all of this trend. Let's take a quick look at the weekly there. Yeah, breaking weekly trend as well on this strength, back above that $5 mark. So maybe something to keep an eye on now. Again, doesn't necessarily do too much volume on the daily, as you can see, about 400K is the average 30-day volume, and it's done about 600K. So nothing too crazy as of right now, but maybe something that might be waking up on DM. So thank you for that one, Dara. And yeah, I'm still kind of watching this Qualcomm, but before that, we're going to pass it back to Dara.
All right, we'll go back to Darren in a second. I just want to say that we are just going to talk about quickly getting stopped out. We're not stopped out yet, but we're going to use this 200 period moving average for Nvidia. So if this breaks back down below, we are going to get out of it. The market is pushing lower here right now. But again, like I've just picked the wrong name again. Like Microsoft, look where the market's doing. The market's back down here into the 50 period and breaking lower. If Microsoft did that, then we'd be singing a completely different, we'd be singing a completely different tune right now. So again, feel like we're in the wrong name. We've done well there to try to get this, but the NASDAQ is getting led by something else right now, and it's definitely not Microsoft, it's definitely not Apple. They're both holding highs right now. Not highs, but they're holding up here on both of these names. We could get a nice flush coming in on Microsoft, but it looks like right now it's fighting the move and actually wants to go higher. So I feel very comfortable with the stop being here at 446.50. Let's go back over to Adara as audio problems are fixed.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Definitely some names making some larger moves. Going to avoid some of these semiconductors we've talked about before and talk about a few different names making some moves here, including some energy names like Constellation Energy. This one to the upside, more than 3%, getting a price target increase from UBS with this buy rating here, raising the price target to 249. It's a good look for CEG. On the other side here, we have Next Era Energy trying to recover a little bit, but still down about 2% plus here. Announcing they're going to be selling $2 billion of equity units to Wells Fargo Securities and BofA Securities. Closing, they're expecting for Thursday. So interesting look here for NEE to the downside. Last but not least, this is a semiconductor name here. It's going to be SMCI. This one up over 3%. Supermicro trading higher after adding 3 new manufacturing facilities across the globe. So interesting look here for SMCI, about 3%. Quite a few names making some larger moves here, guys.
SMCI tends to be a pretty clean mover over the past, past few weeks as well. Like sometimes I watch it and I'm just like, yeah, it is a little bit relatively higher priced, But when it comes to trend, you'll see that we'll be looking for a trend on like Nvidia or like Intel or something. Well, maybe not Intel, but Nvidia. And it seems like SMCI is catching most of the bid. But
the spread was a little bit on that.
The spread is a little. The thing about I'm trying to get better with working with spready tickers. I think the trades are still there, and the spread definitely deters a lot of traders, but that can be a double-edged sword, to be honest. I think.
No, I agree with you for sure. Because when you're right, you'll get hit on the bottom of that. Like if you're short, the spread will open up and fill you on. Like it depends if you're right.
And using like different orders as well. You can hit the middle of the spread and
midpoint orders. Yeah, good call.
There's a chance to get filled there as well.
Good call on that one. All right. So as sort of we just put some bids down near 446 to see if we can get out. There we go. Well, and then Microsoft takes us out anyway. So there's the break higher on that one. Again, we'll have to slap a fail on it. We tried the short on Microsoft, just didn't work. Look at this market. I'm fine doing all of this. We're not giving our day up here or anything like that, but that was a bad I don't know. I guess it was a bad trade. We just went short into here. I could have got out basically at 30s, which was that top. We sort of talked about that, but we wanted to give it to 50. The 200 periods right there, we could hold a little bit more, but at some point, you just kind of want to stop that bleeding. Someone said it was Tesla that was moving down. Yeah, into VWAP again. I just like, this is the frustrating part as a day trader, right? We're not swing traders. We can't like hold this overnight. So it's like when the market does this kind of stuff right here, it's very silly. I should almost take the hands-off approach and just wait for something to hit like a key level and then do something about it, right? Like Microsoft, like this trade on Microsoft, although I like it and I made it and we sort of talked about it, it's not really up here and it's not down here. Like this is a much better bid and this is a much better short because we have this. We're kind of playing again in the middle and it is priming you to get stopped out. So right there, got stopped out, and that's what happened. So Amazon just triggered in on something. Okay, see, this is much better.
Breaking.
All right, here's Amazon. So here's an example, again, and you just want to feel the flow, right? Big tech is up. Like we just got stopped out on Apple trying to go higher, and we just got stopped out on Microsoft trying to go higher. So look what's happening to Amazon now. Amazon down 0.6, same as Microsoft, and trying to take out some of these highs. So then you have to ask yourself, and we talked about the reversion, man, and everything like that, is this something where you think this can actually revert back down in? Market not doing anything, so then what's your reason to go short? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's up to 183. It's back into some levels of resistance here. Maybe that's your reason to go short on Amazon. I just don't want to get burned again on another one of those plays where we look to go short. I feel like the long is right now in on some big tech. Google got hit there today. So maybe this is something, but again, this looks different, right? This is actually still underneath and looking lower. So there's the 200. This might be a retracement back to the 50. We could try that. Is the market breaking out, or do we wait to buy the TQs on a breakthrough? What time is it, 3:35?
Yeah.
You gonna put on anything else right now?
I mean,
Apple's back to 215.
I'm looking, yeah. I guess Apple's pushing back up. So Apple is the one that's doing a bit of a reversion here. I did get a little bit more of the Qualcomm when we saw how interesting that 228 was, and the market is attempting to bid right back up through that 20,200. Nvidia is still holding sideways. We have made some lower highs past this mark here, so that's definitely an interesting look. But again, it is holding sideways consolidation. So maybe I don't think it's too ready yet just for the short. But scalps, yeah, definitely the scalps are there. Just kind of waiting patiently for some of the action to come in.
And then that happened?
It will come in on the day. I have no idea.
Dude.
But yeah, Nvidia, a little bit of a pullback, but 20,200, we're still chopping and churning in and around there. So here we go. We're we're chopping this 228 as well. So that 228 reserve from the morning session. So right off the open, you guys saw what 228 did, right? We churned a lot of volume, kind of attempting to push into that 228. And look at that. Every time we pull back up, that 228 holds, that 228 holds. And as of right now, we did finally break through that. And when it does break through it, we go all the way down to 226s, clipping the day low, lick grabbing the day low, maybe trapping some players as well. Shorts definitely won on that consolidation trade there. Longs, again, I was one of the longs there, and I did hold all the way back down. But again, kind of a change of wind here as maybe potentially as that 28 comes right back in. VWAP holds, and now we're churning around that 228 once again with only about 30 minutes left, 25 minutes left going into the close, 23 minutes left. to be precise. But yeah, so let's see if we can just catch some players offside going into the end of the day. That's all I guess my perspective is right now. But Nvidia, nothing too crazy. I did want to take a reversion, but again, that reversion came in the last 30 minutes yesterday. Let's see if some of that selling comes back in today. I have no idea. Again, market can't be expecting the same thing from the market every day. The market does not repeat, but sometimes it can rhyme, as somebody did mention in the past before. I'm forgetting the name, but nothing too crazy. ARM back at that 175. So let's see, only about a point away from that 175. So definitely an interesting level there. Quite strong and aggressive on the day is ARM. So if it's trading up into the close like this, the question I'm asking is that, are we going to push that 175 going into the close? There wasn't much size on it when I last looked, only about a couple hundred lots sitting at that 175, and I know that ARM, for the visible size, it's taken out much more than a couple hundred lots there. So it's more than capable of kind of breaking past that level if we do come in. Let's see if that comes in as well. I'm not watching anything else too closely, but a lot of people in the chat talking about Tesla. So Tesla is tanking, Tesla tank, Tesla falling. Okay, so let's take a quick look at Tesla. It's kind of sideways here. I don't really see too much of a Tesla tank there. It's kind of pulled back into prior days move there, 183s, 185s. So sideways consolidation after we did make the low a day here at that 182.36 on Tesla. So don't really see too much of a tank, but maybe a little bit of a Model S as of yesterday, as it kind of zoomed up to the upside all the way from 177s to 189s. That was quite an aggressive move there. Very, very fast.
So we'll close out, good job there, Obi, with some of that Tesla talk. We'll close out our Nvidia trade as it does go back down into the bottom. So good trade there today. By far my number one P&L name. It might even be on the month off of these trades. 4 times, boom, 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 all in. Finally breaks the 200 period. We were waiting for that. So that did come through one more time there. Look, we get a little bit of revenge now on Apples. We're long now at 214.85, sorry, not 95. It's only my best outs during all of this was like O's or 03 back up there, which was only getting 15 and 20 cents maximum on this trade. So right now it's only 10 cents. We've been taking some out. I don't have any offers now until way back up through 215. So let's see if it wants to continue to hold out. Apple right now just dancing around 215. We're long right now 214.85 and taking some pieces out. You know what? Just because of what this move is doing, let's just put another one at 05 and see if we can get it. So breakthrough. Hopefully it breaks through. And again, just by looking at this, you can see that there is, again, more dark pool prints there, right? So you're going to get through thousands of shares before it actually breaks the level. Like, you're telling me NASDAQ just held that bid or offer with 100 shares. So as you can see, you'll see a lot of Ds going through here and a lot of reserved orders, meaning that it's an iceberg. So you can only show 100 shares there displayed, but then have like 900 behind you. So instead of showing 1,000 shares, you would have to legally, with Reg NMS, with Reg NMS, be able to show, we're now 25 cents in the money, Reg NMS to show you the ruling of one share, one board lot, and then you can put as many behind that as you want. So sometimes that's one of those things that you'll be able to see sometimes happen here for that. So, all right, that is that. Apple, we'll wait. Our stop is basically where we're in. Let's see if Apple wants to float back higher here as the market goes. Normally when we get stopped out of Nvidia, I don't think it's a horrible idea to reverse that trade and then try to go back into the short. I'm not going to short Nvidia, but it is trying to lose a little bit of steam here in the afternoon. As you can see, we're starting to make lower highs. So maybe the trend right now has changed a little bit on Nvidia, but still closing near the high of the day. What a great trade there. And again, thank you for that super chat right up here, $100 by Justin. So he wanted to know about AVGO versus Nvidia and having his best day. The one thing mentally about having your best days, and you know, we both will have good days today, is that it always sucks when you're having a good day and then you happen to give the majority of it back, and not even some of it, but so I was gonna say, like, to keep those good feelings there, Justin, maybe, don't hold something. And by the way, tomorrow, happy Juneteenth. We didn't even talk about, here in Canada, the markets are open, but down there in the United States,
trading
party
some
time.
TSX tomorrow?
Am I trading some TSX tomorrow?
Yeah.
I can't get a day off, Obi?
I'm just
Like,
asking.
really, Obi?
Hey,
Are you trading some TSX tomorrow?
I don't know yet. We shall see.
You can also trade Europe. I mean, I like
Yeah.
to trade the European markets as well. But no, day off tomorrow. Hoping to maybe go to the driving range. I'm going to talk to my father if the weather's nice. He's golfing as well, so we'll see if we can hook up together and meet and do some of that. So I haven't been out with Pops yet this year, so I definitely want to do that. So that's something that I'm looking forward to doing. Obi? Adara? Hey, you're Obi. What's up, Adara?
This report came out about an hour ago, but NVDA, watch out here. Bloomberg reporting that Nvidia is reportedly reaching a deal to buy this software startup Shoreline. This is currently circulating around social media, even though, again, Bloomberg released this report about an hour ago. Apparently, this deal has been struck recently and values Shoreline at almost $100 million. So $100 million deal to buy this AI startup for NVDA, guys.
Someone just asked there, we don't have the thumbnail, I don't think yet, but it is at Alpha Trends right here. It's going to be me, Adara, and Mr. Brian Shannon will be on one more time here for 300,000 subs and followers. Brian Shannon, one of the best in the business there. We have this book, it's over there on the desk. And everyone right now seems to be talking about anchored VWAP. So get your questions ready to go. You can actually put them in right now. If you are going to be part of the recap show, and most are, put them in the chat there, and Bears vs. Bulls, if you do see anything, put them in right now. Tag at Bears vs. Bulls for questions tonight for Brian, because sometimes it gets a little bit excited there, and we miss them in the market recap show. Although we don't have a whole heck of a lot of earnings, but we do have some of this right now. Thank you, Apple. As Apple goes right back up to the upside, we just got a 9 fill, 215.09 for a nice little fill as we decide to flip it over and go long here on Apple as it comes back upside. So again, just trying to play some of that tech strength, and we noticed that, hey, if the NASDAQ's going down, yet Apple's going up, we should probably be long instead of the short. So we'll ring the register a little bit on that one. Nvidia, interesting story there from Adara. If it was a while ago, then I wonder why this move is kind of happening now. I mean, the market now wants to fade out. Do we want to get back into Microsoft? Because again, look at this. We should be short against VWAP.
Yeah, VWAP. It's been holding under.
That's too bad.
I guess
Not patient enough.
Something I'm watching as well is at 175. We only have about like 5 minutes, 5 minutes roughly, for the imbalances to come in, and that 175 is creeping closer and closer here on ARM. So maybe we are poised for a potential move here. But again, going into the inbound there. Oh, wow, look at that. Instantly 40 pennies. As I'm talking about it, instantly 40 pennies, 175.40s. Wow, I definitely missed.
What stock?
ARM. I'm on
ARM. Okay,
yeah. Oh, wow, look at that. Straight to 176, 180, 176s, printing the 80s. So absolutely crazy. What a breakout there on ARM, pushing again into the imbalances. So that was quite crazy. We're printing. The spread is quite aggressive as well. 20 to 30 pennies at a time here. Oh, I see that you guys cannot see the book. Let me just pull it up right here. It's for you guys. So right there. So we did break that 175. It instantly 40 pennies, and then it continues for another 40 pennies, printing the 80s there on ARM. So very, very strong. We were talking about this. I was like, yeah, not too much size on it. If that breaks, it's likely to break like butter, and butter it did right through that 175 into 176. What's going on?
You reminded me. Tonight we may go. So this is the first time. This is the first night that we've had, I think, in a couple months where we have nothing scheduled. So we're gonna take the kids. They want to go see a movie. There's that Inside Out 2. I don't know if it's any good. I wanted to ask people in the chat.
You seen the first one?
Yeah.
First one was good.
That was pretty good. It's all those emotions and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I thought that was pretty good. Yeah. Okay. And then the thing about that is that I wanted to ask you: are you one of the guys that puts extra butter on the popcorn?
I like just the regular.
Me too.
I like the caramel popcorn.
Oh, okay, the caramel popcorn. Yeah, I like that Chicago style. We get that. I think there's the cheese and the caramel. Yeah. Well, now you're leveling it up. I was just talking about, you can put extra butter on.
Yeah.
To me, it just gets too much in the hands.
Too much butter is a little.
Bing bong. No, it was Bing bong. It was New York City.
We're going to pass it over to Adara real quick.
Bing bong.
Keep an eye on Toll Brothers. Here's some more news coming out as we head into the end of the day. The U.S. filing a Fair Housing Act lawsuit against Toll Brothers, TOL, and its related entities, alleging that they failed to construct apartments for features with access to people with disabilities. So, disability-related lawsuit here for TOL, down about 2%, guys.
Toll Brothers, I mean, running into KB Homes, running into Lennar as well, earnings this week. So definitely worth checking it out. We only have a couple more minutes until those imbalances wind up coming through right now. They did talk about Tesla making a move down. I don't know why people are saying Tesla's tanking. It's not doing anything like that. Tesla trying to hold out hope here. And we can't apologize for the market, but I'm sorry. I mean, tomorrow's a holiday. We should have started with that rhetoric in the first place. And that is that heading into a big rebalance on Friday, heading into tomorrow, just kind of chilling out with no market at all, and kind of like one of those big party kind of things. A lot of barbecues, a lot of everything. I was just reading what people in the chat saying that it's Juneteenth is similar to Memorial Day. So, I mean, if that's going to be like that, then yeah, I mean, no one's going to be trading Blue Ocean or anything like that. So we'll wait to see what happens here, opening back up on Thursday. Probably pretty muted. I like the market still at all-time highs and basically flat on the day. Cannot believe we started the day flat and that's where we are right now. Like, boring. Look at this. This is where the market opened, right here. We're down like 20 handles from that spot. All right, hard to sort of get blood from a stone, but the imbalance is out in a minute, Obi, and we'll check those out, and maybe those will give us some more opportunities.
At 175, we're pushing in a
Bitcoin's
177
tanking,
right now on ARM, Sean. So that was what a crazy move there. Definitely missed out on that trade. 2 points going into the close. Wild. And it's still going. A little bit of a squeeze action here on the ARM straight to the upside. What's going on there with Coin?
No, just nothing's really going on with Coin. I mean, it's down near the lows of the day for Coinbase, but just, I guess, low of the session. We did have a huge low right off the open. So just lows of, I guess, the first minus that first little open rush. 236. No, I was looking at crypto, 64. You know, it's been a minute since we had 64 on there. We talked about 65. KBH coming out after market. We talked about that, maybe getting some of that Toll Brothers push. They're down. Toll Brothers down 2% on that disability. I guess not making enough accessibility on some of their homes, I guess. But there goes KBH also looking to report. Lennar last night was not good, I believe, unless it's come back. Yeah, down 5%. So they reported not a great number there in the market. But here we go, man. This rebalance is about to happen. So let's have a quick look. Let's watch Nvidia. There was some big opportunities the last couple of days on Nvidia on a imbalance. So here we go. We are now out. Let's just see what is happening. There's Nvidia. It's a buy of 1 million shares. So that should work out well for Nvidia longs as you're starting to see that. Starting to creep back up right there on that imbalance. So I'm not going to take it. Nikola still exists. Okay, that's nice. 40 cents. A little bit of a bid there. It better get better than this for shareholders because 35 cents doesn't seem that great. Bank of Nova Scotia. Oh no, Canadian bank with a big sell side. That's not good. General Motors, Intel with a bid. Seeing if there's any reaction to this. Now we're starting to really pair off. NASDAQ is only 160 to sell. So that's from Madeira. Not much happening there. The SPY 500 million. So very, very small offers here. Nvidia is starting to get paired off, but still sticking a little bit higher. And what paired off means is that, look, there was already 10 million shares into this, and they've already paired. Like, without looking, how many shares do you think Nvidia's done today?
I would say about
I would be nowhere near this.
75 million.
You think that much?
Yes.
260 million.
Wow.
Honestly, that's a good guess. I would have been in the same area as that. Like I said, I was way off. If someone would ask me, I'd be in the 70, 80, I might have said 100. Like if Neil asked me that, I probably would have gone with 100 because like, wow, 100 million. Yeah. 260 million shares on Nvidia today. 60 million shares on Apple. What? Is Microsoft the forgotten one here? Microsoft, 11 million shares. Like, unbelievable. How many done on Meta? 8 million shares. Nvidia, 260 million. Similar price name, AMD, 47 million. Stay with the volume. Stay where there's action. Nvidia is the play, man. 351. Doesn't look too significant here on the imbalances. But you let me know if you need any time on imbalances.
No, I think I'm good here. I'm just kind of watching, just holding on to this this Qualcomm as it kind of still kind of chopping and churning. This 227 here on the day. ARM, I was watching ARM there, and that was absolutely wild there. So hopefully that was a good trade for a few people there, right through that 175. Again, very, very strong trend on the day, and then it continues going off into the imbals there. A little bit of a slam down from 77s back down to 76, but 76 sustains as of right now on ARM. So these are definitely all-time highs here, and holding pretty strong going into the end of the day here. So yeah, don't really have too much else on watch. TSM kind of gave back all of its move on the day. Intel faded off. We were talking about how Intel is quite strong off of the open, gave back that and more of its gains as well. AMD kind of flushing to the downside. We saw a little bit of a V-shaped recovery happening yesterday. Kind of gives all that back as well on AMD. So here comes that 227. Let's see what we do going into the close with only about just less than 7 minutes left. Not really expecting too much from this one here. Qualcomm kind of a dud for the longs there for the most part. Nvidia was definitely the trade for the long, and then I guess Spider not really doing too much. Sideways consolidation there. You can see the ES, nothing too crazy. Slight uptrend holding some of these levels, and yeah, that 20,200, Sean. I'm telling you, that was a bit interesting, and we only chop and churn in and around that level, and we're probably going to close somewhere in and around that level as well as of right now here on the NQs. Do you have anything else on watch?
No, I mean, I was just looking at, people in the chat were saying thank you for ARM, so I'm glad that you were able to point that out to many of the traders out there. We can just quickly look at Meta and see how we did on Meta. It looks like we did pretty good. Getting that very bottom of the day there at 495, that'll be something to look at. I was going to say tomorrow, but of course, Juneteenth tomorrow, so that will be not celebrated in Canada as a day off, but of course, they're in the United States, so we will get closed market. So there will be no Trader TV Live tomorrow. So get ready for that. We'll be back on Thursday. Yeah, so it looks like Meta, we did get that little bit of a TikTok story there that Adair brought to us. Doesn't really seem to have affected anything. Sometimes, and the one name that I forgot to look at there was Snapchat. We said that there was always, whenever there's TikTok news, Reels would be something, YouTube Shorts, I guess, affected by that. So that would be Meta, and then Google, and then, of course, Snapchat, just by the way it works, I feel like would be involved. But right now, not much action there on Snapchat. And Snapchat actually, again, I like the name, but again, some nice highs there. Oh, you know what name that we haven't checked in a while that I really like? I thought Robinhood could be a good little dip buy opportunity, if ever. But today, look at this, not much happening there on Robinhood. So I do like that. Did the imbalances just flip around? Apple's back down to 214 right now. Apple's trying to die down to the downside right there. Nvidia might, nope, not doing anything. Let's just check on those imbalances. Sometimes we do get a flip around at 355. So we'll just check this out. We'll keep this up so you guys can see what Nvidia's doing. Yeah, so Nvidia was a buy, now flipped over to a sell. So remember it was 10 million? Well, it got overwhelmed. Like basically, if you're thinking about an IPO or something like that, oversubscribed. So it was a bid, it flipped over to a sell, so now there will be that left over to sell, so they'll have to find more buyers now to pair it off, which they will, and Nvidia will probably print right around where it closes. So again, Nvidia at the high of the day. The high of the day is 136.30. So you're going to close here on Nvidia at 136, or maybe in and around there anyways. So a great little momentum play back up. Look at this. You can't even stop Nvidia. Once it gets going, it is very meme-ish. Oh, I want to check out GameStop, actually. I forgot about that. That was my whole segue. Oh, I was going to do going to the movies, into AMC, into GameStop.
Nice. Okay.
Screwed that up. There's GameStop right there, 400,000 shares for a bid, 500,000 and growing. So again, we were waiting for 23. 23 was a very key level there. If you had your eyes on GameStop all day, I feel like you would have been buying down there, so that would have been a couple good buys. We like the reloads, especially when you see a bottom. So this trade at 950 right there. What time is it? 56. I got to get over to the desk in a couple minutes, but let me just zoom this back in just for you guys to see. So once you sort of make this is the mistrade for me. So there's the bottom. Maybe you don't get that. Okay, but if you like the trade, then you could take this long using these wicks as bottoms and then obviously get 10 to 1 or something like that on that. So those are the trades that I like. And we did that on Apple yesterday when we found that 213 bottom. It gave it to us and then we hit it again. So some of those trades are the best ones when you get a confirmation sort of at the bottom there. But all right, Obi, yeah, I mean, I hope that you're not joining me again on Thursday because that means that Neil is able to come in. But if he's not, stay on high alert there because he may have, we don't know the damage that he's done there. But for right now, it's looking hopefully that he'll be able to come back in. So we'll sit in here for a couple more seconds and see what happens. But for right now, yeah, I'm probably not going to put on anything else. So thanks again for Obi and enjoy your day off.
Yeah, thank you. You as well. Again, what a crazy day that we've had here today. Qualcomm, Nvidia, ARM.
Right.
ARM still holding some of those levels. It seems. Where is that? Okay, yeah, 74. Actually, no, it came right back down through that 75. But that 75 was quite euphoric to the upside. 77.36 being the high a day there on ARM. Yes, sir. On ARM there, so we are taking a little bit of a pullback here. 227 still trading on this Qualcomm. I did hold it a little bit through the imbals, just for a little bit of the pops. But we shall see. That 135, 136 still holding as of right now. So I was looking for the reversion here on Nvidia. It doesn't really come in. Comes down to 135s and then rebids right back up into 136s going into the close. Don't have too much time till the closing bell on this one. So let us know what you guys have traded today, saying buying vaccine stocks before they fly again. Yeah, no, I don't know about that. I think Pfizer had some news as well over the past few days, but I don't really have those on watch as of right now. So things are getting a little volatile going into the close here on Qualcomm, but that 227 still holding. Let's see. Yeah, have a great day, guys. Thank you, thank you. I see a lot of thank yous in there. I'm not seeing too many tickers though, but yeah, let's see. So I will, with only about a minute left, I'm probably gonna peace out of this one real quick here. Thank you for that one. Didn't really work out. What's the next trade? Well, tomorrow is a day off. Don't forget, and we shall be back on Thursday again. Some strong rebalances happening at the end of this month as well, so something to watch out for. Nvidia closing super strong, strong on the day here. With only about 30 seconds left, I do have to get my finger on the countdown timer as you guys kind of talk about, okay, so net, people are taking net, people are talking about Apple. So yeah, a lot of great opportunities there. Okay, so wait, I clicked it a little too early there. So that's fine. I'm gonna kind of wait a little bit. There we go. Now we got it. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. So thank you again for your time with us today. Hopefully you guys had a good time there. Yeah. Closing prints on Qualcomm 22709. So definitely an interesting area, lots of volume kind of happening there going into the close. And then Nvidia also closing in and around this 135 mark here, 135 and some change, 135.70s I see here. So pretty much sideways action since the strong selling action came in earlier on the day. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a great time here today, and we're going to be passing it over to the big desk with Adara and Sean and special guest Brian Shannon soon enough. So stick around for that one. Have a good day off tomorrow, and make sure you enjoy the weather. The weather is pretty beautiful. What's going on, Ramin? And yeah, so. Make sure you get out there, enjoy the weather. We know a couple of the boys are going golfing. Sean said he's going in the range with his dad, so make sure you spend some time with family and friends. And yeah, we don't usually get a day off like that in the middle of the week very often, so definitely some time for rest and relaxation. So without any further ado, you guys have a good one. Take care. I'll see you guys around.
All right, thank you so much there, Obi. I mean, good job covering there today, and we'll see if We'll see if Neil can get repaired up there and come back in for the next couple of days. What another day today it was here in the market as we just load up everything now. Yeah, market just continues higher one more time. But it was a little bit of a quiet day and for good reason. We talked about that. Thanks for the well wishes there, Obi, and I hope you have a great day off yourself because he's right. We don't normally get these days off. Happy Juneteenth, everybody that is there. We will have Brian Shannon coming through later on. I will go and let you guys know that he is the author of Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. So that's always awesome when he comes through. So we'll be ready for that one when he does come. But right now, the NASDAQ finishes the day up 0.03. So pretty slow on that overall. We did have a nice move in gold. We talked about just yesterday with Michael Noss about uranium. That started to go up to the upside. Some other names, ARK down. I mean, look at ARK. ARK has been really struggling here with these rates. You know, some of the names up, down, and around. I mean, earnings season gets really fun with ARK, but for right now, kind of just chilling out. I just noticed it because we don't normally cover it right there. Again, a lot of rate-dependent names. And if the futures are signaling here, we could call it the Fed rate tool, which we'll do in a minute. Right now, the market's looking at 2 rate cuts right now. But the Fed has kind of said that they may do none. So we'll have to wait to see if that does come in to play or not. Did we get the recap out? The tweet out for the recap show? Don't think so. Okay, that's fine. I'll stop looking for it. That's all. All right, SMH today. I mean, the day was led by Nvidia. Honestly, I mean, we keep talking about the SMH. Make sure you do check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast. But look at this, man. The semiconductor index just continues to go to the high side. Adara, what is the second holding in SMH?
It's not Nvidia. I'm guessing that's number 1. AMD?
Close. Taiwan Semi. TSM.
Oh, that makes way more sense.
Yeah, so TSM right there.
That's a good look for Taiwan Semi.
Yeah, exactly. And Taiwan Semi, again, continuing its upside move as well, up that 1.3% today in TSM as that kind of just up on an island by itself here on the daily chart, just coming through right there on TSM. So that's a great move back up there to the upside. Not too many red sectors today. Airlines a little bit. Cannabis, puff, pass on that one. I don't know if this is hitting the indica or what, because it's a little sleepy right now. Down into the downside, yeah, it's a little couch locked. It's couch locked right now there, jonesing out watching Pineapple Express. So right there, MSOS, a little bit of a downside move. I think there's a lot of potential in the cannabis names just because we do have election time and it's always not really heated, but we could get some more talk in some debates. I feel like there's something up with that, and we'll be able to get it. USO continues higher again here today as well as we go. I guess XOM had a good day. Oxy, we talked about some of those plays as well. Occidental up 2%.
I saw Warren Buffett's been adding to this apparently steadily for the past 9 days. Now he has just under 29% of total Oxy. I saw that on CNBC. I need to read the article again in full, but I did see apparently 9 days straight of adding to Oxy.
All right, well, okay, good call there. I mean, I'm glad we brought that up.
I'm going to find that link so I can send it to you guys and in the chat.
All right, good. Yeah, $62 looking to see about Occidental. Occidental kind of looks broken to me, man. We went up to 70. We broke through the 50, broke through the 200 period. XOM, I like XOM, monster buyback underneath it. Also with CVX, Chevron also has that buyback underneath it, both at the 200 period moving average. If you like oil names and energy, I mean, go for these names. XOM right there, and then, of course, we just talked about CVX, both at levels that are probably investable. You have the dividend there as well. Well, we could talk about some of these with Brian and maybe how they look on the energy side of things. We know that Brian was talking a little bit about the S&P 500 on his Twitter, and we'll get to him.
I thought that was a good intro.
On that one again. Yeah. It's Hydration Nation. I don't have the thing up here, so let's... Man, I'm still going to download that app that somehow tracks how much I talk. I think that would be... You would probably beat me, like, per minute, but, like, I'm just on the air longer, but you're on the air a lot. You talk a lot during the midday. And
I
then
do.
Yeah, so anyways, I think me and you might hold the record.
Competition, yeah, we should do that.
You want? I mean, I'm pretty competitive.
Yeah, I don't think I can download apps on my phone anymore, but once I get the new phone.
Yeah, let's find out. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
All right, so Ramin has an opinion on this. Who does?
Sean? Oh yeah, you would know better. Yeah.
Victory. It's like that Spider-Man. We're pointing at each other.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right. Well, that might be true. Probably is true. But you talk faster. Yeah. Right? Have you ever, when you were younger, micro machines?
What is that?
You don't know what micro machines are? Oh my God, this is so okay, boomer maybe. No, they're the little cars. They used to have little airplanes, little cars, like little Corvettes, and Micro Machines. Anyways, the guy, who's in the chat here? Help me out here.
Also, there's
the guy that was the Micro Machine guy. He used to talk like, "Hey, grab the Micro Machines." Blah, 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 blah. He used to like talk like super fast, super crazy. Micro Machines.
I need to look that up. Yeah, I've not.
Am I on? Let me see what the chat is saying here. Let's do a little quick roll call. All right, who's in here talking about Micro Machines? I mean, okay, here we go. All right, John Del Segno, confirming. Maybe I don't know if he's confirming it or not, but he's saying Micro Machines. All right, Micro Machines were tiny cars that were in a carrier case. Yeah, I think if I can still find them.
Oh, I know what you mean. I didn't know they were called that when you have them zipped up in the little thing and they come in like the little cars and you put them on the.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I knew what that is. I didn't know they were called Micro Machines.
Yes, man. Micro Machines, yeah, we're OP. Yeah, damn right they were OP, man. Micro Machines were OP, and and Hot Wheels and all that stuff.
That's
with
what I mean,
track.
Hot Wheels. Yeah, that I know.
No, Hot Wheels, no, not the same thing. Micro Machines are like a tenth of the size. Brendan, you know Micro Machines? Of course. Man, this must just be an age thing. I'm dealing with these two young ones here, Brendo. It's unbelievable.
Also, there's a super chat from Willis Addison.
Okay, what's up with that?
Thank you so much, Willis Addison, for the $2 super chat. Happy Juneteenth, Black American family, and some emojis. Here we go to recycling emoji. We have the law emoji, a salute emoji, I think an army hat emoji, and some hands. So thank you very much, Willis Addison, for your $2 super chat. Hope you have an awesome and restful and enjoyable and fun Juneteenth.
Yeah. It should be great. You have any plans or?
I have to get my passport dealt with.
Ooh la la.
Yeah, I'm
going
gonna have
to the United States, huh, Darren?
No, it's gonna die, so I need to renew it before it.
Yeah, mine already is past expiration.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, once happens, not a big deal anymore.
Oh really?
Yeah, I can renew it very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, I just want to get it done, so I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm trying
But
to.
what about? I know you have some. You guys are gonna maybe go to the movies, do some golf.
Yeah, we're gonna do the movies tonight thing. We're gonna see Inside Out 2. That's what's.
I've heard it's good. Yeah.
Okay, good. We're getting some. Okay, good. Yes, I know. Yes, it's a hockey.
Fun,
yeah, it's pretty cool there. I'm having a hard time loading up the Trade Ideas map for what stocks were hot today. So once that loads up, I will get that. Oh, here it is right here. Okay, so let's go over to the full screen and just have a quick look at some names before we do call on Brian coming through again here today. Of course, the market rallied again here on Tuesday, but not huge. The S&P was up obviously a little bit more than the NASDAQ, helped, of course, by Nvidia and Apple right there, taking a downside push, right? Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, all red names in there today, right? Nvidia becoming the top company in market cap now for XLK. So that would make sense as we get a little bit of a reweighting in some of the big names, leaving Nvidia back up there to the upsides. Today was a little bit off-putting how many talk and the plethora, as we wrote down here, of Fed speakers that came throughout the day, sending some little awkward moves back and forth there. Fed's Kugler saying that she sees one rate cut later this year, and we actually talked about this earlier, that we could still get that too. We could potentially get none. Meta underperformed today for sure, down 1.4%, the worst of the bunch. We did get some news potentially positive for them with the TikTok ban and some of those sort of headwinds for TikTok, potentially tailwinds for both Meta, Google, and Snapchat, names that we had talked about a little bit there. Nvidia, brand new record highs again today, up 3.5%. Other names of note, Tesla down there, 1.38%. Procter & Gamble, some of the industrials trying to come back, some of the manufacturers as well. Eaton Corp upside right now, 0.69. Deere up 1%, which is nice to see for sure. Caterpillar. So I like the XLI. I feel like there is some names here that we could buy in the utilities, in the industrials. So, again, nice little bottom pick there. Some of them paying decent size ETFs. Feel like you want to say something.
KB Home's earnings came out.
All right, let's go.
Looking through those, yeah. So we did get Q2 revenue. That's going to be a beat. 1.709 bill versus the estimate of 1.651 bill, so nice little beat there. Net income also a beat, 168.4 million versus the estimate of 139.8 million, so 169.4 million versus 139.8 million expected, so beats across the board.
I still love how there's still some Micro Machine talk here in the chat.
Yeah, people are getting excited about those.
I'm sure Brian, when he comes on, I'm going to ask him about Micro Machines. You think he's going to know them or not?
I think he will.
Me too.
But we'll find out.
We'll see. We'll ask him. Maybe I shouldn't have said that too loud, but now he's going to hear about it. Okay, so right there, nice move up there for, let's see, actually. Let's zoom in on this KB Homes number. So, whoa, okay. There goes KB Homes. So we didn't get a great number from Lennar yesterday, and KB Homes today was down because of it. Let's just go out here to a 5-minute chart to see KB Homes today. Yeah, so nice downside move there, but look at this, man, 68 up to 70. Let's go over to a daily on KBH. Yeah. Still has a little ways to go. Let me call up the weekly to see where we are exactly on all this. Some of the home builders are not built the same.
Oh, good pun.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, Toll Brothers, as you can see, KB Home starting to go up to the upside. We'll check out Toll Brothers again, fading off of its 52-week high, but could get some momentum back in. And then Lennar, we saw that today, pulling back as well. So it looks like KB Homes, different than the rest, trying to take out its all-time high here, 73 and change, and still going. KB Homes, a nice little extension move here in the after hours. Let's drop this down. Oh, that was the weekly. Let me just drop this back into a minute to have a quick another look at this. Yeah, wow, nice move. And I mean, because Brian's coming through, sometimes you can go back to the most recent bottoms there. And I mean, you could drop the good thing about Trade Ideas and some of the other platforms there is that now they have anchored VWAPs built right in. So if I drop this anchor right there to $60, and again, maximum trading gains here with your anchored VWAP. So check out this book if you're wondering about what we're talking about. We will have Brian Shannon on in momentarily. But if you drop it right there to this low back in April 18th, and then we zoom in a little bit, you can see the anchor is actually kind of where we were at today, $68. So looks like now if you're going long into that area, maybe you can hold it back into 67, 68, where that anchor was off of the bottom. So a nice little move up there for KB Homes. I don't think we're really expecting any other earnings.
That was the only thing I saw on the docket entirely. So just that one name.
Okay, good. A lot of people in there talking about Nvidia, right? And talking about where are we going to get out of this name. It's gone up so much. We did get a $100 super chat, which is still here. Justin, if you're still here right now, thank you so much for this $100, man. Oh, boom. I'm just going to say boom on here. I forgot that you could comment on it. So thank you so much, Justin, for all of that with a couple likes there as well. Asking about holding Nvidia or getting into AVGO, holding them both potentially into the weekend or at the end of the week. Look, Nvidia's off, man. I mean, maybe we could ask Brian if we were going to use anchored VWAP, potentially where a good spot for this would be. Obviously, year-to-date anchor, you could drop it down here. This was $47 back in January, split adjusted, of course, so $470 back on January 1st. Adara, you're at $135 right now.
I know.
So you're, year-to-date, you're just an absolute monster on this name here today for Nvidia, although today not a huge move. But where's the year-to-date number on here? I think it's actually on the next page.
That's crazy.
Percentage year-to-date, well, I'll have to get it. There it is, 173% for Nvidia. And I think Broadcom is going to even be better than that. And Broadcom has the tailwind, of course, of the split still incoming.
That's true.
I mean, we all thought that when Nvidia split, hey, maybe that party's over. It split down at 118. We've added now on that 15% since that day. I'm wrong. Broadcom change is only 61%. How dare I say that it has matched or beat Nvidia right there. And again, and thank you. Look, this is how much love we have in our chat right now. Everybody shouting out Justin right there again.
Justin's still here. He said traders stay late. Yeah. So shout out to him.
Traders stay late. Oh, yeah, by the way, I guess I'll be doing more of this now because of Neil's out of commission.
Oh, yeah.
That's all good.
More of
all
this,
good.
yeah.
It's all good. Right there, let's just check out GameStop before we call on Brian. GameStop right now, again, I just want to see if there's some movement. Sometimes we do get some movement there after hours on GME. But again, not all meme stocks are built the same. And we'll use that same thing again for this. Because look, we had sort of drew in a couple lines here that I noticed that are not straight. And that was this $23 area. Seems like $23 since earnings has been a good hold spot for them. Again, earnings were dropped early. It hasn't broke back down through $23. So I think GameStop is a good opportunity there, especially as a day trade. I don't know if you want to hold it overnight or over the weekend because then stories come out and we don't know which way it's going to go. But if you're intraday trading, $23 has been a great bottom. And then just to look at where we were today on GME, that came into $23.60. So that was, again, trying to pick the bottom is a very, very dangerous game. It's much, much better to look at an area bottom, and that would have been that $23.50. So I think we'll look at that for GameStop tomorrow. We do have Brian coming in. Oh, yeah, Thursday. One more drink before we get Brian. It's Trader Talk. Let's bring him in. Mr. Brian Shannon, how are you doing on this fine and very, very warm Tuesday here in Toronto? How are you doing?
Well, we got a nice cool day here in Denver. It's under 80 today, so nice break from the heat. Sean, I was just looking. I can't figure out what is this microcomputer you're talking about.
No, micro machines. They're little mini cars. They're called micro machines. They're micro machine minis, and what they were like Hot Wheels, but little small cars. So I thought maybe you'd heard about it. And the sales, no, okay. Must be a Canadian.
Tell me more about them. What, they're actual cars?
Hold on a second. No, they're not cars. No, they're just toys. Hold on, I'm going to Google them
They're
here.
like Hot Wheels.
They're like Hot Wheels. They're just little toys. So here it is here. If you kind of do it, maybe we go over to images here, Brian. See this? They're just little like replica cars. So you'd be able to get them. They're real fun. They used to have little tracks, and then they morphed into that. Now I'm getting excited. They used to morph into little army things and various little mini cars. Here he is. This is the dude right here. Micro Machines. The guy talks a mile a minute. Yeah, this looks like Sharif there with that mustache, actually, right there. But anyways, those are Micro Machines. I digress, obviously. Not many people have heard of them as much as I thought. But there it is. So you collected Hot Wheels, maybe?
Oh, of course, yeah. When I was a kid,
definitely. I wonder if those are worth anything now. Like, were those our days NFTs? I don't know. Micro Machines. Cabbage Patch. I still have a Cabbage Patch
American
doll,
Girl dolls.
There, Brian. All right, let's go. Me and Brian. Let's talk a little bit about trading right now, just real quick. I noted something on your Twitter about a new anchor that you want to drop potentially here on the ES. Due to the Fed talk, is there a target maybe? I saw Goldman upgrading the S&P 500 to 5,600 bucks, 5,600 as a target. As I look at the SPY, we're at 550 right now. I mean, how high can we go up here? I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, we are really extended from the 50-period moving average now on the spiders. Same thing is for the NASDAQ. Whenever I look like this, I always think that there's a pullback incoming. But what are you talking about? We just noted it off your Twitter there that you want to talk a little bit potentially about where we're going to go and potential Fed rate cuts or not. If we're long spiders, do we have anything to worry about? Does it look like there's a potential pullback incoming?
The way I see it, Sean, we're in a healthy uptrend. It's innocent until proven guilty. Nobody knows where the top is, and our job is to manage risk for the time frame that we're involved in. I mean, you're in and out all day managing risk on day trades, and you've got longer term positions that you're going to hold. So it just depends on what you're looking at. I posted one yesterday actually for the Qs based on the measured move, and that was the weekly chart. Let's go to that weekly chart. And it was basically just saying the height of this A to B move, and this would be the B to C move, and that would be the C to D move, which basically we take the height of this move and add it to where this new rally began, and that would give us 498, which obviously is close to the 500 level, which is a round number where it seems this market kind of is being magnetized to. So, 500 looks doable, and then what happens when we get there is anybody's guess. The job is not to guess how high it can go, I think, but instead to say, hey, the definition of trend is still valid. I'm going to raise my stop up underneath the most recent relevant high or low and let the market tell me where to get out. And it's always time frame dependent.
I think that's important. I think it is definitely dependent on what where you're swinging, what's your risk tolerance, where how much do you have invested, have you taken some out? I mean, I gave the advice today actually on the show. We got that super chat about Broadcom and Nvidia, and basically I was just like, hey, take some out. The trader already took out 100% for 100% profit, about half of their position. They had their best trading day of the year today on those positions. So I'm going to say congratulations again to Justin. But do you get those feelings too when you're in a big trade? Sometimes it's like, wow, this just happened real quick. Nothing wrong with taking a piece out and then reassessing, and sometimes looking, even if it's the same trade, take a piece out if the move happens a little quicker, and then maybe look for that extension. I think, and again, to talk about Jim Cramer, pigs do get slaughtered in this market. You do have to take profits when your goals are hit. It's the same thing about managing risk, but on the flip side.
Greedy pigs get slaughtered, disciplined pigs get rich. So the idea is obviously to hold as long as possible and to embrace the greed when you get these types of moves and say, hey, I want to hold it as long as possible, but take a little bit off along the way. Absolutely. 100% makes sense there, especially for a stock that's that's running like this. I mean, every stock pulls back at some point. Take a little bit off, and reduce the overall exposure to your account. And if you get a sizable pullback, maybe you can buy back more shares than what you sold and still have the same dollar cost basis.
So, Brian, we're going to do a little bit of Q&A a little bit here with the audience. I already have a couple that have been lined up, and I don't think we've talked about this enough, but Kyle wants to know about volume. So if you come over to my chart just real quickly here, I'm noticing right now that in the spiders, I have the volume down here. We're not getting like huge amounts of volume. Today was 40 million shares. The day before, 50 million. If I go back, so I was thinking to myself, maybe it's seasonality, right? But then I go back to last June, and we were at 100 million, 75 million. Like some of these numbers back here, we're getting, looks to be pretty dead right now. What do you think the reason for that is? And then is it just that price pays and volume's just sort of a secondary thing? Or do you try to look at volume and try to figure out potentially why we're a little low? And does that volume ever affect some of your decision making?
The volume doesn't really affect my decision making by itself. About 2 weeks ago, I think somebody posted that the SPY had traded the lowest volume in 12 years or something like that, and today was even less than that. Yep. So, it's easy to say only price pays, but we want to look at it in terms of the holistic price, volume, and time. And when we look at things like the year-to-date anchored VWAP, and we see that we bounce perfectly from that. That's more important than just saying the volume overall, because you look at the volume and what's been happening. We've been melting up on light volume. So people will tell you, well, the advanced decline line is weak, low volume. This market has to crash. It's going to end badly. It only ends badly if you don't have a plan to get out. So it's taking it in chunks, Sean, from this most recent little pullback. Our anchored volume weighted average price here on this 30-minute time frame, that was from the 10th of this month. Well, we found buyers there last week, and we continue to move higher. So if you just take it in chunks and say the volume weighted average price since a certain time, I think it gives you a much cleaner look. And with the SPY, I don't think you can trust the volume too, because we've got 100 different ways to trade the S&P 500. You've got big futures, little futures, micro futures. You've got the SPY, you've got triple SPY, triple short SPY, double, options on the SPY, SPX, SPXU. I mean, it's crazy how many ways there are to get exposure to the S&P 500.
Yeah, valid point. I think they talked about Nvidia something like in 300 different ETFs. I mean, ETFs are exploding. So it's like if you're not trading SPY, we talked about the XLK, Qs. I mean, there's so many different ways to trade. So great answer there about volume. Thanks, Brian. I'm going to pass over to Adara, who has a stock-specific question.
Okay.
Hi, Brian. Hope you've had a good Tuesday and a good week so far. There's a question here in the chat from Zero Gravity Zen wanting to know your thoughts on Adobe. I mean, Adobe had earnings pretty recently. So what's your take on this stock as of right now?
Adobe, I thought that, it's kind of, it reversed the downtrend, but it's having trouble with the year-to-date anchored VWAP. Right here, that's this pink, thick pink line. And we've got a declining 200-day moving average overhead. I think that it's probably, neutral at best. It's coming into this range. I don't see big upside. I could be wrong in it. I would say if you're involved in it, worst case stop goes below the pullback low right here. But I think there's more exciting stocks to be involved in that are in primary uptrends with a rising 20, 50, 200-day moving average.
Sure. How much of the macro story do you ever, obviously you're a great technical, trader, and we talk about VWAP and talking about all these different price action movements and stuff like that. How much of the macro environment do you consider in your trades, especially if they're longer term ideas? Like Adobe right now kind of got clocked with AI. I mean, Apple's going to be putting in more and more, artificial intelligence into their programs as far as editing is concerned. You're going to be able just to make your own emojis just right on your phone, all this kind of fun stuff like that. I'm sure you're really excited about features like that. But no, all seriousness, do you consider macro events like that, or are you just looking strictly at price action and trading off of that?
I do better when I just look at price action from a trading standpoint, Sean. But I like to be aware of what shapes the psychology of the market and what are people talking about. Since you brought my charts up there, I was going to say I'm back in TGTX.
Oh, boom!
I know we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago, but here's a story. Here's one where I'm aware of the story. They had earnings. There's a big short position. The shorts have been covering. I got back involved in this stock today. I think for it to really get going, if it breaks above this little peak right here on the 30-minute time frame, then it should start to really head higher. We've got a rising 20-day moving average, 50-day moving average. So I'm using this stock also to answer your question, which is if I can be aware of the story and it matches what the chart is saying, then it gives me a little bit more confidence. But if I'm looking at this story and using that as a justification to stay in a stock that's not working, that's when you have problems. You start telling yourself, well, the story is this, and the shorts are screwed, and this drug is selling or whatever. So I am my worst enemy when it comes to fundamentals. I start believing it, and that has cost me in the past. So I try to separate them as much as possible, and I've been pretty good at it with this stock so far. As I said, I got back in it just today, so there's a little follow-up on this stock as well.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and thanks for being honest about the positioning and entering and exiting. I had a question today about ZM, so Zoom, and I really didn't know how to answer it. We got a super chat in there, so I'll give you a second to call it up. And the question was, what do I do? It was basically, what is this trader supposed to do with their Zoom position? I don't know what their position is exactly. I'm going to assume it's long, and they're stuck long on this trade. But this weekly chart looks pretty bad, man. I mean, I don't know. As far as the COVID darling is concerned, there's going to be worse names than this, but not many. And it's funny because their earnings per share, $1.35, they did project a negative quarter coming up. So we see minus 0.03. So again, talking about some of the macro stuff, it's not looking great for Zoom. And if we even go to a daily chart right now, I mean, it's just breaking, and it just had a nice event. And I think this is why we got the question there. Just after earnings in the last couple of days, absolutely tanking to the downside. So I'm just going to ask you, I basically said, until we can regain at least past support levels in and around $60, I don't really see any reason to stand in front of this. I'm sure you're going to give similar advice, but is there something that maybe if the trader was looking to potentially average into the position, I think you're going to agree with me, you got to wait for it to come back up and give us some sort of a sign that someone else is buying this other than you?
Yeah, I'm looking at this longer term, and I mean, this is the lowest it has ever traded. It's never traded lower than this. This is an all-time low.
Right.
And I don't mean to be flip with this response, but I think that you'll get a bounce as soon as the ARK funds are done selling.
Okay.
I'm not taking a shot here. I guess indirectly I am. But as you know, I'm not a fan of their risk management techniques.
Right.
In the ARK funds, they owned, at the beginning of the year, 8 million shares of this stock and put a price target of $1,500 per share on it. Today, they own 3 million shares. So in the last 5 months, they have sold 5 million shares while telling people they thought it was going to go to $1,500 per share. Someone should probably be in jail for that. That's over $1 billion lost in this stock alone.
Yeah.
They're down to 3 million shares. And here's what I think is happening is that there are big hedge funds just shorting against this, knowing that that supply from the ARK funds is there. And once the ARK funds are out, and they publicly disclose this, you can go to cathysark.com, CATHIES. And, once you see them get out of it, I think you'll get a tradable bounce. But as far as a longer term turnaround, it just looks dead in the water. There's, the phrase is, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. And this has just been one that's, been bleeding lower for, since those 2020 highs.
I mean, what a great response there. I wish I would have thought about going over to Kathy's ARK and figuring out what their current position was, because, again, an absolutely great response to that one.
I think it's 3.3 million shares last time I looked.
It just makes sense because they're applying pressure to the name, and as they keep talking their book, they're doing something completely opposite. So you've actually been very, very descriptive in the destruction of wealth that certain ETFs have created, and you've brought one up here today as well. Okay, is there any other names you want to talk about? It's 4:30 right now. I don't want to keep you too late. I know that everyone can go follow you on X at Alpha Trends. You talked about TGTX there. Anything else that's sort of catching your attention right now?
Speaking of another stock that the ARK funds are in,
Sure.
and I think it's not going to hit their price target of 2,500. I think you know what stock I'm talking about. But last week we spoke about Tesla,
Yep.
and we were talking about how it was holding that 50-day moving average, and that what I wanted to see was a shakeout. And if this was a shakeout, that maybe it could recover. So what we're seeing now is that earlier in the year, we had one close above the year-to-date anchored VWAP. That was right here. Now we closed above it yesterday, back below it today. But I think that Tesla could be setting up for a tradable bounce up that 200-day moving average near about 205. So when we look at a shorter term time frame, this is the recent little bounce that we saw. So this was the pullback last week.
Yep.
And I think if we just kind of settle in here a little bit and then make a higher high, that Tesla can be traded. Worst case stop, Sean, probably under this pullback low right here from last week. So I think it's starting to shape up. I'm not long it yet. I want to be long, and I think it has the ability to move up to 205 to 210 or so.
Yeah, we had, I called up the Tesla chart, and we have that same line built right here, right at 170 or so off that bottom from last week. So yeah, I like Tesla there. I think that there's some talk there. Elon likes it now that pay package is sort of behind, and we can get paid and maybe move out of Delaware there. We'll figure that out with Tesla. So I think there's some tailwinds there for sure. Okay, Brian, thank you so much. Again, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP is the book that absolutely everybody needs to go get. They can find it on Amazon. They can go find you at Alpha Trends. One more time. Enjoy your day off. You too. Any plans?
Oddly enough, I think I'm going skiing.
That is pretty odd, but that's enjoyable. That is for sure. Make sure you say hi to your family for us here and enjoy yourself on those hills and be safe. I know you don't want to go tumbling down. Neil hurt his Achilles here today, and we're going to make sure. Yeah, I know. So we'll see how long he's out for. But Brian, enjoy it. You deserve it. Thank you so much. And I hope everyone goes and checks you out. Thank you. It's Brian Shannon.
Thank you, Sean. Thanks, Adair.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, from one to another, let's go. It's roll call. All right, we got to get out of here, man. Adara, any plans for tomorrow? We'd already sort of talked about this.
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of passport-related stuff to get done tonight,
okay.
so I can get the passport tomorrow.
I don't think it'll be that long of a line at the passport office.
I hope so.
Yeah, going on a random weekday.
Oh, I'm going to go with the crack of dawn. Yeah, Fabian's saying go early.
Yeah.
I agree. I just want to get all the ducks in a row for that.
Do you ski at all, or?
I had an incident involving I had to get forcibly dragged off the ski by those things that come and drive you on my 17th birthday. So that's a no. What about you?
Wait, hold on a second. You had an incident on the ski lift?
No, so they had to when they have to pick you up off the thing because you've wiped out so hard.
What thing? The hill?
Yeah, they have to get you off the hill with the moving thing. So I wiped out so hard I ended up in the ditch with my legs over me and my glasses went flying, the ski went flying. It was
so they had to get a stretcher kind of thing.
Yeah, like that. That's the word you want. I was mostly fine, but yeah, that's
okay.
Skiing, good times.
Okay, yeah, no,
Do
I
you
don't.
ski?
No, I don't ski. Interesting story. Okay, make sure you check out the Freedom Wealth podcast. No, that's okay. That's okay. I don't know. I was hoping you're okay. You weren't hurt or anything.
No, I am fine. It was just
I know you're fine now, but
it wasn't anything major. I just think they were we don't know what's going on. Get the stretcher out.
Right,
It was
right. It's kind of like what I feel like every day around here. Okay, hey, roll call. What's up to Neo Roberts Ski Patrol sleds? Maybe that's what it was. What's up to Andrew Chow? What's up to YZ is here? T Daddy is in the building. Hey, DJ Marshall, peace out to you as well. Monty G is here. Andrew Chow. Darwin is here. Brian Shannon's here. Thank you, Brian, for coming on again and great ideas there. I love that Zoom talk and some of that selling and all that. So that was great right there. What's up to Molfar? Chase Bands is here. Willis Silverthorne, Travel Buddy, Kyle, T Daddy. And again, hey, Bears versus Bulls. The best moderator in the business. I want to say thank you for everything that you've done for us since you've been a part of the Trader TV Live team. And again, you definitely enjoy your day off. Well-deserved. Probably the hardest working individual part of our team, but just don't tell that to Ramin.
Oh, yeah.
Because then she'll cut your mic immediately. All right, again, thank you to our wonderful guest, Brian. Always comes on, and a big, huge fan. We are a big, huge fan of Brian's, and he is a big friend of the show. So thank you, Brian. Have a great day for yourself as well. And everybody else out there, I'm Trader TV Sean. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. That's Trader TV Adara.
It is.
You can find her with a similar handle all over the place, doing all these nice Instagrams I saw. You're walking around.
Yeah.
You're doing the market week ahead.
I do the week. We filmed the new week ahead today. Shout out to Fabian. So we're gonna get that ready for you guys on Sunday.
And the hottest podcast right now on YouTube. You click that, you go find it right now. We did do another episode of that as well today, talking all about discipline and making sure that you do have some of that in your trading plan and in your life in general. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm losing my voice. Ciao.
Bye.